Chapter 482. In fact, such a fierce battle was only one of the several small-scale battles between the demons and the defenders of the Gate of Wonders in the past 3 days. The fierce battle lasted for 2 hours. Just like the previous few times, the cultivators of the Gate of Wonders gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In fact, it shouldn't have been like this. When they decided to guard the Gate of Wonders and fight against the demons, everyone thought that this would be an extremely easy hunting operation. There were even more low-level cultivators who were indignant and excited. Most of these cultivators didn't give up too much lust, and some even regarded it as their duty to kill the demons and protect the Tao. However, when they traveled in the world, they were told that they could kill evil little demons if they met them. If they didn't do evil, they should just ignore them. As for the big demons, once they met them, no matter what they were doing, they shouldn't attack them easily. They should just observe them carefully and then report to their masters. But in fact, almost all low-level cultivators who traveled in the world had encountered this kind of situation. Big demons ate humans and harmed people in the world. They couldn't fight against them, and they didn't want to enjoy the offerings of the human world for nothing. Therefore, they reported to their masters. However, after waiting for a long, long time, or even so long that the children of the victims had all become old people, their masters still didn't respond. At this time, if those low-level cultivators didn't die in the training and didn't grow old because they didn't achieve their Tao and instead became more powerful, they would know. In fact, there wouldn't be any result. Big demons eating people was a disaster for people in a certain place. But for the whole world, it was nothing. Those brutal demons were already forced by the Gate of Wonders and didn't dare to gather followers, nor did they dare to show up in public. If even eating people occasionally was forbidden, the whole Midland would immediately be ignited by the fire of war. But this time, these more powerful cultivators had also abandoned more lust and wouldn't be angry about this kind of thing anymore. And the passion, anger, and the dream of changing the world when they were young and inexperienced had already become the rising smoke in the incense burner, slowly fading in the peaceful air of Cloud Mountain. Although they were old, there were still young people who didn't know much about the world. As a result, when this battle was finally about to begin, countless young low-level cultivators were filled with passion. They believed that the day to sweep away all the evil in the world had finally arrived. But these young cultivators, most of whom were much older than Li Yunxin, could not see or influence the decisions of the higher-ups. In their eyes, they could only see that the situation between the celestial sect of Wonders and the demons was getting more and more tense. In the darkness of the night, they could also see that the star representing the Cloud Mountain was getting more and more resplendent. Even though they knew that a great battle was coming, they believed that the 36 paradises and 72 factions, faction masters, and faction leaders were already prepared for it. He also believed that the 2 sages on the Cloud Mountain, who had unparalleled cultivation bases in the world, would devise a strategy and decide the outcome of the battle from 1,000 miles away. These, the hot-blooded people, simply believed that the current celestial sect of Wonders was still the celestial sect of Wonders that had protected the world for 50,000 years. They wanted to use their bodies and souls to maintain the righteousness and responsibility in their hearts. But he didn't know that the more brilliant cultivators didn't care about such things. As for the top cultivators, even the 2 sages, they were no longer the benevolent, wise, and boundless magical powers they had imagined. Li Yunxin had once offered a plan to the Zither Lord in hatred to have the emperors of the secular world die and become ghost emperors in order to control the high-level cultivators of the celestial sect of Wonders. The 2 Dragon Sun had accepted his plan and put it into practice a few days ago. Thus, the Qing Emperor and the Yi Emperor had truly become ghost emperors. The secular dynasties and the celestial sect of Wonders were divided. For this reason, the celestial sect of Wonders had no choice but to send even more cultivators to various parts of the world as a precaution. Then, the formation that Li Yunxin had set in the wilderness forest showed unusual movements, so they could only send some other cultivators to guard the wilderness forest. Thus, The high-level cultivators of the celestial sect of wonders were split into three places under the secret operations of the demons and the Freemasons. When the three places merged into one, they had an absolute advantage against the demons. But now, they were at a disadvantage everywhere. This was the result that the demons wanted, and it was also the result that the Freemasons had wanted in the past. However, in Li Yunxin's words, Su Yusong and Zhuamuja had not expected that they seemed to have gone too far. They wanted the situation to become bad, but they didn't want it to become this bad. Thus, this short battle would soon end with the defeat of the celestial sect of wonders. With this defeat, the first line of defense would completely collapse. The defeated army would have to retreat to the second line of defense. However, the difference between the battles of the secular armies was that because of their boundless strength and tyrannical bodies, the pace of the battle between the demons and the cultivators was faster. They almost didn't need any rations or supplies. For the demons, there were supplies everywhere. The flesh and blood of the cultivators were rich in spiritual energy and were a rare delicacy in the world. As for the cultivators, they could eat the wind and drink the dew without needing any rations. As for the cultivators who really needed food and water, they were all the hot-blooded, righteous, and responsible low-level cultivators that have been mentioned before. These people, they died the most. They died the fastest. With this defeat of the celestial sect of wonders, they retreated to the second line of defense. If it was a mortal army in the secular world, they might have a few days to rest and take a breather. They would think of countermeasures and deploy their troops. However, the demons were not an army that moved slowly. They needed a lot of time to rest and march. A horse that could travel 1,000 miles in a day and 800 miles at night was only as fast as a snail to these demons. They would chase after the defeated army. When the defeated army retreated to the second line of defense, they would continue to launch a storm-like attack. Therefore, when many cultivators began to leave in defeat, thinking that the situation might be difficult to reverse, on the incomparably vast battlefield, in the ears of almost everyone, there was a clear, steady, and powerful voice that was full of unquestionable power. Death. Every Daodong cultivator knew what this word meant. This was the first lost spell that only the cultivators in the transcendent state of Daotong could learn. It was also the simplest and most direct lost spell, the Curse of Death. Back in the day, Ling Kongzi spent 7 days and 7 nights writing this spell in his residence in the city of Wei. In the past few days of fierce battles, there were countless Daotong cultivators who used this simple yet violent spell to fight against their enemies. This spell was cast by a cultivator in the transcendent state. Wherever the spell reached, anyone whose cultivation level was slightly lower than him would die immediately upon contact. However, the cultivation level of a cultivator in the transcendent state was limited. After killing 2 or 3 enemies, the spell that could not be used in a short period of time would disappear. However, when it was cast by a cultivator in the mystic state, as long as it was within the reach of his mind, the vitality of anyone below the mystic state would wither away. This was also why the high-level demons wanted to fight the high-level cultivators in the sky. The Dharma was mysterious. If they were allowed to cast it on the ground, the demon soldiers and demon generals would have been reduced to less than 10%. However, in the sky, the death curse of a cultivator in the mystic state might not be able to kill a demon in the mystic state. However, the bodies of the demons were full of vitality. When they used their demon powers, the effect of the death curse would be greatly reduced. It would only weaken them for a long time. However, this curse, everyone heard it. It was as if there was a silent gust of wind blowing across the vast battlefield where it would take half a day for a horse to gallop from east to west. Both the humans and the demons could not help but pause. Then the gigantic elephant demon that towered into the clouds, the cave master of the golden cave of the primordial devil of Mount Baita in the country of Yu, the white devil king of the 10 directions supporting the sky, the great demon of the mystical state of Shi, suddenly froze on the spot. A moment ago, he was fighting with 4 Taoists in the true state and a mystic state swordsman. At this moment, he had already killed 4 Taoists in the true state, and 2 Taoists in the mystic state were also severely injured by him. This was because the elephant demon was born with a magical power. The 2 tusks were born as 2 flying swords. During the battle today, the elephant demon revealed its true form. Its body was already strong to begin with, and its true form was even stronger. With every step it took, hundreds of demons and cultivators were killed or injured. Just its trampling alone was already a terrifying weapon. But above that fiery cloud, it still had 2 flying swords, one for attack, the other for defense. Taking advantage of the time when the enemy was dealing with it, its long trunk suddenly inhaled, sucking in all the spiritual energy and resentment within a radius of several miles. If someone was caught off guard, their spiritual energy would immediately stagnate, giving him an opening to cut off their head with one sword. But such a ferocious and all-powerful great demon, after the word die was uttered, it suddenly stopped moving. The 2 huge flying swords paused for a moment, then with a buzzing sound, broke through the fiery cloud in the sky and fell to the ground like fiery meteors. With a loud rumble, they smashed out 2 huge pits that were dozens of feet deep and affected thousands of demons and cultivators. Then, the elephant demon's huge body began to wither, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its outer armor, which was harder than metal and stone, collapsed, turning into sharp blades that filled the sky and rained down like a storm. Just the falling alone was enough to take the lives of countless cannon fodder. Then, the flesh and blood turned into dust, scattering between the heaven and the earth. The demonic energy in its body also began to pour out. The surrounding area of tens of miles was covered in a gloomy fog. The thick and vigorous demonic energy caused many demons to immediately break through their realms and go berserk. It also caused many cultivators of the mystic sects to have trouble circulating their spiritual energy, almost losing their divine abilities. For a time, it was a reign of terror, a merciless massacre. The survival of a great demon at the mystical Shi realm was a terrible disaster on the battlefield. But now, the death of a great demon at the mystical Shi realm was also a disaster. After a full quarter of an hour, the skin and flesh of the elephant demon finally withered and withered. A gigantic skeleton that reached the heavens and the earth appeared on the battlefield, standing tall and erect. All because of the word die. This sudden change happened in the blink of an eye. Some cultivators realized it, while others did not. But the deaths continued. First was the elephant demon at the mystical Shi realm. Next was the mountain shade flying tiger king at the mystical realm. Third was demon king ocean wish fulfillment at the mystical realm. These 3 terrifying great demons were the most famous great demons on the battlefield, the ones who had killed the most. Under the leadership of these 3 demons, the demon army charged at the back of the mystic sect's line of defense like a hot knife through butter. Now that these 3 demons had died instantly, the torrent of demon soldiers and generals had encountered an unbreakable reef. Among the crowd, a dazzling golden light suddenly lit up. Soon, like the rising sun, it spread its light across the entire battlefield. Then, it shot up to the highest point in the sky, dispersing the thick fiery clouds, revealing a vast blue sky. The moment this golden light appeared, all the demons within a radius of tens of miles instantly died. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, turning into flying ash. The mystic sect's cultivators suddenly felt their spiritual energy surge, and their spirits were shaken, as if they had received the blessings of the gods of the 9 heavens. When the oncoming demon army encountered this golden light, their attacks were completely destroyed. It was like waves hitting a reef. In an instant, they turned into countless waves condensed from blood and flesh. Then, the golden light bloomed soundlessly, and 2 figures stepped out of the void. When the light faded and the celestial music dissipated, the 2 figures were revealed to be a man and a woman. The man had the appearance of great Emperor Jiqing of the 9 heavenly stars palace, worshipped by Daotong. The woman had the appearance of Empress Wu Si Jiangyu of the Nine Heavens Palace, worshipped by Kenzo. The cultivators with the highest cultivation among Daotong and Kenzo, the current supreme of the mystic sects, Xian Xiong Gao Tianjin Ke Ling Shizhi Bao Dao venerate, as well as the sword venerate of the five spirits of heaven, imperial virtue, thick earth, and universal sword venerate entered. Chapter 483. For a moment, the morale of the Celestial Gate was greatly boosted. In the Celestial Gate, no one had seen the Grand Supreme Sage make a move. The two sages had come out of the mountain to encircle the art saint 1,000 years ago. However, very few people knew about this matter, and even fewer people had seen it. Therefore, many people had such a guess in their hearts. If the sages attacked with all their strength, how powerful would they be? At this moment, it seemed that they had finally seen it. The three profound, realm great demons had relied on their thick skin and natural supernatural powers. Now that there were more great demons in the field than in the Celestial Gate, they were almost invincible and had few opponents. Even the cultivators who had methods and supernatural powers above them could not do anything to them because of the situation on the battlefield and the environment of the enemy. However, the sage who had transformed into the appearance of Great Emperor Ji Qing had entered the field and killed the three demons in a breath with just a basic curse of death. How terrifying is this power? The momentum of the demon army was taken away, and their offensive immediately slowed down. However, since the three demons were dead, the souls of the profound realm were not that difficult to destroy. When a cultivator died, their souls would be stunned when they left their bodies. The demons were no exception. The bodies of the three demons were destroyed instantly, and their remnant souls came out. They stopped in the air in a daze, as if they did not understand why they were here. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the sky naturally wanted to destroy the souls. Now that Black by Yanjun had retreated from the world, it was still troublesome to only destroy his body and leave his remnant soul. If someone protected him, the remnant soul might be able to cultivate into a ghost cultivator again. However, there were more than 3 true realm and profound realm cultivators in the demon formation. Seeing that the 3 demon kings had fallen, they immediately swarmed over to protect them. The Celestial Gate cultivators wanted to chase, but they were soon blocked by more huge figures. Those 3 were not the only ones who had revealed their true bodies, but they were especially huge and fierce. The other demons had revealed their true bodies, and they still looked like they could penetrate the sky and the earth, almost blocking out the sunlight again. The previous battle was fierce and fierce. Now that the sages of the Celestial Gate had entered the field, the demons planned to retreat first and then come up with a long-term plan. Although the fiendish demons would go berserk when they fought, they would not become true lunatics in the end. Now that he had seen the Grand Supreme Sage, if nothing went wrong, he would only be sending himself to his death. How could he be a moth flying into a flame? However, the battlefront was so long that even if the 2 armies wanted to split up, they would not be able to do so in a short period of time. The demons slowly retreated, but the cultivators of the Celestial Sect of Wonders did not dare to chase after them. In the previous 3 days of fighting, many people were already scared of these demons. At this moment, he hoped that the 2 sages could turn the tide and kill all these demons once and for all. As for whether or not the Grand Supreme Sage had such a great divine ability, no one knew. However, the result of killing 3 monster kings with a single law curse was right before their eyes. Who would dare to doubt it? Su Yusong and Zhuo Muzha were currently standing in the void in front of the Celestial Gate army. The ground beneath him was a sea of crimson red, filled with the bones and blood of demons. Many cultivators gathered around them. However, fearing the might of the sages, they did not dare to get too close. They only stood 20 feet away from the 2 of them to protect them, like stars surrounding the moon. Seeing the situation in the distance, and seeing the cultivators slowly gathering around them, Su Yusong frowned. However, when he frowned, his expression was still filled with incomparable joy and pride. Because in reality, that curse just now was the first time he had used a Taoist technique outside of Cloud Mountain in the past 1,000 years. After he and Zhuamuja had taken over their bodies, they had been imprisoned in Cloud Mountain. That Cloud Mountain had also restricted many divine abilities. Thus, even though they had incomparable divine power, they could not use it. 2 days ago, they finally left Cloud Mountain and immediately felt the surge of spiritual power that made their hearts tremble and almost go crazy. Previously, their bodies seemed to contain a vast ocean of spiritual power, but it was firmly frozen and sunk. Only the occasional splashes of water on the surface could let them feel the existence of the infinite power. However, once they left Cloud Mountain, the frozen spiritual power immediately thawed. In the snow mountain and ocean of Qi, there was a crazy surge of spiritual power, surging and circulating, running through every meridian and aperture in their bodies. Thus, they knew that their every move seemed to have the power to destroy the world. If there were only the two of them in the world, they probably could not hold back their emotions and wantonly cast their divine abilities in the vast world. But this was the battlefield of two armies after all. There were many profound and true realm cultivators. Previously, Su Yusong and Zhuamuja had not left Cloud Mountain, so they could only imagine the divine abilities of the profound realm and the divine abilities of the Grand Supreme. But now that they were out of Cloud Mountain and experienced it personally, they realized in reality many things were indeed completely different from what they had imagined. When the divine abilities were really cast, the power was far greater than they had imagined. For example, when he cast the death curse just now, originally, he only wanted to seriously injure the elephant demon. But who would have thought that it would be so powerful that not only did it curse the elephant demon to death, but it also cursed two cultivators of a higher realm to death? Compared to what he had expected, it was more than several times stronger. It was like a person looking at a peerless treasured saber from afar, thinking that the saber would be incomparably sharp and unstoppable once it was in his hand. However, when it was really in his hand, he found that not only was the saber sharp, but it was also sharp to the extent that no scabbard in the world could contain it. Although such power was incomparably powerful, it was also incomparably terrifying. It was at this time that Su Yusong could really understand what Su Sheng had said. Su Sheng said that if one did not cultivate the mind, no one could control the powerful divine abilities cultivated by the profound Taoist techniques. Although it was different from the situation of the two false saints, it was similar, because one had to know, when they took over bodies, they only took over the body of the Grand Supreme Saint. The power in the body was only half of the Grand Supreme Saint's. The other half was like the half of the dead elephant demon, which was wasted when it died. And even the power of this half of the body was not fully exerted. Today, they only wore their skin and came out. First, they were afraid that after leaving Cloud Mountain, the two would suddenly obtain too much power and be unable to control it, which would lead to disaster. The other worry was also related to the above. Longda and Long Air had already seen the difference between the two, and they would definitely be suspicious. Therefore, the two of them only wore their skin and turned into the appearance of a monarch and a female monarch. In the eyes of others, they were incarnations. This meant that the two saints' original bodies were still guarding Little Cloud Mountain, and the ones who appeared on the battlefield today were only two incarnations. The power of these incarnations could not compare to the original bodies. The two of them used the two saints' skin to disguise as the two incarnations of the saints. Even if the divine abilities could not be used as they wished and the power was greatly reduced, it was not strange. But the two wandering souls did not realize that even though it was only a quarter of the original power of the saints, they still felt terrified when they used it now. When they served the two saints in the past, they were not even in the true state. They were only at the peak of the transcendent state. After that, they did not have the chance to slowly adapt in 1,000 years, not to mention the state of mind and bearing. But it was also this thrilling feeling that caused Su Yusong's eyes to be filled with unconcealable pride and satisfaction. Such a powerful power was in his hands. If one day he obtained a method to recultivate the six desires tribulation body, repaired his body, and combined the skin of the saints with the muscles and bones left on Cloud Mountain into one, how powerful would that be? Because of the pride and joy in his chest, now that he saw the cultivators of the celestial sect retreating, he felt unhappy in his heart. In fact, he had already been guarding the rear for a day. While slowly adjusting and adapting, he watched the development of the battle. At this critical juncture today, he also knew that if he lost again, he would definitely retreat all the way to Cloud Mountain. Now that the cultivators of the celestial sect had come out in full force, if they were defeated at the foot of Cloud Mountain, the saints would have to appear and turn the tide. But when that time came, how could the saints appear? Therefore, the decline had to be stopped here. Su Yusong frowned and said to Zhuo with his divine ability, "You and I should try not to fight anymore. There are many mystic realm cultivators here, and a few of them are at the peak of the mystic realm. After all, we only came out for a day. I'm afraid of trouble." Zhuo naturally knew what he meant. Any cultivator of the celestial sect who cultivated to the true state or the mystic realm had an extraordinary understanding of divine abilities. Now that the two of them had only come out for a day, they still could not master all the divine abilities of spiritual power. The more power they showed, the easier it was to be noticed. After all, the peak of the mystic realm was only one step away from the Grand Supreme Realm. Although this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven, the two of them had not taken it. In terms of understanding of Tao, they might not be as good as a cultivator of the true state. So Zhuo snorted, "Fine, but I still have to take a look first. How is the divine ability of the Sword Saint? It will also boost the morale of the people and destroy the prestige of the demons." As she said this, her gaze fell on the ground. There were many cultivators on the ground who had not reached the transcendent state. These cultivators had the most casualties, but they were also the most spirited. Now that they saw the saints enter, their spirits were much higher than the cultivators with higher cultivation levels. They regarded the two saints as gods. Now that they were bathed in the spiritual power of the two saints, they felt comfortable all over and were seriously adjusting their breathing in order to counterattack the demons. Zhuo gaze swept across these people for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and said, "The three of you, which sect are you from?" When the saint spoke, her voice was clear and ethereal. Almost half of the battlefield could hear her. There were originally nearly 1,000 cultivators on the ground, but now that she pointed at three of them, the three of them immediately raised their heads. It was as if they could sense it and knew that she was talking about them. And these three people were not eye-catching among the many cultivators. They could even be said to be in a sorry state. They were 2 men and 1 woman, 2 young and 1 old. Chapter 484. They were all Kinzo cultivators. The old man was the most severely injured. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. His skin and flesh were torn apart, revealing his organs. He was leaning against a giant demon beast's corpse and meditating. A mortal would have died a long time ago from such an injury. However, he was a transcendent cultivator. He would not die immediately. He was saved by his fellow cultivators. There was also a young man in a green robe. One of his legs was crippled. It was bent backward in a strange posture. The bone was sticking out. But now, he was also relying on someone, a young female sword cultivator. She held the male cultivator's arm with one hand and held a heavy sword with the other. From the appearance of the sword, it was obvious that the female cultivator was only an emptiness realm cultivator. She had never forged a flying sword before. The male cultivator also wielded an extremely long and thin sword. He seemed to be an emptiness realm cultivator as well. When the three heard the saint's call, they all looked up. They saw a ball of golden light in the air. It was so bright that they could not see the person's face. At this point, they could not care less about their lives and injuries. Even the old man struggled to stand up. He forced himself to answer, "Saint, The three of us are disciples of the soaring cloud sword sect. Since the three were disciples of a sect, the old man with the highest cultivation level was the leader. However, the old man was so agitated that his voice was trembling. He was almost out of breath. Zhuangmuja asked, "What are your Taoist names?" The old man opened his mouth. I violated the rules of the sect and had my Taoist name taken away. My junior brother and junior sister, our sect leader, Wei Liaozi, had gone to the Li Kingdom to kill a demon. Unfortunately, he was killed, so my junior brother and junior sister were not given a Taoist name. When Zhuangmuja heard this, he sighed softly. His voice was heard by everyone. "Sai, you should be more than 120 years old, but you are still in the transcended state. It will be difficult for you to advance further. But since you are in the transcended state, your lifespan should be much longer than the mortals. Since you violated the rules of the sect, you should find a beautiful place to live. The two of you are younger. The path of cultivation will be more difficult. But today, how many children like you have died on the battlefield? Compared to those big demons, you all look so tiny." As she said these words, a huge horned eagle on top of the rolling fiery clouds let out a long and angry cry in her direction. On one hand, it was because it had just received an attack from a few cultivators who wanted to kill the elephant monster's remnant soul. And on the other hand, because of the Sword Saint's words, it immediately flew over to show off its power. The true form of this huge horned eagle was like a cloud that blotted out the sky. Perhaps a single feather on its body would be able to lift all three cultivators. It was indeed very small. At this moment, there were many giant demons like this horned eagle that appeared on the fiery clouds. Compared to the two sages, they were not much weaker. Zhuangmuja saw the ferocious look of the fiendish demon, but his expression did not change. With a flip of her wrist, a gentle force lifted the three of them up and slowly brought them before her and Su Yusong. Since the two of them had transformed into imperial lords, they were over 100 feet tall. The three cultivators slowly rose in front of her. When they stood up, they were only the size of one of her eyes. They looked like three mortals worshipping a giant statue on a cliff. Zhuangmuja continued, "But no matter how small a person is, if he has awe-inspiring righteousness in his chest and moral responsibility on his shoulders, he can be like the three of you, facing a strong enemy, fighting to the death, and facing death without a change in expression. This is the true meaning of Sword Dao, the unparalleled sword intent that presses forward with indomitable will. Since the three of you don't have Taoist names now, I will give them to you." When she said these words, the cultivators let out exclamations that sounded like a passing wind. In the tens of thousands of years of history of the Xianmen, had anyone ever been given a Taoist name by the sages? Not even one. The three cultivators were so surprised that they forgot to speak. Zhuangmuja continued, "According to your seniority, the three of you will be called Sword Heart, Sword Soul, and Sword Soul. Now that you have been given Taoist names, there is one thing you need to do." Zhuangmuja raised his hand and pointed at the fiery cloud. The primogenitor sages have already killed the three demons, but their remnant souls are still alive. The three demons have countless cultivators' lives in their hands. How can we let those evil creatures escape? The three of you kill the remnant souls of the three demons as well." When she said this, the demons on the cloud laughed. The laughter only reached them after a long time, and it sounded like thunder. The three cultivators looked at each other, not knowing what to do. But in the next moment, three sword lights suddenly appeared in Zhuangmuja's palm and went straight into the bodies of the three cultivators. Then she shouted, "Go!" The three cultivators, who were originally seriously injured, suddenly received the spiritual power of the sages. Immediately, they were like old trees in the spring, glowing with astonishing vitality and vigor. Not only did the injuries on their bodies immediately recover, but even the swords in their hands became golden, as if they contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. As soon as the word "go" was said, the swords in their hands jumped into the air with a buzz like vertical poisonous snakes. It seemed like the flying sword was sent by the three cultivators. Then, they turned into three lightning lights and went straight to the top of the cloud. Seeing this scene, the demons became vigilant. They knew that although the 3 swords were sent by 3 insignificant cultivators, they were in the hands of the Sword Sage, who dared to take the Sword Sage's swords lightly. Therefore, for a moment, wind and clouds surged above the cloud, and mystic lights flashed. All the great demons used their supernatural powers. It was not that they had to protect the 3 remnant souls, but the Sword Sage's words just now were obviously to boost the morale and regroup the hearts of the demons. Now, if the cultivators of the 1 transcendent realm and 2 emptiness realm really killed the remnant souls of the great demons of the profound realm, wouldn't it be a great humiliation? But the 3 golden swords only flew for less than a breath's time under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Then, with a bang sound, 3 balls of fire clouds burst out and disappeared in the air. While the demon kings were wondering, they suddenly heard a sharp sound that made their teeth ache from behind them. Then, 3 balls of violent hot wind suddenly spread out. Not only did it blow many huge demons to the side, but also blew away the fire clouds, thunder, and wind above the demon army. The wind blew all the way to the demon soldiers and demon generals below. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people were swept away. That wind was because the remnant souls of the 3 great demons were blown away, and the demonic power erupted. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 3 golden swords actually scattered the remnant souls of the profound realm demons in the hands of 3 low-level cultivators. First, the book sage killed the 3 demons, and the 3 demons had no power to resist. Then, the sword sage killed the divine souls, and the demon kings also had no power to resist. After experiencing 2 consecutive blows, the morale of the demon army was finally low. Since the group of demon kings were blown away, they took the opportunity to fly to the back. Seeing this scene, the cultivators didn't need any more instructions from the sages. They also used their magical powers and charged forward. The 3 cultivators who were named by the sages almost rushed to the front, but in the blink of an eye, they were overtaken by others. But there were still some people who didn't go forward. Instead, they gathered around the 2 sages and didn't make a sound. There weren't many of them, only 20 to 30. But after losing these people, it would be difficult to deal with the great demons in the sky. They were the sect masters and sect masters of the heavenly caves and sects in the Mystic Gate. These high-level cultivators hadn't been possessed by the Freemasonry yet. Even though some of them realized that the current Mystic Gate seemed to have quietly changed, they didn't care much. And the feelings these people had toward the 2 sages of the Mystic Gate were different from those of the low-level cultivators. Perhaps they would also be in awe, but it was less in respect and more in fear, because their feelings were already extremely indifferent. Most people didn't care much about the battle between the Mystic Gate and the demons. And the reason why they came to the battlefield and fought bitterly for 3 days and 3 nights was purely because of a very simple reason. The 2 sages were the leaders of the Mystic Gate. Since it was the leader who gave the order, then whether they were willing or not, they naturally had to obey. So they came to the battlefield. Since they had come to the battlefield, those true realm and mysterious realm demons were unmatched, so they naturally had to stand up and fight. It was only because this matter had to be done by them. In fact, the price paid by these cultivators was far higher than the low-level cultivators on the ground. 3 days ago, there were more than 40,000 cultivators below the true realm of the Mystic Gate on the battlefield. Until now, there were only 30,000 people left. Nearly a quarter of them had died, 10,000 people. But these sect masters of the heavenly caves and sects were also in the true realm and mysterious realm. Originally, there were nearly 60 people, but now there were only 30 or so left, although the 20 or so people who died were insignificant compared to the 10,000 people. They accounted for nearly half of their total number. And now, some of the high-level cultivators who led the heavenly caves, sects, and sect masters to the battlefield, but the leaders of the heavenly caves and sects stayed behind. Because the saints were here. Saints not only meant realms, but also a kind of honorific title. This generation of Daodong and Kinzo, because of the concealment of the Celestials, seemed to have withered. There were only 2 Grand Supreme cultivators. But many years ago, when the Mystic Gate was at its peak, there might be as many as 6 or 7 Grand Supreme cultivators in the same generation. Cultivating to the Grand Supreme did not mean that one was a saint. The Tao Venerable Saint and the Sword Venerable Saint were 2 honorific titles, which were given to the virtuous. It was just that in this generation and the previous generation for thousands of years, Daodong and Kinzo had only 1 saint each, so the cultivators converged the Grand Supreme and Saint. Thus, since the saints enjoyed honor, they also had to bear responsibility. In the previous 3 days, the cultivators might have thought that the saints had other important things to do, or that the time to take action had not come. But today, 2 saints had entered the battlefield and killed demons to boost morale, which meant that the Mystic Gate had indeed reached a very dangerous situation. At this time, the sect leaders and sect leaders thought that it was time for the saints to take responsibility. These high-level cultivators did not have the courtesy of mortals, and those wandering souls were even colder. Kuchanzi flew in front of the 2 saints, not saying a single word. He first bowed and then said in a deep voice, "The situation is not good for us, and there are many casualties in the sect. If this continues, the Mystic Gate will lose a lot of vitality. We have been fighting for 3 days, and the saints have finally come." He took a deep breath. These demon armies are led by the 8 dragon sons. However, the dragon sun has not appeared for 3 days, so there must be a terrifying plot. As long as we kill them, the morale of the demon army will be shaken, and we can also reverse the situation. For the 50,000 years of the Mystic Gate. He paused. The 30 sect leaders and sect leaders behind him also said in unison, "Saints, please immediately kill the 8 dragon sun with your divine abilities." Chapter 485. If a true sage was here, it would indeed be possible to kill the 8 dragon sun with magical power. But the problem was that they were not real sages. Su Yusong and Zhuamuja had a quarter of the power of a sage, but in fact, their real strength might be even weaker. The Taoism was so mysterious. The 2 of them could not fully exert this power. For example, between 2 strong men of equal strength, the one who was proficient in martial arts and the one who knew nothing about martial arts were 2 completely different concepts. But even so, Su Yusong believed that if the 8 dragon sun attacked together, the possibility of him killing them in an instant was very high. The problem was these sect masters and sect masters seemed to be talking about something else. At this place, at this moment, immediately using magical power to kill all the 8 dragon sun in an instant. And their expressions were solemn, without the slightest intention of making things difficult for them. It was as if they thought that this was extremely easy for the Grand Sage, like it was a matter of lifting a finger. This was something that Su Yusong and Zhuamuja could not do at the moment. Not only could they not do it, but they could not even think of any possibility to achieve this goal. Su Yusong and Zhuamuja frowned slightly and looked at each other, because the 2 of them also realized another thing. The sect masters and the sect masters said that the dragon sun must have a terrible plan. The 2 false sages have been imprisoned in Mount Shaoyun for many years. Usually, except for wandering souls, they had rarely seen real cultivators. It was also for the same reason. They did not want to give themselves away because of frequent contact, but did not prevent them from knowing another thing. These high-level cultivators were very serious when they spoke. They had abandoned their emotions and had already stripped away many of the feelings that normal people in the secular world should have. This made it difficult for their words to exaggerate, speculate, threaten, and the like. Many things that came out of their mouths were indeed like that. So now that they said, "must have a terrible plan," in front of the battle, it meant that they confirmed this in their hearts. Naturally, Su Yusong and Zhuamuja were certain of that. Even if the true dragon, who was also in the Grand Supreme level, guarded the place, the demons would not be so stupid as to attack Cloud Mountain with such a force and all kinds of schemes. In fact, the Dragon Sun's wish was for more demon soldiers and generals to die, so that they could take their souls and use them. As far as the two of them knew, this was Long Sun's real, terrifying scheme. It was just that the headmasters and sect masters didn't know about this, so they thought that there must be a terrible plot. So, at this moment, the two pseudo-saints did not take their words to heart. Since they could not do it, and did not want to do it, Su Yusong's Zenith Green Great Emperor spoke. I know what you are thinking, but I can't do this right now. Since he had spoken, the cultivators could only listen quietly. This time, we'll defend while the demons attack. The purpose of this battle was not to defeat the demons, but to ensure the safety of the Cloud Mountain. The reason why the two of us came here with our incarnations was to leave our true bodies on Cloud Mountain to prevent the fiendish demons from causing trouble. Moreover, among the fiendish demons, there is also the Shinryu. Now that the two of us have appeared, but the Shinryu has not. If the two of us go into battle with our Taishan cultivation, the Shinryu will not sit idly by. The battle between the Taishan happened once 1,000 years ago. The Shinryu today is different from the one 1,000 years ago. It is the ruler of all the fiendish demons in the world. In this battle, if the two of you were to fight, the worst outcome would be the destruction of the people, and the Mystic Gate would be heavily damaged. But if the Taishan cultivators were to directly participate, the so-called destruction of the people is already the best outcome. The worst outcome is more likely to be the destruction of the world's Tao. Thus, the two of us came here this time only to raise the morale and stabilize the front line. The two previous attacks were already extremely risky. Killing the dragon's son, this cannot be done. Su Yusong paused for a while, because I've already sensed that there is a powerful force hiding nearby. The powerful force he mentioned was referring to the Shinryu. He did not know if the Shinryu would come here, but if he did not know, the cultivators would not know. This was enough to provide a sufficient reason for him to not make a move. But, in a short period of time, what made his mind move again was hearing the words, "There is a powerful force hiding nearby." The faces of the cultivators actually had a look of understanding. Looking at this expression, it should mean, as expected, the sages already sensed it. It was as if these sect masters and sect masters also knew about this matter. However, just like the previous terrifying plot, Su Yusong and Zhuamuja did not pay attention. If it was in the past, such a move would not have escaped their eyes. But now, an incomparably powerful force filled their bodies. The two mortal consciousnesses had such power, and they could not face it calmly like those heartless cultivators. They were too happy, too proud. They were momentarily disoriented by the intensity of these passions that occupied their minds and paralyzed their consciousness. Therefore, after Su Yusong said these words, many sect masters and sect masters were silent for a while, and then Ku Chanzi spoke again. Since the sage has already expected all this and seems to be prepared, we will not say more. It's just that although our morale is high, our strength is still insufficient. Does the sage have any way to deal with it? Hearing this, Su Yusong and Zhuamuja finally heard some other meaning. These sect masters and sect masters seemed to have a different idea about them. Perhaps it was because the two sages had shown great power after entering the scene. However, this kind of power was relative to the low-level cultivators and the two wandering souls who had never had such an experience. But in the eyes of the sect masters and sect masters who had cultivated for hundreds of years, it seemed not like the means of the sages. Or perhaps it was because Su Yusong had previously ordered Ku Chanzi to capture by Yun Xin and Red Lady. And after that sect master faithfully performed his duty, he found that the two important people he had captured had disappeared, so he became suspicious. Or perhaps it was because of some other inside story and details that only the true cultivators of the celestial sect knew, but the wandering souls did not realize at the moment. Su Yusong and Zhuamuja found that their previous appearance and attack seemed to have become a failure in front of these sect masters and sect masters. In fact, in terms of Taoism, now, these two wandering souls could indeed be considered to be showing off in front of experts, in front of a group of profound realm and true realm experts. But after all, it was the desire of Mount Chuyun that had been suppressed for 1,000 years that made them neglect many things, resulting in the current situation. Since he had noticed such a subtle thing, Su Yusong said in a deep voice, "Do you want to see how to deal with it? I do have a way to deal with it here." After saying this, he turned his palm. Suddenly, a small person with angry eyes appeared in his palm. This is the 9th dragon's son, known as the Wei River Dragon King. Su Yusong said calmly, "Previously, he also killed many cultivators of the celestial sect, and I believe you have all heard of it. Now, I have killed this demon in front of the formation. Do you think it can boost the morale of our army?" When the two fake saints said those words, the Zither Lady and Hatred were still standing on the Black Tower. From here, the huge figures of the demon kings in the distance could be clearly seen, as if they were just a dozen steps away. And the demon soldiers and demon generals spread out like a vast ocean with no end in sight. They could not hear the words of the fake saints from here, and the appearance of the fake saints was only a blurry golden light. But demons also had their own mystical abilities. In front of the two of them, there was still a mirror that the Zither Lady had created previously, so the two demons could clearly see the scene in front of the formation. Thus, when she saw Li Yunxin appear in Su Yusong's hand, the Zither Lady sighed in relief. She looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "We guessed right," the extremely beautiful demon said softly. "There is indeed something wrong with the two saints. This also proves that Zhang Zhengzhong was telling the truth." Hatred frowned slightly. "I did not expect it to be like this. The two saints have not come out for 1,000 years. I originally guessed that there was a problem with the tribulation, or that they had already ascended, but there was no new saint in the celestial sect, so I hid the news. But no matter what, I did not expect that they had been possessed." "Humph." The Zither Lady sneered. She had always looked gentle and calm, but this kind of sneer was very rare. "In my opinion, those two wandering souls do not know their own limits, and their previous cultivation level was not high. The two attacks just now looked very impressive, and it is indeed not something that you and I can do, but we still gave ourselves away. What kind of cultivation level is a Grand Supreme Saint? Their methods are no longer within the scope of spiritual power and power. It should be to overturn the Tao and regulations of heaven and earth. As for those two, they were like children wielding peerless godly weapons. They could cut through gold and jade at will, but in the eyes of an expert, they could tell at a glance that the swords did not belong to them. But with spiritual power far inferior to that of the Grand Supreme Realm, they displayed the methods of the Profound Realm. They're even inferior. If you and I can see it, the sect masters and sect leaders of the Paradise sects should also be able to see it. Moreover, they've been on Cloud Mountain for so many years, they should be able to notice more clues." "If that's the case," she paused, "Zhang Zhengzhong is also right. We could try to attack Cloud Mountain." When she said this, her tone was not agitated, nor did she have an awe-inspiring expression, but it stirred people's hearts more than any heroic words. They felt that since she said it, she would definitely do it. Hatred was silent for a while. "For the treasure on Cloud Mountain that can make you the Lord of the Demons?" The Zither Lady laughed. "Do you believe that such a treasure really exists?" Hatred was startled. "Young Dragon Master, you mean, I believe that there's a very important thing, but it won't make you the Lord of the Demons. Otherwise, why would the celestial sect fight with us like this? Second brother, think about it." He raised his arms in the wind, and the strong wind caused his robe sleeves to flutter. "The two saints have not appeared in the world for 1,000 years, and now we know that they have become puppets. What about Shinryu? They have also slept for a long time, and they have also avoided the world. You and I have gone east several times in the past 1,000 years to find out the truth. But Shinryu has never shown up. But now that we know the situation of the two sages, I also think, since Shinryu is also acting strangely, could it be that she is afraid of something?" The Zither Lady turned to look at Hatred. "For example, the thing on Cloud Mountain is not able to make a person the Lord of the Demons, but to deter our current Lord of the Demons. That is why she has not dared to act rashly in the past 1,000 years. What he said was not strange, it was within reason. But when it came to a matter that was within reason, there were many conjectures. His words were actually not of much use. Therefore, Hatred gently shook his head. Young Dragon Master's guess is reasonable, but is still a guess. So we have to look at Cloud Mountain. Second brother. The Zither lady looked at him meaningfully. The demons are not the celestial sect. Many of us have forgotten what it was like in the past. In the past, the demons only dared to live in the mountains and forests, trembling with fear. If there is any movement, the celestial sect will come to eliminate the demons. Until the Golden Rock King, and then the Shinryu King. Until now, the demons have flourished for thousands of years, but only for thousands of years. Compared to the celestial sect, it is but a fleeting prosperity. But even so, it's showing signs of decline now. The Zither lady sighed in the wind. The Golden Rock King has been sealed, and the Shinryu has been hiding from the world for a long time. The celestial sect is declining, and so are the demons. But we can't withstand the same decline as the celestial sect. Now is a bad time, but also a good time. If we can seize the opportunity, we can let the demons continue to flourish. Humanity flourishes, humph. If the demons also know about etiquette, humanity will not be able to compare. Hatred looked at the Zither lady in surprise. Young Dragon Master, what do you mean? At this time, the demons in the far distance seemed to be in an uproar. In a mirror in front of the two, a mysterious realm great demon appeared and asked the Zither lady from the battlefield hundreds of miles away, Young Dragon Master, what should we do? The great demon looked a little panicked, and the demons around him were also panicking, as if they had seen something strange. In fact, the great demon was speaking in front of the battle. Their demon soldiers had slowly retreated, and there was a wide open space between them and the Taoist priests of the celestial sect. The ground was full of corpses, most of them demons. They should be the corpses left behind by the counterattack from the calligrapher and the sword saint. This mysterious realm great demon didn't show his true form, but stood among the demons on the ground. It seemed that he was the commander sent by the Zither lady. What made him panic was not something else. It was a person in the palm of the great green emperor, who was shining with golden light in the opposite battle formation. But in fact, he was no longer in human form. The ninth son of the dragons, a great demon who had attained the true Tao realm, Wei River Dragon King Li Yinxin, had shown his true form at this moment. The Zither lady and Hatred looked through the mirror. They could only see the image, but they couldn't feel the spiritual power. But just by looking at him, they knew that the great demon of the dragons was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The Chiwen dragon was 1,000 feet long, but the Chiwen dragon in the palm of the calligrapher was only a few feet long. It was weak and powerless like a sick snake. Chapter 486. What made the Xian realm monsters in front of the formation, and even the other monsters panicked, was that the army was under the command of the so-called Shinryu, led by the 9 sons of Long Jiao. But now the morale was already low, and the captured Long Jiao suddenly appeared in the enemy's formation. If this Long Jiao was killed in front of the monsters, and there was a saint on the other side, where would the morale be? He was probably going to break down immediately. After all, these monster soldiers and generals also had their own thoughts. Just like the 3 peak-level great demons that had been killed earlier, many of them had gone for the legendary treasure that could allow them to rule over a horde of demons. These monsters usually called themselves ancestors, and they didn't care much about the land and blood. What he cared about was just a bit of honor. Since they had such a strong power, they naturally wanted to try to see if they could go further. The Shinryu hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, and these monsters had long forgotten the taste of fear. Some of the more outstanding demon kings did indeed obtain land and blood for the sake of it. Although the Midland was big, and there were few monster kings, the hunting ground of the monster kings was also very vast. Even though not much of the vast hunting ground belonged to them, and most of it was forcibly occupied by others, the nominal fiefdom was still full. For example, the Lord Tong Tian claimed to rule over 70% of the waters of the Qing Kingdom and the Yi Kingdom. Although he didn't really need to set up checkpoints, If someone really wanted to die came and said that this place was his, how could the Lord Tong Tian spare him? Therefore, these monster kings were very much like the unfulfilled sons of concubines in the mortal world who longed to obtain the fiefdom through military exploits. As for the monster soldiers with lower cultivation, they were easier to motivate. These small monsters were no longer ignorant beasts. They knew that human flesh and blood were delicious, and the spiritual power was strong. They also knew that there were many fun things in the world, but they didn't have the ability to use it for their own enjoyment. If they went out of line, they would be killed by the cultivators who walked in the world. These monsters were the most selfless and selfish. They really wanted to overthrow the Xianmen and let the monsters be the masters. Only then could they enjoy the pleasures of the world. To them, what they had lost in this war was merely shackles and oppression, but what they had gained was a whole new world. It was these fiendish demons that followed in the footsteps of the dragon's son. They wanted to advance towards Cloud Mountain and accomplish an unprecedented feat, but now he was stuck here, and he even had to witness a dragon's son being killed in front of the formation. Demons were easily agitated, belligerent, and impulsive, but they didn't have much of temper. That was why the profound realm demon was a bit flustered. The situation on the battlefield was originally good, and everyone's wish seemed to be coming true. How could it all be for nothing just because of Dragon's son? Thus, he hurriedly reported the matter to the young Dragon Master. However, their young Dragon Master, the young Dragon Master in the Black Tower, hundreds of miles away, merely looked in that direction. Then he laughed coldly. "It's little Nine. What was there to panic about? Now that Dragon Xiaojiu is dead, don't tell me you can't even hold your weapons anymore. Let's just watch." After saying this, he waved his hand, so only they could see and hear what was happening on the other side, but the two of them couldn't be seen in front of the formation. Then, Zither Master turned to look at Hatred and continued their conversation, as if the death of Li Yunxin was nothing more than a trivial matter to them. But in fact it was. There were countless fiendish demons in the true realm in the hands of Dragon's son. But how many fiendish demons were there in the profound realm? You ask me what I mean. Zither Master picked up the topic and didn't care about Li Yunxin anymore. "I know what you mean. You think I'm the same as you, that I'm here for the demon souls, human souls, and resentment, right?" Hearing his words, Yi frowned suddenly, took a step back almost imperceptibly, and asked the same question for the second time. "What does young master mean?" Zither Master smiled and shook his head. "That's exactly what I said. I said, we'll set up a trap and trap both fiendish demons and cultivators. Then the profound gate will collapse and countless fiendish demons will die. Then we'll use the remnant souls and resentment to reach higher realms. Right?" Hatred frowned and didn't say anything. "I also said if you want to devour other brothers and sisters, I won't stop you." The Zither Master looked at him. "But I often say something else, which I also said to Li Yunxin, that we brothers and sisters should love each other like a family, right?" Hatred still didn't say anything. Zither Master slowly stopped smiling. "But if I don't say this to you, how will you be willing to work together with me? The few of you want to reach a higher realm, to be able to protect yourselves. But I'm not thinking about myself. 3,000 years ago, when the Golden Rock King was born, the fiendish demons had a grand supreme realm. Although they are still oppressed by the profound gate, it's different from the past. 2,000 years ago, Lord Shinryu was born and conquered all the fiendish demons and almost unified the Midland. Some people say that this is the Dragon Dynasty, and I think it's true. But Lord Shinryu still has things to do." Zither Master looked at Hatred seriously. "Unification is only in name. But I want to take the second step, to complete what Lord Shin failed to do, not only in name, but also in real control." Hearing this, Hatred opened his mouth and suddenly realized Zither Master's purpose. "Young Dragon Master," Hatred said in a low voice, "you also want the lives of these demon kings. But you don't care about the remnant souls and resentment, but the fiendish demons themselves." Zither Master smiled. "Exactly. I want them dead. It doesn't matter where or how they die. Only when these fiendish demons who don't listen to the dragon god and won't sincerely submit to me die, can we make more space for our future subordinates. After this battle, the profound gate will wither, and the fiendish demons will also wither. But humans need a long time to cultivate, and the fiendish demons, in a world without the profound gate, if they have the willpower of millions of people, they will grow much faster than cultivators. At that time, the world will no longer be ruled by the profound gate, but by us. Zithermaster looked at Hatred. Second brother, don't you want such a world? Hatred was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, "Want. But why me?" He also looked at Zithermaster. Third sister is closer to you. Why is she saying these things to me now? Zithermaster pointed at him and then at herself. Although the evil lord and I are friends, but you should also know why I'm friends with her. Because among the 9 of us, the evil lord and I are different from you. For example, you are the combination of the dragon soul and the blood wolf king of the southern red flame palace. So you also like fire. In the past, the little 9 chi kiss was the combination of the dragon soul and the Lord Dongting's chi. So the little 9 chi kiss looked like the divine lord. The other brothers and sisters are also the combination of the dragon souls and the demon kings of the Midland. But only the evil lord and I. Do you know where the other half came from? The origin of Chionyo and the evil lord was indeed a mystery. In fact, there were many legends among the people. For example, the dragon and its first mate gave birth to Long de Chionyo. With the wild wolf, it gave birth to Long Er Yazi. With the divine bird, it gave birth to Long San Chao Feng. With the toad, it gave birth to Long Sipu Lao. With the lion, it gave birth to Long Wu Chi Ho. With the divine turtle, it gave birth to Long Lu Ba Xia and Long Ba Fu Ao. With the fierce tiger, it gave birth to Long Chi Ho. With the carp, it gave birth to Long Jiao. These legends slowly appeared among the people. 2,000 years ago, when the divine dragon conferred the 9 sons. It should be a method that the former Shinryu thought of to gather the power of faith for her 9 sons. Originally, it should have been more gentle and elegant. However, if this matter was spread among the vulgar people, it would eventually become unbearably vulgar. In fact, it was not that Shinryu gave birth to something, but the combination of the dragon soul and the demon king's chi. But these vulgar legends still retain the truth to a certain extent. For example, the demon king's chi in Hatred's body originated from a demon king who used to call himself the Blood Wolf King. However, the demon king who used to combine with the dragon soul, except for the recently dead Lord Dongting, the rest had all disappeared 2,000 years ago. There was a legend that Shinryu killed them one by one to prevent the demon king from getting involved with Dragon Sun and becoming a threat in the future. The Blood Wolf King, the Toad Demon King, the Lion Demon King, the Carapace King, the Multicolor King, the Lord Dongting. These demon kings were all gone now. But only Chionyo and Chao Feng. No one knew where the demon king's chi in Dragon Sun's body came from. According to the rumors circulating among the people, the other part of the chi in Guqin Jun's body came from the dragon soul. But other than the Lord Shinryu, how could there be other Shinryu in the world? And Chao Feng's demon king came from the divine bird. But no one had heard of the death of the feather demon king. Hatred shook his head. It's a mystery of 2,000 years. How would I know? Guqin Jun was silent for a while, then suddenly chuckled and looked at Hatred. Your third sister, although she does not have as many dragon souls as you and I, her cultivation is not inferior to ours. In fact, she is even stronger than you, almost on par with me. Don't you think it's strange? Hatred frowned. I don't want to jump to conclusions. Guqin Jun smiled. Actually, the reason is very simple. The more dragon souls there are, the stronger they are because the dragon souls come from the Taishang Lord Shinryu. When they fuse with other demon chi, not only will they not become stronger, but they will also be diluted and weakened. But what if the demon chi also comes from the Taishang? Hatred was stunned, then his eyes widened. Third sister is the dragon souls fuse with the Golden Rock King's chi. Guqin Jun said calmly. Because of this, second brother, third sister is different from you. You may be able to accept being by my side. Only one person is above all others. But third sister, our evil devil sister, will never accept this. Therefore, I can only talk to you about this, not third sister. Now, do you understand? Chapter 487. Hatred was silent for a while before saying, "You understand now. Young Dragon Master wants to be the Dragon Master. Therefore, he wants to use this opportunity to wash the world with blood and create a new world. In his original plan, he might have planned to go to Cloud Mountain. Now that the situation is good, he really wants to go to Cloud Mountain to see what might exist and what might hinder the Lord of Shinryu." That's right. Hatred was silent for a while. Then where does young Dragon Master's other half come from? Zither Master was silent for a while too. I don't know. Hatred nodded. It was unknown whether he accepted this explanation or the fact that Zither Master didn't want to tell him. All right, he said, I don't have the same ambition as young Dragon Master, but it's also a good thing to be able to go far away. At this time, the scene in the mirror changed again. In less than a quarter of an hour, Su Yusong, who had transformed into Great Emperor Extreme Green, also began to speak. He was speaking to the cultivators of Xianmen before the battle. Some of you should have heard of this fiend's name, but others might not know. Su Yusong's voice was clear, but there was a sense of calmness and solemnity in it. His incarnation shone brilliantly, surrounded by faintly discernible auspicious clouds and flowers, making him look like a god. But it also made the cheese kiss in his palm look even more dispirited, losing the imposing manner of the true dragons. Now, I will let the world know what crimes this fiend has committed. He paused, raised his hand, and tossed the cheese kiss into the sky like a rope, but it was still bound by a golden light, unable to move freely. Although the cheese kiss's body was only a few meters long, it could be considered huge for an ordinary cultivator. Now that it had left Su Yusong's hand and was in the sky, it immediately became restless. Some low-level cultivators pointed at him, so he gathered all his strength and opened his mouth. Immediately, the scales on his neck stood up, his mane fluttered, and his dragon whiskers flew. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, radiating a frightening, murderous light. This ferocious look, combined with the power of a great demon in the true realm, not only shocked a large number of low-level cultivators in the surroundings, but also made the low-level demon soldiers and demon generals further away lose their minds. They almost dropped the weapons in their hands. The pressure of the dragon's demon, even at the end of the road, was still so strong. How could these cultivators and fiendish demons withstand it when they were on the brink of death like right now? Su Yusong did not expect this. Originally, they wanted to humiliate them to boost their morale. Who would have thought that not only would they fail to humiliate them, they would also be shocked by this demon? With a cold snort and a slight lift of his hand, the dragon's body rose a little higher from ground. Only then did the low-level cultivators feel relieved. At the end of the road, you're still so stubborn. Very well, all of you listen carefully. Listen to where this demon came from, what he has done, and what kind of ending he has now. It will also alert you invading demons. Is it worth it to come here and die for nothing? This demon is the 9th son of the dragons. His real body is Chi-1. His title is Wei River Lord, and he calls himself Li Yunxin. He is a Jinren demon who has achieved the Tao. Originally, he acted violently in Dongting of the Qing Kingdom and then stole our Xuanmen's treasure, the bright jade scroll. Our Xianmen cultivators did not want to cause a disaster in the world, so we sent people to search for the treasure, but they were killed by this demon. We also sent a true realm cultivator to persuade him to turn back, but he was also killed by this demon. Since this demon has done such evil things, he can't be left alive. That is why Kuan Wuzi of Langyu Cave led people to the city of Wei to kill the demon. Who knew that the Dongting old demon in Dongting was in cahoots with this demon, colluding with many demons to secretly set up an ambush? Su Yusong didn't tell the truth. Instead, he dragged in many demons from other factions. Because if he told the truth, for example, that Li Yunxin's cultivation was originally sealed, but only Ling Kongzi, who was at the peak of the transcendent state and had magic treasures. Then he became a transcendent state demon, but only Yunzi, who was in the true realm and had a plan. Then he became a true realm demon, but the Xian realm master of Langyi Cave led people to besiege him in the city of Wei. In the end, the Xian realm master of Langyi Cave led people to besiege him. In the end, the Xian realm master of Langyi Cave led people to besiege him. In the end, the Xian realm master died. If these things were said, how could it boost the morale of the demons? It would obviously boost the morale of the demons. But even though he said so, the earth-shaking noise in the field slowly became smaller and smaller. On the vast battlefield, there was a wind with the smell of blood whistling past. The dragon body of the true realm Qi once struggled restlessly, but it seemed that his speech was sealed and he could not speak to defend himself. But by then, many of these low-level cultivators would already know one thing. This guy killed Fairy Ling Kong, a rare genius in the Xianmen, when he was in the transcendent state, and killed Jinren Yunzi, who was in the true realm. Then, when he reached the true realm, because of him, a Xian realm master died. It was extremely difficult to make progress in the path of cultivation. Many times, those who had just entered the transcendent state would look up to the peak of the transcendent state for the rest of their lives. But this demon cultivated from the transcendent state to the Tao enlightened Jinren in just a few months. If he was not a killer, then he would be a fiend. How could anyone who got involved with him have a good ending? Hearing these words, many cultivators who were standing under him took a few steps back. It seemed that they would feel more at ease if they were further away from him. Su Yusong listed all the crimes of Li Yunxin in detail, and it took him a quarter of an hour. Finally, he said, "Today, I brought this demon to the front of the formation. I want." As he said this, he suddenly heard a clear and sharp female voice exploding from the enemy's formation on the opposite side. Bullsh *T. Immediately, there was an uproar. Someone actually dared to speak to the sage like this. The cultivators on the ground immediately shouted angrily, like a restless tide. Su Yusong had summoned the Dragon Son. Although he had said many evil things that terrified these people, he had achieved some of his goals, to let them know that even such a ferocious Dragon Son had to be obediently bound. At least at this moment, Su Yusong's prestige in the hearts of these low-level disciples was unparalleled. How could they not be angry when they suddenly heard such rude words? But these people were angry, but the cultivators with a higher level were not angry. Not only were they not angry, but from their faces appeared a little surprised and solemn, because just by sensing the aura of the person who scolded him, they knew that he was very strong. Even if he was not at the peak of the Xian realm, he was not far from it. Also, they saw that in the ocean-like battle formation, there was suddenly a ripple. This ripple was formed by countless demon soldiers and demon generals. The newcomer swept past the demon formation. Wherever it went, the low-level demon soldiers and demon generals all prostrated on the ground in fear and awe, and the waves of prostrating quickly rolled to both sides. The demons had always been unruly, but now they made such a shocking move, which meant that the newcomer was a dragon with a strong and terrifying aura, whose cultivation was close to the peak of a Xian realm. The first few great demons among the Dragon Son had always been secretive, and the world knew very little about them. Only a few people had seen their true faces. Therefore, seeing the current battle formation, many high-level cultivators guessed that perhaps the mastermind behind this great calamity, Long de Chionyo, was here. However, when the newcomer slowly came into view and could be seen clearly, only then did they confusedly realize that it was not Long De. The one who came was an insufferably awe-inspiring female general. She had a slender figure. She wore a black robe and a brilliant silver armor. Her hair was not black, but it was dark with golden light, as if the sun was imprisoned in her hair. Her hair was tied up in a bun, with 2 blades hanging down. It was not decorated with gold and silver hairpins, but with several small gold and silver swords shining with cold light. Her eyebrows were as thin as swords, and her bright eyes were more black than white. There were two vertical, thin, golden lines in her pupils, and her eyes were full of double pupils. The bridge of her nose was especially high, as if it was cut by a knife or an axe. There was not much of the elegance of a woman, but more of a fierce solemnity. And then there were the two red lips below. Just by looking at this woman's appearance and figure, one could feel a biting cold and murderous aura, as if a beautiful but dangerous Azura woman from the 9 hells of purgatory had come to the human world. Not only did people not dare to look at her directly, but they also wanted to run far away. Wherever she passed, dark clouds rolled, and the chill was pressing. It was very strange. Look at her aura, her ostentation. Zhuamuja frowned slightly and spat out 2 words in a low voice. Fiend Lord. Then he paused. How could she be so strong? Isn't she Long San? Long San Chao Feng, titled Fiend Lord. Now that she appeared, she became the one with the highest cultivation apart from the 2 sages. Ordinary great demons had supernatural powers, but most of them were born with them. They were proficient in only a few, and the rest relied on the strength of their bodies. But the reason why dragons were the royalty of the demons was that dragons were born with supernatural powers that were far more than ordinary great demons, and they were more mystical. Maybe it was because of the fusion of 2 kinds of essence chi, or some other reason. But such dragons also had a body that was far stronger than ordinary great demons. Because of the combination of these 2, a great demon dragons that were almost at the peak of the mystic realm was not something that ordinary great demons and cultivators could measure and speculate about. The Fiend Lord did not appear, but her voice arrived first. When she flew to the front of the formation in the air, the low-level great demons and soldiers around her were already prostrating on the ground. Her personality was like her title. Without saying anything else, she only smiled coldly and shouted, 2 cowardly old things hiding in the cloud mountain. You call yourself the 2 sages, but your mouth is full of nonsense. Tell Ben June properly. What you said before, was it all **T? Her voice was sharp and sharp, like the sound of swords and spears rubbing against each other, or like a sharp knife cutting gold and jade. It scratched everyone's eardrums, numbing their spines and sending chills all over their bodies. I heard that Li Yunxin killed your fairies, immortals, and grand masters without anyone's help. He did it all by himself. That old fish from Daunting had already gone to the Lord of Shinryu in the east when Kuan Wuzi arrived at the city of Wei. Where did Li Yunxin collude with him? In my opinion, it's obvious that you are afraid that if you say this, your useless disciples and disciples will be even more afraid. So you made up this nonsense, right? I'm from the dragons. It's not a big deal if I'm defeated or killed. But you want to confuse right and wrong. Ask me first if I allow it. She said this in a stern voice. Before Su Yusong said anything, someone couldn't help but speak. It was a swordsman in the true state. This swordsman was lucky. He was at the peak of the transcendent state, and he didn't pass the death trial. But on the battlefield, he relied on the heavenly weapon in his hand to kill many demons. He actually passed a fake death trial and luckily entered the true state. He just entered the true state, and his Taoist heart was not stable yet. He still had a lot of worldly feelings. When he saw the Taoist master and the sword master, he was already excited. When he saw the big demon dragons who were tied up, he was even more excited. Now, listening to the arrogant words of the evil lord, he had the state of mind of a low-level cultivator, but he didn't have the ability to see through the darkness like a high-level cultivator, so he was not afraid of anything. It was quiet in front of the 2 armies, but he broke through the air and shouted from the crowd, "Arrogant demon, you are the one who doesn't know death. Take my sword first." These words came out of his mouth, and his voice was like a big bell with extraordinary momentum. As he shouted, a ball of bright golden light burst out from his palm, but it suddenly went out. But it was not just the golden light that went out. Even his life force had been extinguished. It turned out that as soon as he said that, the evil lord raised his hand and pointed from afar without thinking. Three light swords surrounded by lightning flashed in the air, and with a boom, they tore the void and shot straight at him. When the evil lord attacked, there would be a profound state expert who was secretly on guard. It was the same principle as when the sage killed the demon king. The death of a new true state was not a big deal, but it was a matter of face and morale. The three sword lights shone and shuttled back and forth, and immediately intertwined into a big bright net in front of the true state cultivator. But, just like Zhuamuja's three sword strikes, the three rays of silver light suddenly disappeared in midair. The next moment, the body of the true state cultivator exploded with a bang, and even the hundreds of low-level cultivators around him were affected and blown into a bloody mess. This explosion not only destroyed his physical body, but even his remnant soul was not spared. The three silver lights did not slow down, but turned around and left. Those profound state cultivators had already lost face because they did not stop it. How could they let the magic treasure of the demon escape? They immediately came to block it. It would have been better if they did not block it, but this time, the three silver lights immediately merged into one. Rolling and making a heart-wrenching roar, it crushed all the treasures that came to block it into pieces. Everything happened in a few breaths. The three light swords of the evil lord instantly destroyed the true state cultivator in the enemy's formation, and destroyed the magic treasure of three profound state sword cultivators. This method was very similar to the method that Zhuamuja used to destroy the remnant souls of the three demons. If it was not a show of force, what else could it be? For a moment, the cheers in the demon formation were like thunder, and the profound gate was once again filled with blood. At this time, Su Yusong could not stay silent anymore. He snorted and said, "You demons are cheering for the great demon dragons, but do you know that you are just lowly animals in their eyes?" As he said this, he raised his hand and attacked fiercely in the air. The three silver lights that were still in the air suddenly stopped, and the light disappeared, revealing their original bodies. They turned out to be two horns and a silver feather. Although they were attacked fiercely and revealed their original bodies, they were not destroyed. After swaying in the air for a while, they returned to the palm of the evil lord like lightning. This long San Chao Feng took back the magic treasure and laughed coldly. "This is the method of the sage? In my opinion, it is on par with me." Chapter 488. Su Yusong was shocked. Who would have thought that the dragons, who were almost at the peak of the profound realm, could be so strong? Maybe the evil spirit lord was just mocking them when he said that they were on par with me. But in the ears of Su Yusong and Zhuamuja, they were really shocked. Just now, when he struck out with his palm in anger, he originally had the intention of destroying those three light swords, but he actually didn't destroy them. Only now did the two of them realize that there were so many people with terrifying cultivation besides the little cloud mountain that imprisoned them before. They knew about it before and had also expected it. But now that they saw it with their own eyes, they realized that what they thought and what they actually faced were two different things. Although the two of them were strong now, there was a limit to their strength. They were far from the level that a saint should have. Thinking of this, the lofty sentiments they had when they first entered the world and the pride they had when they cursed the three demon kings had slowly faded. Therefore, they realized that if they really wanted to fight against the eighth dragon son and win this war, they had to use their full strength. Go back to the cloud mountain, put the flesh and bones out, and bring out the full strength of the saint's body. But before that, they had to calm the morale of the army and make them continue to be in a stalemate. Therefore, they didn't care about arguing with the evil spirit lord anymore. They just snorted coldly, "Demon, I will allow you to talk nonsense. How would I not know what you are doing now? You're just putting on an act. The dragons, the 9 sons of the dragon, do they have the kinship that you mentioned? Do you know why the 9th dragon's son is so weak? There is a restriction on his body. Right now, his physical body and divine soul were about to be incinerated. Do you know who planted this restriction?" After Su Yusong said this, he paused like a storyteller. When everyone heard this sentence clearly, he said in a deep voice, It is your good sister, Zither, Lady Chionyo. That eldest dragon even killed his own brothers and abandoned them in front of the array. Why would he care about the life and death of you demons? Today you appeared on this array, but it is just tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs. What is nourishing is the cultivation of the dragons. They want to. At this point, the fiend demons should have been shocked, suspicious, and unsettled. But all of a sudden, they all burst out laughing. At first, it was the evil lord who was laughing. The majestic dragon lady in the demon array was stunned when she heard Su Yusong say, "Big sister." After Su Yusong said a few more words, he laughed as if there was no one else around. Her previous killing intent and coldness disappeared along with this laughter. It was as if she had heard some kind of joke in her own courtyard and was laughing only for her own family. As her laughter resounded in front of the two armies, the fiery clouds in the sky also let out thunderous laughter. The great demons on the clouds heard the fiend lord's laughter, so they laughed as well. The greater demon monarchs suddenly laughed out loud. The demons were naturally puzzled. But the demons, there were many simple-minded and slow-witted ones. When some of the idiots saw their leaders laughing, they laughed along with them. They didn't know where the laughter came from. As a result, it only took a dozen or so breaths of time. It was originally a murderous Azura battlefield, but all of a sudden, it was as if a deadly disease had spread in the demonic battle array. All the demons were laughing at the same time. Seeing this, not only were the cultivators puzzled, but even Su Yusong and Zhuamuja were shocked. They couldn't continue their solemn words, and the atmosphere that they had painstakingly created was swept away. After a few more breaths, the evil lord raised his hand and pointed at him. "You old fool, big sister? Ha ha! You don't even know that Zijuan is a handsome man? You old fool, do you have a lover? If you don't know this, how can you know what my big brother Zijuan has done? How can you say such crazy things in front of the array? I've seen the Grand Supreme Saint of Xianmen today. Even though he knew that he was a fake saint, no one had ever said such things to him in the past 1,000 years. Even the elders on the peak of Cloud Mountain treated them as servants, but they still treated them with respect. Until a few days ago, they were so angry that they slapped the two of them twice. 2 slaps. Thinking of this, Su Yusong finally felt a burst of anger in his heart. In fact, he had been hiding this anger in his heart for a long time. When he first got out of Cloud Mountain, he was high-spirited. After he killed the Demon King, his spirit reached its peak. Then everything started to go wrong. First, the heads of the sects seemed to be suspicious of the two of them and wanted them to kill Long Sun immediately. At this time, half of his excitement was gone. Then, the evil lord showed his extraordinary skills, which shocked him even more. He knew that his invincible power was not as strong as he had imagined. Then, he wanted to finish these things and return to Cloud Mountain as soon as possible. He didn't expect that he would make a fool of himself. Not only did the demons' morale not weaken, but he was also laughed at in front of the array. Although the demons were stupid and cruel, they were still decent when they gathered together. When the evil lord showed up, all the demons worshipped him, and no one dared to be rude. But what about his Shinmen? Those heads of the sects, or maybe it was his illusion, seemed to be waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Because of this anger, Su Yusong did something else in the end. His face turned cold, and he pointed at Qi-Wen, who was in the air, and said in a deep voice, "Li Yunxin, now, there's an opportunity in front of you. If you take it, that evil lord is so arrogant. So what if I use you to teach him a lesson? If you take this opportunity, I will not only spare you from death, but also save you." When he said this, he was using his supernatural power so that only Li Yunxin could hear him. After that, he didn't wait for him to reply. Instead, he pointed again and removed the restriction that restrained him. What he was thinking was nothing more than, if he is obedient, I will make other plans. If he is stubborn, I will kill him as soon as he opens his mouth. As soon as the restriction was removed, Li Yunxin, who had turned into Qi-Wen, immediately returned to his human form. That Qi-Wen dragon form was not what he wanted. It was Su Yusung who forced it out with his supernatural power so that people could see that he was a dragon at first glance. Once Li Yunxin showed his human form, he fell straight down from the sky. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He didn't even have the strength to wave in the air. Su Yusung shouted, "Dragon Jiu Li Yunxin, tell me, who planted the restriction on your body? And who was the one who clearly saw that you were about to die, but didn't save you? Although you are a demon, if you sincerely repent, I can let you be a divine beast to guard the mountain." At this time, the laughter in the demon formation gradually stopped. They were a bunch of stupid demons, and they didn't know why they were laughing. Now that they saw something new, their spirits were all attracted. Just as Su Yusung finished speaking, the evil lord shouted, "Little Jiu, go, what are you waiting for?" After saying this, she suddenly opened her arms. Her two large black sleeves spread out like a pair of wings. Instantly, countless silver sword lights shot out like a storm and went straight to the back of Li Yunxin. This sudden attack was clearly seen by everyone. It was to help Li Yunxin retreat. At this moment, the cultivators of Xianmen also made their move. The cultivators who stopped the evil lord from killing the true realm were three profound realm sword cultivators. Instead, they were smashed into pieces by the evil lord. At this time, they didn't dare to be careless. More than 10 profound realm and true realm cultivators made their moves together. More than 10 flying swords and mystic lights shot out. Once they reached the sky, they divided into 10, then 100. They also turned into a violent rain of light and rushed towards the evil lord's sword lights. There was an open space in front of the two armies. Li Yunxin landed in the middle of it. Now, countless bolts of lightning, sword light, and mystic light were pouncing toward him from both in front and behind him. In an instant, the sunlight in the sky was obscured by the brilliance of these divine arts, as if it was a torrential rain composed of violent spiritual energy. However, Li Yunxin didn't dodge or avoid it. On the contrary, he stood up from the ground shakily. When he stood up, the low-level disciples of Xianmen shouted, "He wants to escape, and don't let him escape." As they shouted, they also used their respective divine abilities to stop him. However, Li Yunxin stood up straight. He didn't say anything and didn't take a step forward. Amidst the raging wind, he watched as the sword light and lightning from both sides came closer. He didn't know where he got his strength from, but he stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. He stood in the middle of the battlefield. Then he closed his eyes, raised his head, and opened his arms. It was as if he couldn't wait to embrace death. No one expected him to do this. The evil lord screamed, but it was too late to stop. The supernatural powers of the cultivators of Xianmen were supposed to stop the evil lord's sword lights. At this moment, he was too lazy to think about anything else. Therefore, in an instant, hundreds and thousands of lights rained down and covered the vast space around Li Yunxin. There was a series of loud noises. The lightning and the fire clouds filled the air. The air was distorted because of the surging spiritual power. Smoke and dust covered the sky between the two armies. After a dozen breaths, the sword lights and mystic lights disappeared. However, there was still one person standing in the air, Li Yunxin. He was still in the posture of seeking death. On this battlefield, there were many corpses of humans and demons who didn't want to die but died. Now, Li Yunxin was seeking death. He was sandwiched between the sword lights and mystic lights of the evil lord and more than a dozen experts. But miraculously, none of them hit him. Seeing this, the two armies were silent. They didn't know what to say. After a few breaths, the evil lord raised his voice and said, "Little Nine, what are you waiting for?" After a while, Li Yunxin slowly opened his eyes and put down his arms. Although he was fine, his hair was untied. His black hair hung down loosely. He looked desolate, as if he was at the end of his rope. His white robe was also tattered. It fluttered in the wind, looking sad and stirring. He stared at the evil lord for a while. Then, he slowly turned to look at Su Yusong and Zhuamuja. Then, he waved his sleeves in the wind and put them behind his back. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "I, Li Yunxin, can't live. It's also hard for me to die." His laughter was sorrowful. There seemed to be endless misery hidden in it. After laughing for a while, he turned to the evil lord and said, "Evil lord, third sister, I've heard your name before. I only thought that you were a vicious and cruel demon. I didn't expect that you would end up like this." After saying this, he sighed. "If I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I, Li Yunxin, will remember third sister's kindness." When he said this, his voice was low and sad. It was like he was saying goodbye. But soon, he raised his voice again. "Third sister wants me to go. Where should I go? I've fallen to this state. Who is forcing me? Who is forcing me?" Third sister should have heard of it. But I don't blame anyone. I can only blame myself. I, Li Yunxin, am an unparalleled hero, but I was born at the wrong time. After saying this, he turned to look at Su Yusong. "You want to give me a way out? How can I not know what kind of way it is? Although I, Li Yunxin, am down and out today, I still like to play some tricks. But if you think that I am a person who is afraid of death, you are wrong. Living an ignoble life, how can it compare to dying a quick death?" When he said this, a desolate cry came from the Xianmen formation. "Li Yunxin, why are you showing off at this time? Just do as senior brother said." This cry was not from anyone else, but from the wandering soul, Xian Shilio. This little girl had sneaked into the formation and seemed to have been secretly observing for a long time. At this time, when she heard that he was willing to sacrifice himself for benevolence, she finally couldn't hold it in and cried out. Looking at her now, he saw that her body was covered in blood, and her previous beautiful appearance was gone. She stood among a group of low-level cultivators in a daze, holding a broken sword in her hand. There were many cracks on the blade. Li Yunxin narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Xian Shilio cried and said, "It's all my retribution. I shouldn't have tricked you. But today, I came to the formation thinking that if I died in the hands of the demonic beasts, it would be my revenge for you. But I didn't die." As she spoke, her tears flowed down, washing the blood stains on her face black and red. "But now that my senior martial brother has said so, just take it as me and live first. If you die, I don't want to live either." After saying this, she put the broken sword across her neck, and a thin red line was drawn. This little demon girl originally wanted to tease Li Yunxin, but she didn't expect that she would fall in love with him and couldn't control herself. She was a wandering soul with almost morbid paranoia, and finally did what she did today. As soon as she appeared and shouted "Senior Brother" twice, the faces of the sect leaders and sect leaders became more and more serious. Su Yusong and Zhuo Muji's faces were even uglier. The master of calligrapher even stretched out his finger and almost touched the place where she was standing. Fortunately, Zhuo Muji pulled him back, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "If you kill her now, it will be confirmed." As soon as Xian Shilio shouted, not only could she no longer use her identity as a spy of Munanju, but it also made the cultivators suspicious of the two sages. Su Yusong and Zhuo Muji's love for her had almost turned into anger. It was only because of the situation that they did not kill her immediately. But even so, Li Yunxin just glanced at her. Then he turned to the evil spirit and said, "Third sister, Bai Yunxin and Red Lady are both in their hands. If you don't want them to have another helper, Golden Rock King, then find a way to save him." After listening to Li Yunxin's words, the evil spirit's expression slowly became serious. Now, he was silent for a while and sighed. "You said you didn't see me earlier. How can I not see you? Among the sons of the dragon race, there's actually someone like you. Well, little nine, since you have become a member of the dragon clan, you also have the pride and bearing of the dragon clan, so third sister will no longer persuade you. Since you want to die, third sister wishes you a quick and vigorous death. After you die, I will definitely turn those two idiots into ashes as a sacrifice to your soul." Li Yunxin laughed maniacally. "I've traveled the world and got to know you before I die. I haven't lived my life in vain." After saying that, he suddenly turned around and pointed at Su Yusong and Zhuo Muji. He said sternly, "Do you know that these two things were originally?" But his words stopped abruptly. The mysterious light that had been accumulating for a long time shot out from Su Yusong's palm. It contained all the power of the sage's skin. It struck Li Yunxin's body, the body of the formidable and unparalleled great demon. Li Yunxin exploded into a rolling cloud of fire with a boom. Both her body and soul were destroyed. The fire was fierce, and the sound was deafening. But before this, many high-level demons and cultivators had died, and the sound was much louder than this. Therefore, many low-level demons and cultivators did not feel that there was anything special about it. If they felt emotional, it was just because, in the past few days of fierce battles, it was rare to see such a generous demeanor. Moreover, it was a demon. But in the eyes of some big demons and cultivators who knew the inside story, it felt different. Li Yunxin, the cunning Li Yunxin who had escaped from death many times, the Li Yunxin who caused headaches for many people, could not escape death in the end. The evil spirit stared at the fire for a full 15 minutes. When it finally dispersed, only then did he realize that there were indeed no corpses or bones left. Everything had turned into ashes. At this time, another sound came from the demon formation. It was Xianxilio, who was at the peak of the transcendent state. When she saw the fire cloud, she fainted. The broken sword in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. But the sound was covered. Almost no one heard it, and no one noticed her. Because in the next moment, there was an earth-shattering cry in the demon formation. The evil spirit took the lead, and the other demons followed closely behind him. They rushed toward the Xianmen formation. No one knew whether it was the Xuanmen's morale or the demon's sadness. But the situation was finally out of Su Yusong and Zhuo Muji's control. A bloody battle broke out again. The vast world was filled with fire clouds, lightning, poisonous fog, blood, and flesh. The two wandering souls gritted their teeth, sighed, and tried to escape. But at this time, they found that the sect masters and sect masters around them had turned to them. Two saint masters. There was no expression on Ku Chanzi's face, but his tone was solemn. My fellow Taoists, and I have a question. Two saint masters, please solve it. Our third sister and our ninth brother are congenial. After listening to what the two of them said just now, my heart is somewhat touched. In the mirror, the two armies crashed into each other like two reverse waves, stirring up a monstrous sea of blood. Qin Jun stood in front of the mirror and watched quietly. When she saw Li Yunxin's figure disappear in the thick fire, she sighed and said this. Hatred was silent for a while and then smiled. It was hard to tell what he was smiling about. He only said, maybe they're congenial and have deep feelings for each other. Or maybe she was in such a hurry to show up and run to Little Nine just to get the dragon soul. When Little Nine died, she was the closest. The dragon soul had nowhere to go. Even if it still had consciousness, it would be attracted after a while. Sigh, I just don't know if she wants someone else's dragon soul after obtaining Little Nine's. Qin Jun looked at him and also smiled. Second brother, I think you're blinded by a leaf. You're thinking about the death of your brothers and sisters and the dragon soul. Don't you think about what Li Yunxin said before he died? Most of the dragon souls are in Red Lady's body. Hatred shook his head. How can I not know? But even if it's the young dragon master, do you dare to try? Before, we only knew that the dragon soul was immortal, but we didn't know that once Dragon's son died, it would be attached to another person. I was the first example. It took me a long time to realize that Little Nine was in my body. And after a long time, I slowly began to refine it. Speaking of this process, it was truly a difficult one. My body was stuffed with another person. Even now, I still feel numb when I think about it. This is because Little Nine's dragon soul is less than mine. If he had more dragon soul than me, I don't know who would be refining who. That Red Lady's body is said to be the core of the formation that Lord Shinryu used to suppress the Golden Rock King's formation. That level of dragon soul, I don't even dare to think about it. Zither Lady laughed again. I say, Red Lady's dragon soul was not put into her own body. But you and I both know that our third sister's fief is on the Tiansha Cliff. We also know that the other half of her demonic energy came from the Golden Rock King. And now, that Red Lady is the key to unlocking the Golden Rock King, and Bai Yunxin found the map to the Golden Rock King's seal. Once our third sister gets these two, I'm afraid she can't wait to release the Golden Rock. At that time, I'm afraid there will be many more disturbances in this world. If she doesn't die, our new world will be in danger. Therefore, first, Bai Yunxin and Red Lady must not fall in her hands. After saying this, Qin Jun suddenly raised his hand and erased the mirror in front of him. Those sect masters and sect masters are already suspicious of the fake saint. These two wandering ghosts are of no importance. Yet, they insist on coming to the battlefield of kings. They are really courting death. I think, in a moment of desperation, these two will recall those sent-out high-level cultivators who have been possessed by the wandering spirits of the Freemasonry. At that time, there might be an internal strife in the celestial sect. Since it's the right time, place, and people, the Zither Lady soared into the air, a brilliant rainbow light radiating from her body, and a huge, illusory golden dragon formed behind her. It's time for you and me to make our appearance. Don't let down the good situation that ninth brother left for us. Chapter 489. The bloody battle between the demons and the cultivators of Xianmen was still going on, but it was already tilting to one side. Originally, the cultivators of Xianmen could not hold on, but they could still retreat in an orderly manner. However, when Li Yunxin died and the battle broke out again, the situation became a little strange. Several Long Sun, who had not shown up all this while, joined the battle. Longda and Qionyeo showed their golden dragon form, as if the Lord of Shinryu had come in person. Not to mention the small demons, even the big demons saw Longda's real body for the first time. If they had not seen Guqin Jun before, just by looking at the giant dragon hovering in the sky, roaring angrily and splashing down thick thunderbolts that seemed like it was going to destroy the world, golden scales and golden armor, bright mane, big eyes, coral antlers, it was said that the real body of Long Jio was very similar to that of Shinryu. But now that they saw Qionyeo, they realized that the real body of Long Da was almost no different from the dragon in the folklore. The terrifying dragons joined the battle. On the other side, the number of high-level cultivators in Xianmen who were fighting the enemies had decreased a lot. A quarter of an hour after the evil lord led his army and charged forward, suddenly, 6 or 7 beams of bright light shot out from the back of the profound gate army and into the distant sky. It seemed like 6 or 7 profound realm experts had escaped far away. Then, there's a loud explosion behind the battle formation. Rolling clouds of fire shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. Violent heat waves and shock waves immediately swept away a large number of cultivators behind the battle formation. This time, at least a few thousand people had died. The situation in front of the battle formation was not good, and now there was such a disaster behind the battle formation. How could anyone continue fighting? The cultivators immediately retreated and scattered in all directions. They were hoping that the two saints would quickly make a move so that they could quickly turn the tide. However, after a dozen or so breaths of time, he looked again. 2 huge golden bodies suddenly rushed out from the rolling fire clouds behind the formation. Who else could it be but the Taoist master and the sword master? As soon as the 2 sages appeared, the cultivators who saw them were just about to jump. They saw the 2 sages pause in the sky for a while and then splash fire rain all over the sky. He immediately fled far away. At this moment, all the cultivators who saw this scene were dumbfounded. They did not know how many of them had been killed by the demons. However, this was not the most surprising thing. What was even more surprising was that a dozen or so profound realm cultivators rushed up to the fiery rain and released all kinds of magical treasures from their palms. It went straight for the 2 sages. On this dangerous battlefield, at the rear of the battle formation, the sect leader, and supreme sage of the celestial sect were actually having an internal strife. Thus, the situation on the battlefield took a turn for the worse. The demon army advanced like a wave, and the celestial sect of Wonder's soldiers collapsed like a mountain. Red clouds rolled in the sky and the sun dimmed. The day was about to end, but the war was far from over. After another half an hour, the sky finally gradually darkened, and so a small, shining silver triangle could be seen in the sky. It was Yinshan. Cloud Mountain had already entered the borders of the Yi Nation and was about to reach the Skyspan Swamp. When the long, bloody night was over and the day came again, it would fall to the ground. By this time, the vanguard of the army had passed. This piece of land was originally a grassland. Before the war, the wild grass had already withered and fallen to the ground. Until now, there were still various colors of light, huge figures, and indistinct angry roars in the distance. But after a quarter of an hour, even these could not be seen or heard anymore. The demons advanced very quickly. This place, the place where the great demon dragons, Wei River Lord, had died, was quiet. Night fell. What was left were flesh and blood, broken bones, and shattered weapons and armor. They piled up on the ground in a thick layer, completely covering the ground. The blood had yet to coagulate. It seeped down along the layers of metal shards, flesh, and broken bones. Before Li Yunxin died, he rose into the sky. Before he rose into the sky, he heavily stomped on the ground and borrowed strength. The strength of the great demon dragons was so strong that with that stomp, he created a deep pit in the ground. Now that the pit was filled with flesh and blood, it looked like a pool of blood. Thus, no one could discover that at the bottom of this pool of blood, there was a copper nail. After a breath's time, the flesh and blood that originally covered the pit began to move. A moment later, a person covered in blood jumped out from the pile of flesh and blood. After landing, he crouched down and looked around like a wild beast. After confirming that there was nothing to worry about, he reached into the pit and scooped out the copper nail. Then he took 2 steps back, clenched his fist, and shook his body. All the filth on his body was shaken off. This person was dressed in white. His face was like a painting. His face was handsome and unparalleled. If it wasn't Li Yunxin, who else could it be? As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were completely silent. Not even the chirping of birds or insects could be heard. The stench of blood became thicker with the night wind, almost suffocating. And far away, very far away, a faint light could be seen. The faint light extended on the long horizon, as if the sun had appeared earlier than expected. But it wasn't sunlight. It was the mystic light of a battle between armies. The demons were advancing very quickly, and by the looks of it, they had already pushed to the end of the horizon. Li Yunxin's gaze retracted after a glance. Then he opened his palm and brushed the copper nail, taking out a white fan surface and 24 tiers bamboo fan ribs out of thin air. His slender fingers flew up and down, and the fan surface was attached to the fan ribs. Then he used the short copper nail to stab the bottom, randomly picked up a piece of iron slag from the ground, kneaded it into iron paste, and stuck it. Before he and Lu Gongzan were attacked in Ziwei Palace in Junshan, the tiers bamboo fan that he used to show off almost every day where his dragon palace was located was formed. And looking at his actions, the process of making this fan from the fan surface, the fan ribs, and the copper nail seemed to have been done countless times. Other than Li Yunxin, the only person who had personally touched this fan was probably the former head of the Ling Shao sword sect, Ming Jinzi. That day, several sects joined forces and used the Nine Heavens Thunder to attack Li Yunxin. And Li Yunxin used the dragon palace formed by the power of his cultivation and the Tears bamboo fan to struggle. But in the end, he couldn't resist the divine power of several masters and escaped with injuries. After he escaped, Ming Jinzi found the folding fan on the stone pillar where he had stood. At that time, the bamboo ribs were also smoking and slowly turning black. But the picture scroll on the fan surface was intact. It can be seen that it is a treasure. Cultivators also knew about the demon's palace, the dragon palace, and the like. They knew that it was a temporary refuge, and it was far more solid than the demon's body. Therefore, Ming Jinzi said that the fan surface had not been destroyed even after the Great Calamity, so it could be seen that this extraordinary thing must be that Li Yunxin's palace. The demon Li Yunxin mounted the palace on the fan to deceive people. Others thought that the whole fan was the palace, but in fact, the fan's surface was. This should be the cunning demon's careful thought. The most eye-catching place was actually the most inconspicuous place. But if immortal Ming Jinzi knew more about the past of Li Yunxin, he would probably think more deeply. For the big demons, the palace was an incomparably secretive, offensive, and defensive existence. Whether it was the Zither Master, Lord Tongtian, the Evil Lord, or even by Yunxin, Red Lady, no one had ever seen where their palace was or what it looked like. But this Li Yunxin, who had always been known for his deep thoughts, waved a folding fan in his hand every day after possessing Qi Wen. He never avoided taking people and things into the fan. As if he was afraid that others didn't know that his fan was his palace. Maybe it was because the people around him were really used to it, so he didn't find it strange. Coincidentally, the surface of his folding fan was a spiritual map made from millions of ghosts released by Bai Yanjun that day, which painted the rivers and mountains within a radius of 100 miles around the city of Wei. There were only a few of such painting treasures left in Xianmen. Since it was a spiritual treasure, how could it be ordinary? Naturally, it couldn't be destroyed by weapons. Ming Jinzi saw this thing and felt that he already knew Li Yunxin's careful thought of deceiving people, so he naturally thought that this fan was his real palace. But in fact, apart from the fan surface and the fan frame, there was also a fan nail. If Ming Jinzi could live to that night after Li Yunxin killed the golden photon, hid in the light shield of the glazed sword heart, and talked with Su Sheng about the incarnation of the spirit while drinking and saw the scene at that time, and was careful enough, he would probably think more about it. Maybe it was because that night, Li Yunxin finally killed a very difficult opponent and took his revenge. As a result, he was agitated and made mistakes in his actions. He took out a pot of Moon Nanshan from his sleeve and drank it. Even earlier, when he met Su Sheng in a tavern near the Allied army camp, he had crushed an identical silver wine pot and tossed it to the boss to be used as money. Moon Nanshan was the signature wine of Moon Nanju. If he didn't buy in the city of Wei and hide it in the palace, where could he get it? Unfortunately, Ming Jinzi had already died in the battle when Li Yunxin first met the golden photon in Changji town at the border of Qingye, so he couldn't care about these things after his death. In this world, probably no one would know. This nail was the real location of his dragon palace. After installing the fan, Li Yunxin opened it with a swish and shook it in front of him. Now he looked very energetic, and his appearance was also very good. Like a newborn baby, everything was new and tender. But being energetic didn't mean that his body was also good. If someone had seen Li Yunxin after he took over the body of the ninth young master, they would realize that their current situation was very similar. He still had the realm of enlightened Jinren. But the demon power in his body was very little, almost equal to that of a demon soldier. But he didn't seem to panic. He looked up at the night sky for a while. Then he saw that Yinshan hadn't fallen yet, but the huge figure was already visible, and even the outline was clear. After Su Yusong brought him out of Yinshan, he first stayed behind the array and observed for a period of time. Maybe he thought that he would die, so he didn't hide some things from him. So Li Yunxin knew that the guards on Yinshan weren't very strong. There were only 4 enlightened Jinren cultivators guarding the 4 sides. The rest were all low-level disciples. But the protection around Yinshan was very tight. In Su Yusong's words, even a mosquito couldn't fly over quietly. Secular people were exaggerating when they said that. However, it was indeed possible for cultivators to say such things. But he wasn't in a hurry. He walked a few steps away and found the corpse of a demon beast. He couldn't tell what it was, but it had huge scales that were as big as a table. He opened his folding fan and placed it on the table. Then he swiped the fan, and a green iron chain appeared in his hand. It was none other than the judge's lock that Bai Yanjun gave him, which specialized in capturing souls. Then Li Yunxin wiped his eyes. The world in front of him suddenly changed. It used to be an empty and lonely grassland, but now that he had opened his third eye, the grassland was filled with souls. They were none other than the souls of tens of thousands of demons and cultivators. Once those high-level fiendish demons and cultivators died, they would either be escorted away by their comrades, or they would be unlucky and be targeted by many people, causing their bodies and souls to be destroyed. But no matter what, they would leave this battlefield. Although the cultivators in the transcendent state hadn't reached the true state, they weren't weak. Even if they became remnant souls, they wouldn't stay here. Therefore, those wandering around the battlefield were the souls of demons and cultivators in the intent realm and the void realm. But even so, a great painter in the secular world could become an honored guest of the emperors, generals, and ministers if they could reach the void realm. The demons and cultivators in the mountains, not to mention the intent realm and the void realm, could already dominate the mountains and wreak havoc before they could transform into humans. The souls of these low-level demons and cultivators weren't eye-catching on this vast battlefield, but in the secular world, they were rare and powerful ghosts. One of them was equivalent to hundreds or thousands of ghosts. These demons and cultivators had low cultivation levels when they were alive. After they died, they became remnant souls, and their minds weren't as clear as those of high-level cultivators. They were muddle-headed and like walking corpses. Now that Li Yunxin had opened her eyes, she saw that these horrifying remnant souls were standing together, like many bloody tree stumps. There was no distinction between human cultivators and demon cultivators. Some of them wandered aimlessly, but when they bumped into someone, they would change direction and continue walking, like countless headless flies. But they were extremely quiet and didn't make a sound. The wilderness had become a silent field of death. Li Yunxin knew that if he ignored these wandering souls, then after a month, a few months, or even a year or two, some of them would slowly gain intelligence and become ghost cultivators. But only 1 in 10,000 ghost cultivators would become ghost cultivators, and the road ahead would be even more difficult. They would no longer be their former selves. However, neither he nor the disciples of the dragon tribe would allow these remnant souls to stay here. They were cannon fodder in this war when they were alive, and after death, they became part of the spoils of war brought by this war. But whether it was Guqin Jun, Hatred, Su Yusong, or Zhuamuja, none of them seemed to think that Li Yunxin was qualified to be one of the people who enjoyed these spoils of war. But now, he had indeed become the first person to cut off this plump and tender piece of meat. Li Yunxin raised the iron chain in his hand. With just a little bit of divine power, the iron chain suddenly expanded. As far as his divine sense could extend, the iron chain expanded. All the muddle-headed, wandering souls along the way were locked up, and with another pull, they were all sucked into his fan. He had long been proficient in using the chain, and in a breath's time, he had cleared everything as far as his eyes could see. Then he turned his head to look at Cloud Mountain again, and continued with his work. He collected hundreds of remnant souls, thousands of remnant souls, tens of thousands of remnant souls. When this long night was about to end, the wilderness that was originally densely packed with remnant souls was empty again. After doing this, he closed the folding fan again. But this time, it was no longer a white fan. Numerous red dots appeared on it, as if they were countless scarlet stars. It turned out that this so-called white paper was none other than the magic paper he used in Changji Town. At that time, he found that there was a star formation hidden under Changji Town, so he copied it with a magic paper. The thin piece of paper had layers and layers inside, like a vast starry sky. This strange star formation had opened up such a vast space on a piece of magic paper, and now it was used as a shelter for these tens of thousands of remnant souls. After doing all this, Li Yunxin let out a long breath. Then he turned his palm, and the folding fan in his hand was smashed into the ground with a bang. Then he stepped on the bloodstains on the ground and slowly walked toward Tongtian Swamp. Now, this was only the first step. It was a good start, and he had obtained some results. But what he wanted was far more than this. More things were still on Cloud Mountain. But thinking of this, Li Yunxin couldn't help but frown. It didn't feel good to die at all. At the same time, Lu Gongzan was walking on a cold and damp stone path. Cloud Mountain was about to fall, and these criminals could no longer be locked in the stone chambers outside the mountain. When Cloud Mountain was in the sky, these cultivators who were below the transcendent state could not escape. But if they fell to the ground, even an emptiness state cultivator's body could support him to climb down from a cliff that was 1,000 feet high. Therefore, they had to be moved to the prison inside the mountain. But now Lu Gongzhan's hands and feet were not shackled, and there was only one cultivator behind him to supervise him. This was because he was so weak that he didn't need any shackles. The last time Exine Shilio came to see him, half of his right arm was rotten. But now his entire right arm was rotten. It seemed to have a high fever, and his eyes were dark, and his lips were pale. He staggered as if he was walking on clouds. Behind him was a young sword cultivator. He was only in his 30s, and his cultivation level was also at the emptiness state. But he had a sword in his hand, and his body was strong. He didn't need to worry about the criminals in front of him. He watched Lu Gongzhan walk for a while, and finally couldn't help but say, "Why do you have to do this? Working with the demons is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. What good will it do? You're the first person who can become so sick after cultivating to the emptiness state." Lu Gongzhan didn't say a word and only walked slowly. The cultivator shook his head and sneered. "Do you know that there's a war outside? It's going on all over the place, and the invaders are all demons. Let me be bold. If the demons are unfortunate enough to break into Cloud Mountain, do you think they will let you go? I'm afraid they won't even bother to ask, and will twist your head off." But Lu Gongzhan remained silent, as if the person behind him didn't exist. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound coming from the stone path. The two hurriedly held onto the stone wall. About 2 or 3 breaths later, the sound disappeared. Lu Gongzhan continued walking, and the emptiness state cultivator's face turned pale. The buzzing sound was not because of anything else. It was because of the battle outside Cloud Mountain. Another high-tier fiendish demon or high-tier cultivator had perished, and both their bodies and souls had been destroyed. Therefore, at the last moment of their lives, they turned into raging flames, and spiritual chi violently overflowed in all directions, causing a terrifying explosion. Even though the battlefield and Cloud Mountain were about 100 li apart, the remaining power of the explosion could be felt from the periphery of Cloud Mountain. After this experience, the swordsman was quiet for a long time, until the two of them turned a corner in the stone path. He couldn't help but say, "People like you." This time, Lu Gongzhan spoke. As he walked, he shook his head. "What are you afraid of?" The swordsman was stunned. Then he said, "What did you say? You must be very afraid. That's why you want to keep talking. You want to belittle me to embolden yourself. But there are so many cultivators on Cloud Mountain, and you are hiding in the mountain. What are you afraid of?" Hearing this, the swordsman was stunned again. But then he raised his eyebrows, raised his sword, and smashed it on Lu Gongzhan's face. "How dare you? You are about to die, but you still dare to be so stubborn. I'll let you see if I'm scared, scared. His scabbard was made of Badan wood, which was harder than iron, and both ends were covered with gold. There were also brilliant gems inlaid on it. After smashing on people, Lu Gongzhan's head was bleeding. He leaned weakly against the stone wall, using his left arm to cover his face. Seeing him in such a cowardly state, the swordsman didn't say anything more, so he smashed a dozen more times and stopped. He stared at him. "Do you think I don't know who you are? You're a bandit working for that way River Dragon King Lianshin, right? Humph. You look calm here today, but do you know that your master is dead?" Lu Gongzhan moved his hand away and widened his eyes. Blood flowed down from his forehead into his eyes. But he didn't even blink. Dead to pieces. His body and soul were destroyed, right in front of the two armies. The swordsman snorted again. "What else do you have to rely on? I'll kill you next." Lu Gongzhan stared at him for a while, then looked at his right arm subconsciously and suddenly said, "Impossible. How could he die? Bah, you idiots, you can't even tell the real body from the fake one." He talked back and scolded, but the swordsman wasn't so angry. Instead, he laughed cruelly. "Can't tell? Hee hee, even I, a cultivator in the emptiness realm, know that a spiritual master can cultivate the soul into the real body. You mean the dead one is an incarnation? Humph. Since I know this, why can't the sect leaders, and even sages on the battlefield tell whether the dead one is a real body or an incarnation? I'll tell you one more time. That Li Yunxin died in front of the two armies, in front of all the experts in the world. Her body and soul were completely destroyed. Do you understand? After saying this, he kicked Lu Gongzan up. Keep going. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you with my sword. So, Lu Gongzan remained silent. The two disappeared into the darkness at the end of the stone path. Chapter 490. The fierce battle lasted for an entire night. At one point, the front line of the demons was less than 50 kilometers away from Heaven Lake, but after 2 hours of fierce fighting, they were pushed back. By the time the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the front line had stabilized at a distance of 300 kilometers from Heaven Lake. Both sides left behind a large number of corpses, which were abandoned in the wilderness and left uncollected. But the intensity of the battle gradually decreased. Even the two armies, which were like demons and gods, gradually felt extremely tired. So at this time, the Cloud Mountain finally began to descend. A huge shadow was cast by the rising sun from the east. It was as if the sky had been torn open and darkness leaked out during the day. The entire battlefield, as well as the land hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield, was shrouded in the shadow of the Cloud Mountain. This made the morning seem like night. The huge Cloud Mountain was still hundreds of kilometers away from the ground, but everyone could already feel the pressure brought by its huge body. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was hanging upside down, and the next moment it would fall on everyone's head. Gray waterfalls began to fall from the Cloud Mountain. They fell extremely slowly, as if the Cloud Mountain was slowly growing roots. But in fact, the waterfalls were not water, but dust. The dust contained in them was not fine sand. Countless stones the size of a head, the size of a millstone, and even the size of a house began to peel off from the Cloud Mountain, gathering into many rivers that fell from the sky. There were also thick clouds that were torn apart at the bottom of the Cloud Mountain, turning into thousands of strands that rose into the sky. But if one was close enough, they would realize that every strand of it was as wide as the Wei River. They were like countless tentacles that reached down from the sky, wrapping around the huge mountain and refusing to let it land on this dangerous land. The Zither monarch looked up at the Cloud Mountain. The latter occupied almost his entire field of vision, from top to bottom, from left to right, and he could not see the end. He did not know if it was an illusion, but this great demon at the peak of the profound realm even felt that his body had become somewhat lighter. He had never seen such a huge thing. Thus, a certain thought burned even more intensely, causing him to slightly purse his lips. Before seeing the Cloud Mountain with his own eyes, his impression of it was only a mountain. A mountain floating in the sky was the profound ancestral court, the holy land in the hearts of all cultivators, and there were many treasures inside. That was all. He had even personally seen Yunshan once. But that time, it was because Yunshan was flying across the sky. He rose into the air and tried to catch a glimpse of Yunshan's face. However, Yunshan was flying at such a high altitude and was heavily guarded, so he only took a glance from afar. At that time, the Cloud Mountain in his eyes was not even as big as a fingernail, and he did not have any strong feelings. But now, the clouds formed a stark contrast with the earth, the mountains, and the rivers. Such a behemoth. Apart from the factors such as the ancestral court of the celestial sect, it was only because of its size. To be able to capture, it was already a primitive and incomparably strong temptation. This kind of temptation, the desire to possess and destroy, lurked within the bodies of every human and every demon. However, the number of fiendish demons far surpassed the cultivators. Therefore, when the Cloud Mountain descended, not only did more fiendish demons not feel fear because of the pressure, but instead let out even more savage roars. After looking at it for a while, She shook her hand to get rid of the blood stains between her fingers. During the course of a single night, he had killed 7 profound realm cultivators, 19 true realm cultivators, and none below the true realm. However, looking at him now, his hair was still in a neat bun, and there were no stains except for his fingertips. I must take down the Cloud Mountain. He turned to Hatred and said, "Now that I see it, I understand what is called an unprecedented feat. The high-level combatants of both sides had already retreated, leaving only the low-level demons and cultivators who were slowly fighting and retreating. Now, the 2 of them were standing on the back of the giant golden-horned hoe, facing the wind, looking at the endless battlefront and the huge mountain in the background. Hatred had just landed behind him, but he did not immediately answer his question. Instead, he frowned and said in a low voice, "Even the remnant's soul is gone." He did not look as calm as Zijuan. Although the high-level fiendish demons could transform clothes and appearance, there was still a deep wound on the left side of Hatred's face. The wound was like a baby's mouth, and the golden flesh inside could be seen. This meant that the wound was on the soul, and like a mortal, it needed time to slowly recover. If the soul hadn't recovered, the wound would directly reflect this in the form of a scar. He had just arrived from the rear. He landed behind Zijuan and said, then walked 2 steps to her side, "Third sister is too greedy." Zijuan seemed to be still immersed in the pride in her heart. Hearing his words, she only slightly raised her eyebrows and continued to stare at the Cloud Mountain. After a while, she said, "Gone? I just looked behind, and guess what I saw?" Hatred took a deep breath, as if he was very distressed. We advanced from the Black Tower to here, a total of more than 400 kilometers. Until now, the number of dead fiendish cultivators should be as high as 100,000. In the end, about 200 kilometers south of the entrance of the Yizhong Plain, at least 40 to 50,000 remnant souls were all gone. Say, other than Third Sister, who has the magical power to do this. I was hoping that, in the end, they would all be turned into wish power by the Guan Yuan crypt. This was a very terrible loss, almost equal to the part that Hatred had originally obtained. But after hearing this, Zijuan was silent for a while and turned around. She first stretched out her hand to wipe the golden blood flowing from Hatred's wound. Hatred was stunned, but he didn't dodge. Zijuan gently wiped his wound with her thumb and said, "You think it was done by Third Sister?" It seemed that because of this action, Hatred's mood gradually eased. His voice was not as excited as before. Who else could it be? I can't think of anyone who would have the guts to do these things behind our backs. Third Sister has already obtained Li Yunxin's dragon soul, but she is still not satisfied. Until now, Third Sister is not that kind of person. Zijuan wiped the wound clean, pinched Hatred's chin, and tilted her head to look at it, as if to see how serious the injury was. Then she lightly sighed, turned around, and put her hands behind her back. "You said that I was on good terms with her, and I was indeed on good terms with her. But the reason why I chose her is because our identities are special. Secondly, because she is very human. What she said to Li Yunxin on the battlefield, in your opinion, was for the dragon soul. But in my opinion, it was sincere. Our Third Sister. This time, there's only one reason why she came to help. The demons have been oppressed by Xianmen for a long time, and because of the old grudge of the Golden Rock King being sealed, she is here to seek revenge. She can't do anything else." Hatred snorted, but didn't say anything. It was unknown whether he didn't want to refute Zijuan, or whether he felt that Zijuan's words made sense. After a while, he complained in a low voice, "The dragon soul. I met her at the battlefield at night. I mentioned the dragon soul, but she pretended not to know anything. But if it wasn't Third Sister, who else could it be?" Zijuan was silent for a while, then flicked her sleeve. Immediately, a person fell out of her sleeve and sat on the broad and flat back of the golden horned hoe. It was the Deputy General of the Li Kingdom's floating army, Mu Nanju, General Zhang. "General Zhang, tell me, who did this?" After Zijuan asked this question, Zhang Zhengzhong also slowly stood up, as if he was still not used to standing on the back of the huge golden horned hoe, and looked a little uncomfortable. It was like a man boarding a ship for the first time. He seemed to have heard the conversation between the two, and after getting used to it for a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zijuan, please understand, I have always been under your protection. How could I have done such a thing? General Zhang is the Li Kingdom's General Zhang. Are you alone? Even if you mobilized all the forces of the Li Kingdom, it would be impossible to take away tens of thousands of souls in front of the two Dragon Sun's eyes without making a sound. Zhang smiled bitterly. Even if we had such an idea, how could we do such a stupid thing when we are sincerely cooperating with the Dragon Sun? Zijuan turned to look at him. Sincerely cooperating? Speaking of this, I have a question, and I hope General Zhang can answer it for me. If you can't, I will ask General Zhang to be the main course of tonight's military banquet. Zhang's expression did not change, and he only coughed twice. I will tell you everything I know. Very well. What I want to ask is, Li Yunxin has already died on the battlefield. You and I both know he is indeed dead. His body and soul have been destroyed, and there is no possibility of him surviving. So now that he is dead, don't you want to take revenge? You should know, Zithermaster said slowly. I also played a part in it. The restriction on his body was planted by me. I heard that you have given Li Yunxin a lot of help, and General Zhang has told me more these days. For example, General Zhang has always wanted to form an alliance with Li Yunxin. Now that you have lost your ally, isn't it like drawing water with a sieve? Hearing this, Zhang let out a sigh. So that's what Zijuan is asking about. Speaking of this, it's easy to talk. He found a place to sit down, and then let out a sigh. My General Zhang indeed appreciated Li Yunxin. To tell you the truth, the reason why Li Yunxin could reach this realm in such a short time is because of our help. For example, when he killed Jin Guangdian before he went up Cloud Mountain, we helped him mobilize the believers along the Wei River, and then he broke through to the level of a perfected spiritual master. But even earlier, my master had told him that this battle wasn't something he could participate in alone. If he wants to save his life, or even gain something, he must form an alliance with us. However, Li Yunxin was unruly and spoke arrogantly. He said that this battle is a battle between nobles, and he doesn't need any help. When the battle for the throne comes, then we'll see if he needs us. Hearing this, Zijuan and Hatred looked at each other. Hatred laughed. That Li Yunxin is indeed arrogant. Chapter 491. General Zhang also smiled and continued, so we let him be. But after this, we knew that he was not very reliable and was not an excellent ally. So, while keeping an eye on him, we went to look for other friends. We fought with the Golden Photon that night. We gave him a last chance. We gave him some power and opportunity to see how far he could go. The result, as Zitherjun saw, he died. General Zhang shook his head. Since he died, it's fine. We didn't have any relationship with him, but at first we thought he was smart and could do great things if he was trained well. Since he wanted to die, we had no reason not to let him go. Until now, my master still needs an ally. It was a mistake to choose Li Yunxin. Now, it is not a mistake to choose Zitherjun. Therefore, Zhang cupped his hands. It is indeed worthy of the four-word sincere cooperation. For this, we have already shown our sincerity. Speaking of this, he raised his hand and pointed to the south. Li Yunxin previously set up a big formation in the wilderness forest, which can transform the souls of the dead into the power of wish. We know that Zitherjun and Lord Tontian also had such an arrangement, but Wanderer Bai, who was in charge of the formation, was killed by Li Yunxin. He did this in the hope that the two of you could only rely on him to digest the souls of the dead. Now that he is dead, we have already repaired the formation he left in the wilderness forest. If Zitherjun and Lord Tontian still want the power of wish from the souls of the dead, then we can use that formation. Zitherjun and Hatred were stunned when they heard this. Then Zitherjun raised her eyebrows and said with a faint smile, So, the souls of the dead were captured by your formation? General Zhang smiled. That's right. They have been refined in the formation. Whenever Zitherjun and Lord Tongtian want to enjoy them, we will offer them with both hands. But you said just now, you didn't do it. General Zhang smiled again. Indeed, I didn't do it. It was also not done by my fellows in the Li Kingdom. It was done by the two great shopkeepers of the Yi Kingdom and the Qing Kingdom. That's why they don't have the time. I'll be the one to talk to you. Hearing this, Zither Monarch turned to Hatred and smiled. I see. Look, this General Zhang is eloquent and has a meticulous mind. It makes the two of us look stupid. Hatred also grinned. Exactly. It was a waste of talent for such an intelligent person to remain immortal. Why don't we give him eternal life? The two great fiendish demons were joking, but their words were filled with an intense sense of danger. It was as though they were about to attack and kill Zhang Zhengzhong in a blink of an eye. General Zhang smiled and said, Zither Lady and Lord Tongtian, please be patient. I have something else to say. Please listen carefully. In the past, but the voice stopped abruptly. Hatred slammed his palm on the top of his skull, and his whole body immediately exploded into a pile of sticky flesh and blood. He was indeed a mortal who didn't practice Taoism. Since his physical body was destroyed, his remnant soul swayed and floated. Hatred clenched his fist again. This remnant soul was also scattered. Then he snorted, You overestimate yourself. After we take down Cloud Mountain in a few days, we'll also wipe out this moon Nanju. But it's a pity for those 40 to 50,000 remnant souls. Zither Monarch smiled. Forget it. Let's go down Cloud Mountain first. And then the remnant souls. Humph, Moon Nanju is just so. They really think we have to rely on Little White. We just need to keep a close eye on them. If they get stolen again. Saying this, he looked down at his feet. But it won't be enough for them. No one knew if he was looking at the Golden Horn Ho or something else. Hearing this, Hatred's expression turned cold. Then he said, But young Dragon Master, it seems that the fake saint was seen through and the Xianmen turned against each other. But they actually counterattacked just now. It seems that the Freemasonry has transferred back some of the people who were sent out. Now, they have stabilized their position. In this case, we only need the remnant souls, and the situation is still under control. But if we want to take down Cloud Mountain, I still want them all. Zither Monarch raised his eyebrows. Rest for a day and a night. Then press on and lure those Taoist priests over. After that, we should kill them all. Then we will go up Cloud Mountain. At that time, everything will be ours. Yazin nodded in agreement. So the huge Golden Horn Ho continued to move forward. On both sides of the ground were countless demon soldiers and generals. They could no longer see the ground, only muddy flesh and corpses. Actually, there was something else, remnant souls. But ordinary people and demons would not open their eye for no reason. For example, at this moment, if someone opened their eyes, all they could see were countless remnant souls that had died miserably standing on the ground, and there were even living beings walking among them. Forget about knowing the way. If they looked down at their palms, they would see a bloody face. Who would give themselves this trouble? So even Zither Monarch and Hatred did not notice that there was actually a bold ghost standing on the head of the Golden Horn Ho, listening to their conversation. The ghost stood there for a long time, as if it had wandered here aimlessly. In fact, it was not the only one nearby. There were many other wandering souls on the Ho. Fierce battles had taken place on this land, and it had even changed hands several times. The remnant souls had become so dense that even the wind could not pass through. If Zither Monarch and Hatred used any magical power to detect its existence, they could erase it with a wave of their hands. But they did not. The Golden Horn Ho was so huge that an elephant's height could only reach its knee. The two of them were conversing on this Ho, and they were in their own camp. What they were talking about wasn't anything too secretive, so how could they be on high alert at all times? Therefore, these words and scenes were all heard by this ghostly thing without missing a single word. In fact, if one observed carefully, they would find that it was not a ghost, but something different. But this place was a battlefield. Large amounts of remnant souls, resentment, and spiritual power were mixed together. Even a true realm master would find it difficult to form a formation, which showed how chaotic the chi was. Usually, this difference would be noticed by others. But on this battlefield, he could no longer sense anything. At this moment, the wandering soul suddenly became agile. It turned around and jumped down. Squeezed by the other wandering souls, it quickly escaped. From here, it went straight west. 60 li to the west was the remnant of the Tutun Lun Mountain. The terrain was relatively steep. A camp of demon soldiers was stationed here, guarding against enemy attacks from the side. Here, there were much fewer humans and demons. But the wandering soul did not stop at this sentry post. It passed through a dense forest, a swamp, and a lake. Finally, it climbed to the top of a small mountain like a wisp of smoke and landed in the palm of a person. This person was dressed in white and was half lying on the ground. With one arm supporting his head, he looked at the densely packed humans and demons on the horizon, and also at the slowly descending Yinshan. Seeing that the wandering soul had returned, he raised his hand and slapped it. The wandering soul turned into a piece of paper and fell to the ground. It turned out that it was drawn by a painting. He held the paper in his hand and saw that it was densely packed with the conversation between the three people. After reading it, he was stunned for a while, then slowly crushed the paper and scattered it. Then he sat up straight. His face was expressionless before, but now he was a little moved. Death Warrior. Li Yunxin sighed. The words recorded on this talisman, which he had just learned from the Art Saint study, made him realize that even Zither Lady and Yazi believed that he had indeed perished in both body and soul. But the people of Southwood House did not think so. Therefore, when the two demons asked about the whereabouts of the remnant soul, General Zhang only said that it was captured by their people. No one would have predicted that Li Yunxin would do this. However, Zither Master and Yazi had said that this was just a mortal. His expression did not change at all. He immediately gave a reasonable explanation to the two monsters, and then he was obliterated. He couldn't have thought that he would die, right? Thinking of this, Li Yunxin seemed to see the impassioned look of that person before he died. So he sighed again. Then he stood up. Now, everyone thought he was dead. Originally, Zhang Zhengzheng should have been aware of the inside story, but now he was also killed by Yazi. In this way, for a short period of time, he really disappeared from this world. So he decided to die again. About an hour later, Li Yunxin appeared behind a gentle slope. This slope was not a slope of earth, but a slope of corpses. It was formed by the bones of demons and cultivators. This place was northwest of the front line. It was originally a plain. The vanguard of the demon army was the first to reach here, but was attacked by the cultivators of Xianmen. The two sides fought fiercely here, but there was no way to break through, so the front line slowly moved to the east, looking for a breakthrough. However, after a while, some high-level cultivators who were sent out by the fake sage suddenly came back to help, so the vanguard was thwarted and slowly retreated. This was the place where the demon army was closest to Cloud Mountain, about 100 miles away. Li Yunxin hid behind this gentle slope and looked up at the sky. In fact, he couldn't see the sky. The whole field of vision was occupied by Cloud Mountain. Here, he could hear a loud roar, the sound of Cloud Mountain falling, the sound of air being compressed, and the sound of rocks falling outside the mountain. This sound was more deafening than the fiercest thunder. Even if he roared, people one step away would not be able to hear what he said. The walls of the mountain were densely packed with caves. Those were the places where the cultivators who couldn't fly were imprisoned. Lu Gongzan was imprisoned in one of these caves, and these caves were almost the same, so it was impossible for Li Yunxin to find out which cave he was in. However, at that time, Xan Shilio had the translucent jade slip that Li Yunxin gave her. The translucent jade slip contained the aura left by Li Yunxin, so he could roughly know the location of that thing. When he gave it to her, he had the same idea. Chapter 492. Therefore, he knew that Lu Gongzan had been imprisoned in the northwest of the periphery of Cloud Mountain. Now that the situation outside was like this, he must have been moved into the mountain. And at this moment, Li Yunxin could also sense where Lu Gongzan was in the mountain, because Lu Gongzan had something that belonged to him. When he was far away, his aura was faint and he couldn't sense it. When he was close, he could sense it again. The translucent jade slip had determined the approximate location for him, and that little thing could help him find out which room Lu Gongzan was in. But there was another problem. When he was imprisoned by Su Yusong in the Xianmen army, he had heard a mention that there was an extremely tight defense outside the Xianmen. But this defense was not carried out by people. Instead, it was a huge array that had been operating for tens of thousands of years. Cultivators above the true state could cultivate the supernatural power of transforming their souls into their true bodies. If a cultivator in the periphery of Cloud Mountain used the method of transforming his soul into his true body, with a thought, his true body would appear in Cloud Mountain. Wouldn't that be a headache? This great array was designed to deal with such supernatural power. Even a cultivator at the peak of the profound realm couldn't be more than 100 miles away from his true body. Therefore, the range of this great array in Cloud Mountain was as wide as 100 miles. Even if an expert at the peak of the profound realm used his incarnation outside the array and wanted to invade, he could only stick to the outside of the mountain wall. If he wanted the incarnation to go further inside, he had to go with his true body to ensure that the incarnation wouldn't be destroyed. However, once both his true body and incarnation entered the restriction, it should be known that on the night after killing Jin Guangzi, Su Sheng had told Li Yunxin, the so-called divine soul into true body didn't really mean dividing a part of the soul. The incarnation was just a projection of one's meridians and orifices. When the true body died, if the meridians and orifices of the body were gone, the incarnation would have no projection to project and would be destroyed later. It was impossible for the true body to die and the incarnation to stay. Therefore, the true body and the incarnation were like two extremes. The two extremes entered the array at the same time, and the spiritual energy in the array immediately flowed, quickly forming a reciprocating passage between the two extremes. How strong was the spiritual energy in a formation that could cover the entire Cloud Mountain? Such powerful spiritual energy was circulating wildly between his real body and his projection. It wasn't something that anyone's snow mountain or sea of qi could withstand. It didn't matter that the incarnation was illusory. However, his real body would explode bit by bit, and he would die a miserable death. Thus, the sturdy outer wall of the cloudy mountain prevented any possibility of breaking in by force. The restriction outside the outer wall prevented the possibility of the incarnation directly appearing in the Cloud Mountain. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, those low-level cultivators could be locked outside the mountain without worrying that they would be rescued from the outside. Li Yunxin was more than 100 miles away from Cloud Mountain at the moment. In fact, some of the demons had tried this method when the demon army had charged here previously. They had split their spirit bodies outside the Cloud Mountains in an attempt to break in. However, none of the cultivators from the Mystic Gate paid attention to them. They just let the demons charge toward Cloud Mountain, and then watched them slowly explode into balls of blood in the air. At that time, Li Yunxin saw that scene with his own eyes. From this, he confirmed that the restriction did exist. And now, he appeared here not because he had thought of some other method, but because he planned to do the same thing. The Cloud Mountain continued to fall, and the sound was like thunder. After another 15 minutes, Li Yunxin stood up. Then, he shot into the sky, and like a sharp arrow, he shot straight toward Cloud Mountain. Between the Cloud Mountain and the ground was not an empty space. Instead, there was a thick layer of smoke and dust, huge falling rocks, and lingering water vapor. But even so, even though his figure was hidden by these things, he was still seen by many cultivators from the Mystic Gate. Some had just retreated here, planning to rest and reorganize and guard Tongtian Swamp. The others were experts guarding the rear, and their eyesight was better. But whether it was those low-level cultivators or experts, they only glanced at him and then looked away. In the past, it might be a new thing to see someone risking his life to rush to Cloud Mountain. But so many days had passed, so many people had died, and they had seen more stupid demons doing the same thing. Even a most hot-blooded cultivator in the realm of wills couldn't bring himself to do it. Everyone wanted to restore more Wacken as soon as possible to face the second round of attacks launched by demons. And the experts had other more troublesome things to do. These experts were all from the Freemasonry, who came from everywhere later. The two fake sages came out of Cloud Mountain in advance, but they revealed their flaws, which led to the decadence of the battle again and again. Many cultivators from the Mystic Gate who should have died in the battle at the last moment left in advance. Now they, the wandering souls of the Freemasonry who had possessed the bodies of the head of masters and leaders, had to take over the work of those people and fight against the demons. How could this be? How could this be consuming the power of the Mystic Gate? It was obviously consuming the power of the Freemasonry. Therefore, Li Yunxin, who was not paid attention to by these people, rushed to 30 miles away from Cloud Mountain. 30 miles. When he was fighting with Fu Lifeng and Dongting, he was in the realm of enlightened immortal, and the real body transformed by the spirit could be 30 miles away from the original body. Now he had reached the realm of advanced immortal, and he could be 50 or 60 miles away. He sensed that Lu Gongzan was in the mountain about 50 miles away from here. In the rumbling rain of stones, in the pervading steam, and in the deafening noises that seemed to never stop, Li Yunxin gritted her teeth and roared, "Go!" He transformed into his real body and appeared 50 miles away from Cloud Mountain. At the same time, he felt terrible pain. Wacken began to surge wildly into his body. It was as if countless steel awls were pouring into his body and began to pierce every meridian and acupoint of him. The pain not only came from the body, but also from the deepest part of the soul. This level of pain finally made him understand why the great fiendish demons of MT Soaring Cloud had howled fiercely. The next moment, a layer of golden mist began to spread around his body. But it was not light. It was the golden dragon blood in his body. The more he moved forward, the faster his body collapsed. In just 3 seconds, the flesh and skin of his body, which had just been reborn for one night, began to peel off, blood splashed, and bones shattered. He was about to be destroyed again. Some cultivators on the ground occasionally looked up and witnessed this process. They could not see clearly, but they could only see a human figure disintegrating and dispersing quickly. They all knew that it was a big demon. However, after the figure finally burst into a thick cloud of fire, they retracted their gaze. It was just another idiot who had died. Lu Gongzan was in a stone room at the moment. There was still no chain on his body, so he just fell to the ground. Lying on his side, he could see the swordsman outside the door with his blank eyes. Now, his face was covered in bloody scars. Some of them were injured by the swordsman's scabbard on the stone path. The other part was some ulcers. His body was so weak that it was on the verge of collapse. Because of the terrible inflammation on his right arm, and because he had not eaten for a long time, the vitality in his body had reached the point where it was about to end. But he did not know what made him hold back his breath so that he could survive. The swordsman stared at him with disgust for a while outside the cell door and said again, "I know that look in your eyes. It's because your body is in extreme pain, and you want to end this pain as soon as possible, but you can't do it. So you look at me. You want to die, don't you?" He sneered and shook his head. "I won't let you die. Do you know? Last night, my sect leader died in battle. A perfected Taoist who had cultivated for more than 300 years died in the hands of demons. Sect leader treated me. Bah." He gritted his teeth and spat into the room. "You are a scum among people, associating with demons. If you were fine now, I would immediately kill you to avenge sect leader. But now that you are in so much pain, I won't kill you. I won't let you do what you want. I will let you experience the feeling of living a life worse than death." Bah! But that loud Tao did not say anything. He just lay on the ground and opened his mouth subconsciously, like a fish that had jumped onto the shore. The swordsman frowned again and cursed in a low voice, You deserve this." But after saying this, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blow past him. Then, he seemed to see a shadow pass by. But now they were in the dungeon. Although the stone path was wide, it was extremely dark. This dungeon had not been locked up for a long time, and there was not much spiritual energy left in the Chongming talisman, so the light was slightly flickering. So, he did not take it to heart. This place was the inner part of Cloud Mountain. It was at least 20 miles away from the outside. He heaved a sigh of relief and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Then, he turned to look at the dungeon. Then, like a statue, he stood rooted to the ground. In the dungeon, a blurry figure was slowly taking shape. At first, he thought that Lao Dao had died, and he did not know how he opened his eye, so he saw the remnant of his soul. But as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he realized that it was not a remnant of his soul. It was just a transparent silhouette. He could see that the silhouette bent down in front of Lu Gongzan and touched his right arm. Then he saw that the terrible wound on Lu Gongzan's right arm was torn open by the silhouette. There was originally a wound on his forearm, but many festering cracks spread out from that wound to his upper and lower body. Now that the wound on his forearm was torn open, what was inside was revealed. It was a palm-sized scale. The transparent silhouette picked up the scale and pressed it on his chest. Like a halo, the silhouette turned from transparent to solid. In the end, it turned into a handsome, devilishly charming man dressed in white. He tilted his head and glanced at the swordsman. He bent down and held Lu Gongzan in his arms as he said softly, "If that's the case, I'll send you to see your sect leader, okay?" Chapter 493. Such a low voice reached the sword cultivator's ears in the dark stone path. But the sword cultivator didn't move at all. It wasn't because he was scared out of his wits, but it was precisely because his brain felt as if thousands of needles were stabbing into it at the same time. Cold sweat seeped down his spine like rain, and every muscle in his body was so tense that it was about to snap. But he still didn't move, because she had already realized that this white-robed, beautiful, calm man exuded a towering, evil aura, was the Dragon Nine Cheese Kiss, the Wei River Dragon King, and Li Yunxin. But wasn't he already dead? This sentence turned crazily in his mind. He silently shouted it hundreds of times, but he still didn't dare to move. Such a cruel demon could come back to life under the eyes of all the cultivators in the world. The demon was less than 2 feet away from him. How could he dare to move? How could he dare to run? So he continued to stand still, looking at Li Yunxin. First, he tore the Taoist robe on Lu Gongzan's right arm and threw it aside. Then he said lightly, "If you dare to run, I will tear you apart." The swordsman immediately nodded crazily. He didn't care if Li Yunxin could see him or not. Li Yunxin stretched out his hand and pressed the wound on Lu Gongzan's right arm back. When he showed up, Lu Gongzan was already unconscious. Now that he was being tortured like this, he only let out a low groan and kept his eyes closed. His right arm was no longer swollen, but the crisscrossing cracks were still there, and blood was oozing out. Looking at it, it looked just like scales. So Li Yunxin frowned slightly and used his finger to poke his arm a few times. His silver teeth moved, and he bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on his arm. How could his blood be ordinary blood? Even gold and stone would be corroded by it. But when it sprayed on Lu Gongzan's arm, it only gave off a faint green smoke. Then, the crisscrossing wounds on his arm began to shrink, and the skin in between became hard and swollen. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just 2 breaths of time, the green smoke dissipated and the wound on his arm disappeared. But the crisscrossing marks were still there. However, it was no longer a crack. Instead, it was the gap between the scarlet scales. Lu Gongzan's entire arm was covered in scales. At this time, Li Yunxin asked again, "Do you have any medicinal pills?" The sword show knew that she was asking him. He wanted to reply, yes, but he found that his throat and tongue were as hard as iron, so he couldn't say a word. At that moment, he could only frantically search his body. After finding a few items, he lifted his leg and was about to walk over to deliver them. However, it was as if his legs were filled with lead. He only took one step before falling to the ground, causing the small J bottles to fall into the cell door. Li Yunxin stretched out his hand and grabbed at the ground. He didn't care what kind of medicinal pills they were. He pulled out all of them and poured them all down Lu Gongzhan's throat. He then pressed hard on his chest and made him swallow all of them. Seeing this, the sword Xiao became anxious. He could finally speak. "You can't do this. You can't do this. The medicinal effects will clash, and he will die." It wasn't that he felt sorry for Lu Gongzhan. Instead, he was afraid that these medicinal pills would kill him, and the demon would become violent and vent its anger on him. But Li Yunxin didn't care about him. Instead, he used his palm's strength and fiercely hit Lu Gongzhan's chest. Lu Gongzhan immediately let out a choking sound and woke up. When he woke up and opened his eyes, he saw Li Yunxin. He was stunned for a while, and then his lips trembled. "Brother Exon, am I dreaming?" Li Yunxin smiled gently and then helped him sit on the ground. "No." Lu Gongzhan stared at Li Yunxin for a while and said as if he was sleepwalking, "I heard that your body and soul were destroyed in front of the formation." Li Yunxin turned his face and glanced at the sword Xiao. The sword Xiao was sitting on the ground, paralyzed. Seeing Li Yunxin's gaze, he hurriedly shouted, It's all nonsense. I heard it from someone else. But Li Yunxin only said, "I want to talk to him, and I don't want others to hear it." The sword Xiao was stunned for a while and blinked his eyes in disbelief. He turned his face to the side. Then I don't want you to leave my sight," Li Yunxin said coldly and stared at him without blinking. The sword Xiao was stunned again, and his mouth was half open in a daze. After a breath's time, Li Yunxin raised his eyebrows. "Since you're so stupid, why don't you just die?" But as soon as he finished speaking, the sword Xiao turned his hand and pulled the hairpin out of his head. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, left, right, and in an instant 2 streaks of blood spurted out. He had actually pierced his ears and made him deaf. Li Yunxin smiled coldly. "At least you're not stupid." Then he turned his face to look at Lu Gongzhan, and his expression softened, and he said seriously, "I'll tell you something." He also sat down cross-legged in front of Lu Gongzhan and looked at him. "I did die in front of the 2 armies. The one who died was indeed my original body. As for how I didn't die, I'll tell you." Lu Gongzhan's lips moved, but Li Yunxin raised a finger to his lips and looked at him seriously. "Listen." The old Taoist was stunned. Then he stopped talking and only listened carefully. "When I was in the city of Wei, I used the city of Wei as a formation and gathered the power of wish and yang qi just to draw another me. You know, after a person dies, his body is destroyed and his spirit is damaged. So what is left is a remnant soul. Although it looks like my former self, my mind is not complete. Just like those ghost cultivators, they have obsessions. Obsessions are a terrible flaw. Once they are controlled, it is equivalent to being held in the hands of others. So many cultivators would rather have their body and soul destroyed than become ghost cultivators. I don't want to fall into this situation. So I use the formation in the city of Wei to ensure that my mind is not destroyed. Li Yunxin said to Lu Gongzhan seriously and carefully. Then I use the spirit that is no different from me to attach to the reverse scale left by Qi Wan, took over his body, and replaced him as Long Jiao. That was how I lived in the city of Wei. But later, this method was seen through by the Freemasonry. In fact, I didn't want to hide it for too long. This method was not difficult, but no one had done it before, so no one could have thought of it. Now that I did it, no matter how well I hid it, it would be found out sooner or later. Since it would be found out sooner or later, it would be better for me to maximize its value before that. So I deliberately left a large formation in the wilderness forest that could draw my spirit. But I never thought of using this formation. It was big, but not big enough. In the end, it was still discovered by the Freemasonry. When they found this, they thought they had found my trump card, which was the result I wanted. Then everyone thought I had no way out. My original body was planted with a restriction, and the large formation for resurrection was also exposed. After that, I disguised myself for a long time just to dispel any suspicion of anyone, to make them believe that I was really at the end of my road. But when you and I were in the Ziwei Palace in Dongting and were bombarded by the heavenly thunder of several sects, you should still remember, I used the Dragon Palace to escape, and the Dragon Palace naturally stayed where it was. That Ming Junzi didn't notice a small copper nail, so I hid it in the soil. Then I led the flood dragon in the lake to lure them away, and I came back to kill them. They thought we were arguing, and I told you to go, but you didn't go. But in fact, you threw the palace and the soil to me, and I threw a scale to you. So I got the Dragon Palace back, and things were easy. Li Yunxin let out a sigh of relief. In front of the two armies, I drove the copper nail into the ground. Then I left my real body in the Dragon Palace. One of them was the other scale that I had left behind, by the death of my original body. At the moment of my death, there was another emptiness in the world. And when the original body died, the incarnation would exist for a very short period of time as a projection of the original body. Thus, my avatar immediately attached itself to that scale, and another one of me was born. Since it was my soul incarnation, it naturally had a consciousness, unlike those remnant souls. This was why I survived, even though my body and soul were destroyed in front of the array. Then I came to this cloud mountain. First, I sacrificed my incarnation inside the cloud mountain, and then my true self came to the cloud mountain. The great formation outside the mountain then destroyed my new true self and spirit. Then my incarnation came to you again, obtained this scale from you, and reconstructed the third true self. When Li Yunxin said this, he paused and looked at Lu Gongzan. The me in front of you is already the third me. In these 2 days, I happened to die twice. When he said this, he shook his head and laughed at himself. But like I said to you before in the city of Wei, a man should be more ruthless to himself. Am I right? He laughed like this, but Lu Gongzan didn't laugh. He stared at Li Yunxin and listened to his most private things. His lips trembled again, and he squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. Brother Exant, why do you say all these things? Li Yunxin lowered his eyes. After a moment of silence, he looked at him again and said calmly, I don't like to talk about things in my heart. He thought for a while and smiled. Anyway, I don't like to reveal my true feelings to each other. Lu Gongzan. It was the first time he saw him smile like this. He looked like a shy child. Li Yunxin smiled like this, then shook his head and restrained his expression. He looked at Lu Gongzan solemnly again. So, I told you these things. From now on, there are no more secrets between us. In this dim stone prison, the two sat facing each other. Inside Cloud Mountain, there was a chaotic atmosphere. Outside Cloud Mountain, there was a bloody massacre. But in this small and quiet stone room, one of the masterminds behind all this, Wei River Dragon King Li Yunxin and Lu Gongzan sat facing each other in silence, looking at each other. Lao Dao shut his mouth tightly, his chest slightly rising and falling. After another 3 breaths, his throat moved, as if he had swallowed something. I understand, he said. Brother X, I understand. Chapter 494. Li Yunxin was silent for a while. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. Then, let's talk about another matter. He looked at Lu Gongzan. Your right arm could not be saved. The scale has my demonic energy, the demonic energy of the true state. Even if it's just a scale, it's still slowly eroding your vitality after you hit it in your flesh and blood. So, I used some tricks, just now, to seal the demonic energy of the dragons in your right arm. At this point, Lu Gongzan lowered his head to look at his arm. It wasn't that he didn't notice it before, but he didn't mention it. Now that Li Yunxin mentioned it, he slowly raised his right arm and clenched it. The scale covered the back of his hand. As he clenched it, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was demonic, but it was very powerful. Your right arm has the demonic energy of the dragons, so it's very strong, comparable to ordinary magic weapons. Li Yunxin sighed. I had no other way, so I could only do this. I don't know if you... I like it very much. Lu Gongzan smiled. It's a good arm. It's both an arm and a divine weapon. Brother Exine, give it a name. Li Yunxin was silent for a while. He exhaled lightly and suddenly smiled. Let's call it Qilin arm. Lu Gongzan thought for a while. It's a good arm and a good name. After saying this, he slowly stood up and moved his arms and legs. He said in a low voice, "It's still a little sore, but I'm full of energy. What does Brother Xin want to do next? After being imprisoned here for so long, my old bones are also itching." But Li Yunxin didn't move. He only looked at him. "Don't be anxious. There's one more thing. The vitality in your body was originally going to be cut off. In order to save your life, I randomly gave you a handful of pills. I didn't ask for any medicinal properties, just the spiritual energy inside. You feel energetic now, but the spiritual energy is supporting you. If the spiritual energy dissipates, you won't be able to live. We'll save your life first, then we'll do other things." When he said this, Lu Gongzan smiled and was about to say something. But Li Yunxin waved his hand. "I know what you're going to say, but since we're on Cloud Mountain now, it's not difficult to save your life, as long as I enter Cloud Mountain first." After saying this, he turned to look at the sword cultivator outside the prison cell. The swordsman himself had become deaf. He was shivering in pain, but he didn't dare to groan. He just stood there as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Li Yunxin looked at him sternly and ordered, "Open the door." These words directly bombard into the sword cultivator's spiritual sense. However, this kind of sound transmission method was simple and crude, and it was harmful to one's divine sense. Li Yunxin was at the perfected master realm. When she spoke in such a manner, the sword cultivator only felt his head buzzing. It was as if a god was speaking with the sound of thunder. Every sentence he heard made him dizzy. He knew that Li Yunxin didn't need him to open the door. But when he heard Li Su's words, he was relieved. If Li Su wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't be so long-winded. But now Li Su told him to do this and that. Obviously, Li Su didn't want to kill him. But when he heard Li Su's words, he was relieved. If Li Su wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't be so long-winded. But Li Su told him to do this and that. Obviously, Li Su didn't want to kill him. As for opening the door, Li Su wanted to order him around and show off his power. So he endured the pain in his head, took out the key, and opened the door. Instead, he said, "Let me ask you first, do you know where the other person is imprisoned?" If an ordinary cultivator were to encounter such a situation and face such a demon, they would definitely be at a loss for what to do after poking their ears and feeling dizzy. But this sword cultivator seemed to be smarter than ordinary people. Hearing Li Yunxin's question rumbling in his mind, he only paused for a moment before replying, I know. The Dragon King is talking about another demon cultivator, a chicken spirit. I know where he is. He's not far from here." Li Yunxin said, "Lead the way." The sword cultivator didn't dare to say anything else. He turned around and led the way. Li Yunxin followed him. Lu Gongzan thought for a while and slowly followed. This place was used to imprison prisoners. Wide and cold stone paths connected the cells. They were illuminated by talismans that didn't have much spiritual power. The three of them walked on a stone path. Their footsteps echoed far away. After about half an incense stick of time, Li Yunxin said, "I'll kill you here." But he didn't say it with his spiritual sense. The sword cultivator didn't notice and didn't stop. Lu Gongzan was stunned. He said in a low voice, "Brother Exine?" Li Yunxin slowed down her pace and walked alongside Lu Gongzan. "If he doesn't behave in a moment, you take action and kill him. If you meet other cultivators below the realm of truth, you can kill them. Your Kylan arm is impervious to fire and water. I'll be behind you in such a narrow place. No one will be a match for you." Lu Gongzan frowned. He knew that Li Yunxin's shout was to test the sword cultivator to see if he was deaf or not. And now he said something like this, "I'm only in the realm now. I don't have any demon power." Li Yunxin said softly, "I had a guess about the body possession after death." He said slowly while walking, "Since the body is destroyed and the body is possessed by the incarnation, and the incarnation is a projection, it might have some effect. I didn't notice it in the city of Wei, but I felt it on the battlefield. After the third time, I'm finally sure. As he spoke, he raised his hand and rubbed it hard on his face. After his first possession, he still looked like Li Yunxin. His appearance had matured early, and he looked 18 or 19 at the age of 15 or 16. He looked like a handsome and devilishly handsome young man. The second time he was resurrected on the battlefield, his appearance didn't change, but he looked more fresh and tender. His skin was like a newborn baby's. If any mortal woman in the world saw him, they would probably feel ashamed of themselves and think that their skin was rotten. Now, after the third possession, his skin was even more delicate and smooth. Now, he rubbed his face hard and put his hand down. His face immediately turned red, but it was not a healthy red. It looked like it had been exposed to the sun or hit hard. After another breath of time, the red color gradually turned green and then into a deep purple. Under the skin of his face, he rubbed it until it bled. Lu Gongzan was shocked and whispered, "How can this be?" He had been with Li Yunxin for a long time, so he knew a lot about demons. For example, this dragon child was not an ordinary animal to begin with. He was formed by the dragon's soul and the demon's primordial qi. He had no original form. Whether it was the human form, the demon form, or the real body, they could all be seen as different forms of the original form. Because of this, once the spirit was damaged or weakened, it would show on the face. Li Yunxin's body had always been strong. A knife couldn't even cut an eyelash. But now he just rubbed his face with his hand, and blood appeared. "Many have died. I guess the spirit is damaged," Li Yunxin whispered. "After the possession, there is no demon power, only the realm. Originally, without demon power, only the body is strong. But now it seems that there is something wrong with the body. But it's just a matter of face." The phrase, "a matter of face," was ambiguous and could be interpreted in any way. But just as Lu Gongzan was puzzled, Li Yunxin raised her hand again. A few fingers of her right hand turned into the form of a demon, and her nails became sharp. Then he used his fingernails to scratch the blood and cut off half the size of a palm. Lu Gongzan's scalp tightened, and he almost felt his face hurt. But the skin peeled off, but there was no blood. Below it was the skin of a newborn baby, very smooth and tender. Li Yunxin rubbed the skin in his hand, and it turned into powder. Now it's easy to lose the skin, but it's not a big problem. But before I recover my demon power, I'm afraid that people will see through me. So if anything happens, I will have to rely on you." Lu Laodao listened to him and nodded. Then he sighed. "Brother Exen, you can't die again. If something happens..." Li Yunxin smiled. "Okay, if I die again today, I won't die again." Lu Gongzan was stunned again, and he didn't understand what he meant. The swordsman in front stopped, turned around, and looked at Li Yunxin and Lu Gongzan. "We're here." When he spoke, he looked a little panicked, and it seemed that he was trying his best to stay awake. After saying this, he stepped aside, and a stone room appeared next to him. The place where Shanji was imprisoned was not far from the place where Lu Gongzan was imprisoned, and the cell was also the same. But the person lying on the ground looked more miserable than Lu Gongzan. He was lying on the stone floor, motionless. His left arm was gone, and there were white bones at the broken part. A pool of black blood flowed on the ground, and it had already scabbed. No one knew how long he had been lying like this. His hair was messy, and half of his face was covered, but his face could be vaguely seen. He was indeed a chicken spirit. His body didn't move, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, Li Yunxin pursed his lips and stopped. Lu Gongzan strode forward, grabbed the cell door with his right hand, and tore it open with a bit of force. Then he walked in, squatted down, and put his hand on his neck for a while. He turned to look at Li Yunxin. "He has 6 hours at most." Li Yunxin was silent for a while, and then he turned to look at the swordsman. "Do you know where Bai Yunxin and Red Lady are?" The swordsman was stunned for a while. I don't know. But, then do you know where Exan Shilio is?" The swordsman was even more stunned. "Exan Shilio? Who is she?" Li Yunxin walked over and said, "Okay, it's none of your business. Then you stay here and take good care of them." The swordsman was slightly relieved, Dragon King, don't worry. Li Yunxin suddenly raised his hand and hit his head with his palm. The swordsman reacted and raised his sword to block. But there was a sound of metal cracking. The sword was smashed, and the bones were broken. The arms and head were smashed. The swordsman fell to the ground without a sound. A remnant soul slowly stood up from the corpse. Li Yunxin breathed a sigh of relief, bowed his head, and rubbed his palm, so the wound caused by the broken sword healed quickly. He squatted down, dipped his hand in the swordsman's blood, drew a few lines on the ground, and breathed again. The remnant soul suddenly opened its eyes wide and slowly appeared, looking no different from the previous swordsman. Li Yunxin glanced at Pheasant and said to Lu Gongzan, "Let him deal with the corpse. It can hold on for a while. Wait for me here. I'll save you in 6 hours." Without waiting for Lu Gongzan's reply, he flew off into the distance. Chapter 495. The two pseudo-sages seemed to be unaware of all this. But even if they knew, compared to what was happening inside Cloud Mountain, Su Yusong and Zhuamuja seemed to think that what was happening outside Cloud Mountain was more of a headache for them. For example, now a group of mortals crawling in front of them, shivering. Now, they were in a palace, which looked brilliant and extraordinarily gorgeous. This was supposed to be the style of a mortal emperor. But now, a group of detached and indifferent cultivators in this palace seemed a little out of place. But this was something that could not be helped. Cloud Mountain fell 100 miles away, and the terrible noise shook the earth violently. Without the protection of this ostentatious magic treasure, these mortals would probably be shocked to death in just a quarter of an hour. But this group of mortals was the group of people who could not die the most now. Su Yusong stared at them for a while, almost gnashing his teeth as he looked at the group of heads and heads standing in front of him. "This is what you did." Yes, they were just wandering souls. Some of these wandering souls were originally guarding in the wild forest, in case the people of Moon Nanju caused trouble before Li Yunxin died. Some were guarding the emperors and ministers of various countries, in case they killed themselves to become ghost cultivators. The original intention was to send these people to a safer place. After the war, those heads and heads who had not been possessed died or were seriously injured, and then they would completely take over the entire Xianmen Gate. But many things looked and did were all different things. How could Su Yusong and Zhuamuja know that they had been seen through the first time they appeared in the world? In fact, they cannot be blamed. If those heads and heads still had the mind of mortals, they would never think that the two sages may not be the two sages of the past, because mortals always had many habits and emotions. Naturally, they included things like fear and respect. These things would always blind the clear consciousness of mortals. But those masters had already abandoned most of these things. When what he saw and what he was thinking about were connected, he would directly omit a lot of miscellaneous emotions. Although this often made them appear paranoid, arbitrary, and headstrong, it also made it easier for them to get to the truth of the matter. The two pseudo-sages had never experienced this for 1,000 or even thousands of years. Now that they had experienced it for the first time, they ended up in such a sorry state. That was why he hurriedly gave the order to the wandering souls that were scattered elsewhere to immediately take care of their own affairs and return as soon as possible. The wandering souls returned in time, which showed how high the prestige of these two senior brothers and senior sisters were in their hearts. 35 wandering souls, including 9 holy masters and 24 sect leaders, all rushed back. After the cultivators of the Celestial Gate knew the truth, 7 or 8 of them left first. These people were disheartened and felt that the Celestial Gate had been destroyed. They didn't want to fight any more pointless battles, so they immediately abandoned the fruit of fate and went somewhere else to cultivate in seclusion. He walked away in an incomparably confident and decisive manner. There were also some who had chased after the two for a long time, but it was only for the sake of the Xianmen and the Dao schemes. Although Su Yusong and Zhuamuja lacked magical powers, they still had the skin of a saint. After delaying for a long time, these wandering souls arrived. Therefore, after a series of battles, some of the masters of the Celestial Gate died, some were seriously injured, and some felt that they had done their best. Heaven's will was not something they could disobey, and the Celestial Gate had run out of strength, so they also left. In this way, in the eyes of the two pseudo-sages, apart from the fact that they were unwilling to obediently hand over their bodies, but also unwilling to obediently die, these high-level cultivators were still very likable. At least they were not as difficult to deal with as Li Yunxin, who had died with great difficulty. Then, the internal strife ended, and this group of people entered the battlefield again to fight with the great demons, making the already declining battle situation cheer up again, and once again forcing the demon army to a distance of hundreds of miles away from Cloud Mountain. Then, they saw the situation in front of them. When they rushed to the hall, Su Yusong and Zhuamuja found out. The wandering souls had also brought a group of mortals. There were more than 100 people in total. Most of them were men, and very few were women. Now, they were crawling in front of the two saints of Cloud Mountain, trembling and not even daring to raise their heads. In the lives of these people before, most of them were in the position of the two saints of Cloud Mountain. They were the emperors, empresses, famous nobles, and ministers of the various countries in Midland. There were 119 people in total. They had originally sent some Celestial Gate cultivators to watch over them. After the incident with the Qing Emperor and Emperor Yu, they felt that the Celestial Gate cultivators did not know how to be flexible, so they sent the wandering souls to help. Earlier, the two pseudo-sages had told them to immediately take care of their own affairs and return as quickly as possible. These wandering souls, unexpectedly they captured them and brought them back. Therefore, Su Yusong shouted harshly again, "Is this how you do the things I gave you? Capture all of them? What do you want me to do with them?" In the hearts of mortals, the Sendo were noble and ethereal beings. But now, these noblest people in Midland found that these Sendo in front of them not only knew how to capture people, but they also knew how to curse, beat, and even kill people. Each of them had a faint smell of blood on them. It came from the two arrogant emperors. They had been directly blasted into a bloody mist. Not even their souls were left. He was so angry that finally, one of the wandering souls couldn't help but say, "Why don't you tell me what else can we do? If we leave them there, who knows if those stupid Taoist priests won't be able to keep an eye on them?" The Qing Emperor and Emperor Yu are examples. After this person spoke, the other also said, "It's not good to kill them all. Didn't we kill one earlier? We were scolded again. Since we can't kill them or keep them, what else can we do if we don't bring them to you?" These two were talking back, but their words were full of grievance. They were not arrogant. At most, they were complaining. Since this was the case, Su Yusong's anger could not explode again. 35 people had rushed over and fought with the Celestial Gate cultivators. In the end, they lost 2 in the first encounter. Then, 3 more died. Of the 35 people, only 30 remained. In total, they had only killed 1 Celestial Gate sect leader and heavily injured 1 sect leader. It was not good to get angry before appeasing them. Zhuamuja sighed lightly. "Your senior brother is also angry. This matter is troublesome." When they spoke, they did not avoid the nobles at all. They just pretended they didn't understand human language. These have been brought here. There are demons in front, and behind the formation are these people who could become demons at any time. Once something happens, it will not be a joke. The other Zhuamuja walked to Su Yusong's side and pulled him to sit down. He then turned to the group of wandering souls and said, "Didn't we say it before? When the Celestial Gate collapsed, we still had to protect the world. Now that you have captured them and the world knows, what do we do in the future?" The wandering souls seemed to have long known what the 2 false saints were thinking. They had no choice in this matter, so they didn't speak for a moment. After a moment of silence, they suddenly heard a thin female voice say from the corner, "What's so difficult about it? Kill them one by one and wait to become ghost emperors. Once they become ghost emperors, they will be imprisoned and refined into wandering souls. Then, they will be sent back to be emperors and empresses. To the outside world, They will only say that the celestial gate fought against the demons. The immortals took them away and invited them to watch the battle, so that they could see the painstaking efforts of the celestial gate to raise the people. This nonsense has been said for tens of thousands of years, and they never get tired of it. What's the big deal if we continue now? When the nobles heard this, they trembled in fear and crouched even lower. The wandering souls looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Exanchilio covered in blood. She hugged her legs and rested her chin on her knees. She looked at the mortals faintly and said these words in a very calm tone. They also knew that this little junior sister was the favorite of their senior brother and sister. But now they found it strange. She was in such a sorry state and was no longer as clever and cheerful as before. It was as if she had seen through the world of mortals and didn't care about anything. Then they looked at their senior brother and sister. Exanchilio said these words and looked so sorry, but the two of them didn't look at her. They just kept a straight face and thought for a moment. What do you think? The wandering souls knew that something had happened between them, but they didn't say anything and just said, "Little junior sister is right." Su Yusong's face was gloomy. "Then let's do this." Now the situation is gradually stabilizing. After watching for a day or two, I will go back to Cloud Mountain with your senior sister. But it's not enough to just stabilize the situation. We have to kill all the demons. Since Dragon Sun is so arrogant, let them see the power of the Grand Supreme Realm. Now, let them live for a few days first. When such sinister and vicious words came out of Sendo's mouth, it immediately made the nobles understand that things were indeed not good. More than 100 people knelt down, almost covering the entire hall. Previously, they had held their breath and didn't dare to breathe. Now that there was no hope in their hearts, they suddenly became noisy. But the noise only lasted for a moment. Su Yusong waved his sleeve, and these people shrank like dolls in the hands of a child and were put into his sleeve. No wonder the emperors wanted supernatural powers and longevity. Just like that. So what if they had the most power in a country? In the face of power that didn't belong to the human world, the emperor was no different from an ordinary peddler. At this moment, Exanchilio suddenly turned to look at Su Yusong and Zhuamuja, then looked at the group of wandering souls and said, "Reason? What reason? This kind of thing that can be thought of with a little bit of brain is worthy of the word reason." She looked at the two fake saints with resentment. Then why do you have to refine them into wandering souls? Why don't you get someone to possess them and become emperors yourselves, and then annex those messy, small vassal states, leaving only 20 to 30 lords in the world, okay? That way, our people will be the respected elders of the Xianmen in a country and the emperors who live forever. Isn't that better than giving them to some demons for nothing? In the past, the countries in the human world didn't dare to annex because the Xianmen were still there. Now that the Xianmen are gone, what's there to be afraid of? Isn't this method better than refining all these people into wandering souls? Will the elders allow it? How long will it take to refine them? She said these words in one breath, and all the wandering souls in the hall were dumbfounded. Su Yusong and Zhuamuja's expressions became even worse, as if they knew what she was going to say next. Sure enough, your heads can't compare to Li Yunxin. Exanchilio could no longer remain calm. It was as if there was a burning flame in her heart that had been temporarily frozen just now. But now that it was thawing bit by bit, it became even more intense. They say that you have to think about the world and achieve great things. Humph! Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. If you really think that a person is useful, you have to use him no matter how hateful he is, not to mention that he has been refined into a wandering soul. Why would you care about what he was like in the past? Li Yunxin, you don't refine him, but killed him for nothing. Now you're refining these useless things. He's right. The two of you are more suitable to plot behind the scenes. You're not suitable at all to be the rulers of the world. At this point, she stood up and glared at the two saints. I'm the one who regrets being a wandering soul and being with you. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone hurriedly said, "Little junior sister, what are you saying?" Wandering souls naturally had different personalities. For a moment, some were comforting, some were resentful, some were silent, and some were thoughtful. But Su Yusong finally looked at her. He sneered. You regret being a wandering soul? Fine. Then what do you want? Her words were filled with killing intent, and her eyes were so cold that they seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She was not in a supreme state of mind. After coming out of the mountain, she suffered setbacks again and again. She had long accumulated anger in her chest. Li Yunxin had also said that Xian Shilio was only suitable for plotting behind the scenes. But at that time, they were still on Little Cloud Mountain. Su Yusong only laughed it off, knowing that it was the harsh words of someone who was about to die. But now that Xian Shilio said it in such a situation, it hurt his heart. Now, the killing intent was real, and the coldness in her eyes was also real. But Xian Shilio did not flinch at all. Instead, she glared back. Kill me the same way you killed Li Yunxin. Everyone was shocked. Zhoumuzhe could not help but turn to look at her. It seemed that he wanted to persuade her and Su Yusong. But in the end, he did not say it. Su Yusong sneered. Fine, it was at this moment, when swords were drawn, two people suddenly fell through the door. This palace was also a magic treasure, not an ordinary residence that could be thrown in as one wished. So everyone turned to look at the door and saw two people. Both of them were very familiar with each other. One of them was a woman in white. It was Lu Ling. She used to be a genius in Xianmen. These wandering souls had possessed the sect leader and the sect leader, so they naturally knew about her. And the other one was being grandmother. She was also a wandering soul, but she walked the world all year round, so it was not always possible to see her. But they also knew that this being grandmother was different from them. They had possessed the bodies of the Xianmen masters and obtained their cultivation for nothing. Being grandmother's cultivation was not obtained for nothing, but she had cultivated it herself. And it was not Daodong or Kenzo methods, but the way of painting. But now, being grandmother was covered with blood. Her face was like gold paper, and she was on the verge of death. And Lu Ling fell in with her in her arms. It seemed that the two of them went all the way to the outside of this palace, and being grandmother opened the magic treasure before she came in. Seeing this scene, no one was not shocked. Wandering souls were extremely difficult to die. Even if the body they possessed died, the wandering soul could abandon the body and go somewhere else. But now this being grandmother was as weak as an ordinary person, as if the wandering soul in her body had been seriously injured and could not leave the body. Who had this kind of ability? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Note 1. Something like this paragraph, in fact, is not earth-shattering, nor is it an exciting plot. It is just a side description of some characters in the novel. Perhaps many readers who see similar words in the novel will feel long-winded, or even directly skip it, and then feel a little watery. In fact, when I wrote this kind of thing, I even spent more thought than a simple fight, because it is actually explaining the logical relationship in the novel and perfecting the character settings. For example, why do those cultivators all look so stupid? This paragraph is actually to explain similar problems. And in the previous chapters, it has also been mentioned many times and explained a lot of their psychology. For example, because they have fewer emotions, they see things very directly. Either they are ridiculously wrong, like the overconfident Yunzi, or they hit the nail on the head, like these sect masters and sect leaders who see through the fake sage. But if there are not many such explanations, then when reading many plots, it is possible to feel that the characters' reactions are illogical and logical flaws. This will actually greatly affect the reading experience. For example, a long time ago, someone said in the book review section to abandon the book. The reason was that there is obviously a problem with the mental cultivation of these cultivators. They have cultivated into monsters and should not cultivate like this. But if this friend has seriously read the book, he will realize that the problem he raised has long been explained in the novel, and more than once. There's indeed a problem with their cultivation. So if you did not read carefully, you will have to take the blame. The most obvious example is if a protagonist like Li Yunxin were to be placed in other books. Look at what stupid things he has done. He has killed himself time and time again. Knowing that it is dangerous, he still insists on sending himself to death. And in front of the enemy, he is servile. These are all very scary points. But because I used so many different aspects to make everyone realize that he was actually an extraordinary person, and that he had his own logic and reasons for doing all these stupid things, it actually felt like, once you accept this setting, it's actually quite interesting, right? So, I hope that when you read my book, you do not need to read every word and sentence, but do not skip large sections. Because what you skip may be very important information in the future. If you skip this, you may have doubts in the future, such as how can he react like this? How can he do such things? Chapter 496. When the two of them slammed into the door, everyone was in a daze. Xian Shilio was the first one to react. She didn't have time to argue with Su Yusong anymore. She wanted to run over and see what was going on. Grandma Bean used to be a Taoist priest in Yinshan. Her temperament was the most similar to a human among all the wandering souls. When she was in Yinshan, she taught Xian Shilio a lot of painting techniques. She was one of the few wandering souls that this little demon girl didn't hate. Now that she had lost Li Yunxin was a disciple of the art Taoism. She loved the house and its crow, so her impression of Do Po was even worse. She was worried, but she had only taken 2 steps when Lu Ling had already picked up Do Po, calling out repeatedly, "Granny, Granny, if you have something to say it quickly. She's here, she's here." Everyone knew that Lu Ling lost her supernatural power because of Li Yunxin's scheme. Later, she got a body from Li Yunxin and became an ordinary person. Now she looked at her. She didn't have the elegance of a cultivator anymore. Instead, she looked like an ordinary woman. Tears flowed out of her eyes as she shouted. She couldn't help but admire Grandma Bean's skill. In just a few days, she had tamed this little girl. However, Dopo was being carried in her arms, being tossed around and rubbed. Originally, she was a little angry and wanted to say something, but now, how could she say anything? With his lips trembling, he reached out a hand to grab Lu Ling's shoulder tightly and stared at her. Seeing this, Su Yusong frowned. With just 1 step, he appeared in front of the two of them. He didn't ask Lu Ling. He just put a finger on Grandma Bean's forehead. Then his face changed. Grandma Bean made a ho-ho sound again. She stared at Su Yusong. Lu Ling cried, "Grandma, Grandma, if you have something to say it quickly." But Grandmother Bean was already slowly losing her breath. She was like an ordinary old man with a serious illness in the secular world. She was about to die. Seeing this, Lu Ling cried to Su Yusong again. Grandma was hurt by a man who looked like a skeleton. He was very tall and came out of nowhere. After crying for a while, she shook the bean lady. "Granny, Granny, Grandpa Saint is here. Tell me." At this time, Xian Shilio also came over. She grabbed Lu Ling's hair and pulled her aside. She scolded her sternly. "What are you screaming for? You shook a perfectly fine person to death." Lu Ling was now immortal. A cultivator of the transcendent state like Xian Shilio was like a god to her. There was no room for her to resist. She was immediately thrown to the side, and her hair was undone, draping over her face. He didn't dare to come over, and could only lie on the side and watch as Bean grandmother cried. After tearing Lu Ling apart, Xian Shilio bent down and touched Grandmother Bean's forehead. Then, her face turned pale like Su Yusong's. But she was only stunned for a short while, and then she immediately turned and stared at Lu Ling. "What do you mean by a skeleton? Where is he? How'd he get hurt?" It was not that she and Su Yusong did not want to save Grandmother Bean, but there was no way to save her. If a whole wandering soul was regarded as a mass of primordial qi, then Grandmother Bean's qi was now very weak. More than half of his soul had disappeared, as if it had been bitten and eaten by a monster. The wandering souls had never encountered such a situation. No wonder even Su Yusong was stunned. At this time, Lu Ling could only cry. But at least she knew how to speak. I was sleeping, and Popo was watching over me. When I woke up, I saw Popo lying on the ground, and that man walking away. Popo said that she had fought with him, and knew that at this point she paused, opened her mouth, tilted her head, and fainted. Enchanting was so angry that she jumped up. From the moment she entered the door, she had been shouting and crying instead of talking properly. Now, she suddenly fainted at the crucial point. She was so hateful. She already had some resentment in her heart, but now it was all aroused by Lu Ling. She raised her eyebrows and was about to kill her with one palm, take out her soul, destroy her mind, and interrogate her carefully. But when she was about to do it, she heard someone say stop. It was Zhuo Muzha who spoke. After saying this, he walked over in 2 steps, but he did not look at Grandmother Bean, but bent down and held Lu Ling in his arms. At that very moment, Enchanting's expression changed. She knew what Zhuo Muzha's expression and action meant. Zhuo Muzha held Lu Ling in his arms, and the other hand gently stroked her cheek, brushing away the messy black hair on her face. Then he slowly untied her belt and lifted the lapel. Then he lifted the bottom 2 layers, revealing her undergarments. Then he took off her undergarments, revealing the girl's snow-white and delicate skin, and a burst of hot air mixed with her body fragrance. Then he saw a large bruise on her left chest. Above her left breast, it was red and black. If an ordinary martial arts practitioner saw this injury, he would definitely exclaim, "She was injured by a heavy method, and there is no cure for it in the world." Zhuo Muzha looked at the injury and covered her clothes again. He sighed softly, turned his face, and said, "Alas, this child is also seriously injured." In the end, she still managed to send Grandmother Bean back. It can be seen that she is a person who understands friendship. He turned his face, but did not look at Enchanting. Instead, he regarded Enchanting as air and looked at Su Yusong. Enchanting's expression changed dramatically. Naturally, she knew that Zhuo Muzha was a man in the secular world who was tired of a woman would fall in love with a new person in the blink of an eye. So the new person was called a new lover. But now, this wandering soul couple was tired of Enchanting, and their obsession was so strong that they suddenly fell in love with Lu Ling. What was it called? Li Yunxin was right. Li Yunxin was right. The person they doted on was not Enchanting. What they really doted on was the feeling of doting on someone and being doted on and loved by someone. That person could be anyone. Thinking of this, thinking of Li Yunxin, and seeing Zhuo Muzha holding Lu Ling in his arms, Enchanting felt sad. But in the end, she just clenched her teeth, snorted, and slowly retreated to the previous corner, hugged her legs, and sat down. When Su Yusong saw Zhuo Muzha's appearance, his originally livid face slowly eased. After a moment of silence, he looked down at Grandmother Bean. At this moment, Grandmother Bean's eyes were already lifeless. The whites of her eyes quickly became turbid, and her face quickly aged. Soon, she turned into a dried corpse. The whole process was unbelievably fast. It was also a situation that had never been seen before, since he could not get anything out of her. Su Yusong's gaze fell on Lu Ling. Then he said, "Before, when this kid didn't know who we were, I liked her quite a lot." Pausing for a second, he seemed to sigh in a low voice. "When she was in the Cloud Mountain, I summoned her and gave her many treasures. Back then, the world was still ours. Back then, the Cloud Mountain was prosperous." In the end, he should have this sigh. Back then, the Gate of Wonders was in their hands, and the world was in their hands. All spirit creatures were hiding and dared not to make any trouble. Everything in Midland was in good order, and the hearts of Zhuo Muzha were full of hope, pride, and confidence. But it was only a few months. The Gate of Wonders was broken, and spirit creatures attacked to the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Many wandering souls died, and Zhuo Muzha realized that many things weren't as easy as they looked. Although all of this was facilitated by the Freemasons in the dark, and they couldn't blame anyone, seeing the beautiful thing that once belonged to them being destroyed really made them feel all sorts of emotions, and they couldn't help but sigh. Hearing him, Zhuomuja said to Wood. Su Yusong sighed slightly. So, she doesn't need to be immortal anymore. I'll keep her alive. When she wakes up, we'll ask her what happened. But in my opinion, it should be the spirit creatures over there. Spirit creatures are born with different abilities, which can't be explained by magic. But I don't know which spirit creature has such a strange ability. A so, and a good. Everyone knew what it meant. It meant that they were going to turn this Lu Ling into a wandering soul. To refine these two new darlings. No matter what the two saints thought, this meant that they had a new member. Therefore, the group of wandering souls in the hall also became happy. Earlier, when Lu Ling slammed into the door, their faces were full of coldness. But now, they all gathered around Zhuomuja, looking at the unconscious Lu Ling, clicking their tongues happily. But in the eyes of others, this scene was a bit scary. It was like a group of devils discussing how to share the flesh of a baby. Everyone was happy, and no one paid attention to Xian Shilio anymore. Xian Shilio gritted her teeth and looked at them. She put her hand into her sleeve and took out a painting. It was the one that Li Yunxin had given to Lu Gongzan, drinking wine and pei di. And at this time, the owner of this painting walked to a fork in the road. Li Yunxin had imagined the size of Cloud Mountain and the complexity of its internal passages. However, he didn't expect it to be so complicated and grand. He thought, it should be similar to the stone road he took to Mount Shaoyan. It should be connected by many long tunnels that could accommodate several people walking side by side and several people high. There was either a wide hall or a stone chamber on either side of it. Many of these tunnels were intertwined, forming a complex and enormous nest that resembled an ant's nest. But now he knew. His guess about the structure of Cloud Mountain was correct, but his guess about the scale was wrong. For example, what he saw now, in fact, he should be in a big canyon. The bottom of the canyon was flat, and it was hundreds of steps wide. It was hard to find a suitable analogy for this width in this world. But in his previous world, it should be said, it was the length of a standard football field. Length, not width. Such a wide canyon. On both sides, there were rock walls of the same height extending upward and finally converging at the top. In fact, the cross-section was like a lying oval. At the bottom, there were fallen weeds, slightly undulating terrain, clusters of bushes and woods. The stone walls on both sides were also covered with vines, trees, and weeds. Some plants climbed all the way to the top, and they bore fruit. He didn't know whether the fruit was a natural mutation or the blessing of talismans, but it actually glowed. So the densely packed fruit hung on the top of his head, stretching from one end of his sight to the other, looking like a brilliant galaxy. Naturally, the canyon was lit up as if it was night. Li Yunxin knew that this was not a passage. It was more like a natural environment with a complete biological community. There were more similar, huge passages extending in the Cloud Mountain. The entire Cloud Mountain was not filled with people, sex, or cold stone rooms, as he had thought before. In fact, most of the space here was a natural landscape, and people's residences only occupied a small part of it. No wonder cultivators didn't want to go to the Cloud Mountain. Except for the vast mountains and rivers, almost everything in the mortal world could be found on the Cloud Mountain. Such a huge thing could actually cruise in the air for tens of thousands of years in the Midland without disintegrating. Perhaps only divine beings could do that. However, this level of situation also caused his original plan to fall through. His original plan, for example, in a narrow passage. Although there weren't many people coming and going in the passage, at least there would be people passing by occasionally. He randomly grabbed someone on the road and used some random method to ask about the location of the Cloud Mountain, the cave residence, and the secret location. If he couldn't get one answer, he would ask a few more, and finally he would arrive at his destination smoothly. But now he realized that this place was like a wilderness. He had been walking for nearly an hour, but he didn't see a single person. But he saw many wild animals, and they weren't afraid of people at all. It was obvious that there weren't many people in this kind of place. It was really strange, the incomparably intelligent way River Dragon King Li Yunxin tried so hard to deceive all the powerful beings in the world and then successfully sneaked behind the enemies, intending to take drastic measures. But he got lost. Who would believe this kind of plot? If a storyteller wrote something like this, he would probably be laughed at. The translucent jade slip should have been placed in the Cloud Mountain with the other treasures. The two wandering souls couldn't open it, so they definitely wouldn't carry it with them. But just like all the treasures he had handed over in the study, trying to use as signals, signposts, and guides at this time, he couldn't sense them anymore. This meant that the special inhibition of the Cloud Mountain had also blocked the auras of those things. Now, in front of him, to the left, the wild land in late autumn suddenly turned into the lush greenery in midsummer. The wide canyon on the left was filled with lush greenery. He didn't know where the light came from, but it was the same as the sunlight, like a summer afternoon. To the right, there was a shallow stream. The shallow stream had white sand banks, and beautiful and slender green grass grew on the banks. The two walls were covered with furry green moss, and occasionally there were small white flowers or water flowed along the stone walls. But the entire top of the canyon was slowly dripping water, as if it was a cloudy day, and it was drizzling. Whether it was to the left or to the right, it would make people feel relaxed and happy in the secular world. But now, in Li Yunxin's eyes, he only felt that it was strange. Everything was too different from what he had imagined. It seemed that under the quiet and peaceful appearance, there was hidden danger. At this moment, Li Yunxin heard a voice, someone calling him. He almost thought that his spirit was too heavily injured, and he was hearing things. Aya, is the king lost? Aya, where did the king go? Chapter 497. The voice came from the left, on the other side of the white sand bank of the shallow stream, where it was drizzling. The voice was shrill and thin, as if it was a strange ghost speaking, but also like a cat. The voice was also very familiar. The first time he heard it, it said, "Where did you come from? How dare you behave atrociously in my palace?" If it wasn't an auditory hallucination, it was Sanhua's voice. At this moment, Li Yunxin suddenly pursed his lips, tensed his body, and looked in the direction of the voice. It was impossible. Sanhua couldn't have appeared in such a place. Before Li Yunxin and Lu Gongzan were bombarded by the godly thunder of the ninth heaven, Sanhua, Shuk, and Sky went to Baijindu with Sanhua. At that time, Li Yunxin said that he wanted to establish a little demon protection association. Lu Gongzan was very interested, so he sent the three of them there to collect the little demons. Because at that time, Li Yunxin was a little suspicious of Sanhua. For example, in the alley of the city of Wei, when she possessed the dragon lady and attacked, it was obvious that she wasn't a wandering ghost. It seemed that she had a background. However, in the end, he still looked like a lunatic. She also saved Li Yunxin's life, so he didn't think too much about it at that time. In this world, who didn't have a past and a secret, if you had to find out everyone's background before you could use them, then there was no need to do anything. Moreover, his suspicions were merely about her background, and he did not think of anything worse. But the three of them went to Baijindu, and then Mount Jun was attacked. In order to keep him, Lu Gongzan decisively gave up the three demons. In his heart, the three demons couldn't compare to Li Yunxin. After that, Shuk and Sky were killed, but Sanhua escaped, and there had been no news of her since. But he heard her voice here. On Cloud Mountain, the absurdity in Li Yunxin's heart was far greater than any previous similar experience. In fact, he was more willing to believe that his soul was damaged. But the next moment he saw it. Although this is a shallow stream, but the shallowness of a stream was relative to a river. How shallow could a stream that was half the width of a football field be? On both sides, he could clearly see water plants, white sand, pebbles, transparent shrimp, and swimming fish. But the deeper they went, the deeper the water became. In front of him was the white beach, and 15 steps away was the deep water. Thus, a ripple suddenly appeared in the deep water. Then, a furry head popped out of the water and shook its head fiercely. For a moment, water splashed everywhere. It was the head of a cat. White head. There was a little yellow above his lips, 2 yellow spots on his forehead, and a little black on the tip of his nose. It had golden eyes and a white beard. It was a female cat with 3 flowers. Beads of water hung from his long beard, making him look handsome and majestic. Then the cat swam with its head held high, and soon reached the shallow water. It jumped nimbly onto a rock sticking out of the water, arched its body, and shook off the water on its body before sitting down. Its front paws were placed in front of its body, and it tilted its head to look at Li Yunxin. As soon as it opened its mouth, it spoke in human language. "Ah, where did the king go? Huh?" Li Yunxin stared at her silently, watching her tail flapping around him unhurriedly. Seeing that he did not speak, Sanhua began to lick its paws. While licking, it used its front paws to wash its face and ears. It was very busy. It was a familiar tone and voice. If it was anywhere on the ground, Li Yunxin would be convinced that this was the Sanhua he knew. However, on Cloud Mountain, he took 2 steps forward and stood still. He frowned slightly. Why are you here?" Sanhua put down its paws and happily patted its tail. "Ah, I was brought up. Ah, king, look at me. Hee, isn't my body beautiful?" Li Yunxin took 2 more steps forward and looked at her. Shiny and shiny, with a long and neat beard. What a beautiful Sanhua. Then he said, "Who brought you up?" Sanhua was very happy to be praised by him. Suddenly, it rolled on the rock. With its belly facing the sky, it raised its little face and looked at Li Yunxin with yellow eyes. Hee, Cheng Kongzi? Huh? Ah, Ba Mingzhenzi? Hee, Mingzhenzi. He brought me up. Li Yunxin was slightly stunned. He did not expect that she would say these 2 names. Cheng Kongzi, the leader of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sect. When Li Yunxin was attacked on Cloud Mountain, the cultivators used Cheng Kongzi's magic weapon. Later, when Li Yunxin escaped, he chased after him alone and was tortured and killed by Li Yunxin in the wild forest. Before that, he also went to Baijin Du. It was he who killed the 2 demons, Shuk and Siji. Mingzhenzi was the leader of the Ling Shao Sword sect. He was the one who took away Lu Gongzan and took away Li Yunxin's folding fan that day. Li Yunxin was a rare smart person in the world, and his thinking was also surprisingly open and bold. As the saying goes, a mental patient has a broad mind. So, because of these 2 names, a deduction was made. Combined with these 2 names and the facts of that day, there seemed to be such a possibility. Cheng Kongzi went to Baijin Du to kill 3 demons, but only killed 2. Sanhua must have used some method to get into his body without being noticed. Then Cheng Kongzi returned to Mount Jun and met Mingzhenzi again. At that time, Mingzhenzi had the spirit map that Li Yunxin painted the scenery of the city of Wei. Or, when she had an idea, she would say it. This was Li Yunxin's usual bold style. He frowned. "You got into Cheng Kongzi's body. Then you ran into Mingzhenzi's spirit map. After that, Mingzhenzi came to Cloud Mountain. You came out of the spirit map and stayed here." Sanhua was happy. "Huh? Hey, your Majesty said it well." Well said." It seemed that he guessed right, but it wasn't all a guess. In fact, there were many clues before. Li Yunxin just put them together. The reason why he dared to guess that Sanhua got into Cheng Kongzi's body without being noticed was that there was no way for Sanhua to get in touch with the Mingzhenzi she mentioned. It was also because Sanhua seemed to be very good at this and was not noticed. The first time Li Yunxin saw her was in the ruined Mrs. Sanhua Temple. At that time, he also met the Emptiness Realm Swordsman of Kenzo. At that time, Sanhua's demonic power was low, but she stayed in the temple in the forest for a long time. The Emptiness Realm Swordsman was also nearby, but he did not notice her. After that, when Li Yunxin interacted with her, she would often discover that this little demon was playing around her when she wasn't paying attention, and it wasn't just once. At that time, he thought, the cat demon is very dexterous. However, it was still difficult to explain this matter with just this one point. Cheng Kongzi was a perfected master and a sect master. Sanhua was just an emptiness realm demon. There's almost no reasonable explanation for an emptiness realm demon to get into the body of a perfected master without noticing. Li Yunxin casually made up such a conjecture, and Sanhua said, "Well said." In fact, it was more like a random reason or excuse was enough. He said it, and she agreed, so the matter was over and everyone was happy. There was no need to delve deeper into why Sanhua came here. He just had to accept the result. Was this the thoughts of this strange and shrill calico cat in front of him? If it was, then Li Yunxin realized that another possibility might also come true. It might not be a coincidence that he met Sanhua. Therefore, he took a deep breath and thought of another matter. Earlier, when Lu Gongzan was in Yanshan, he had sent him a message about Jin Guangzi accepting a Taoist weapon and going to find Li Yunxin for revenge. At Jiuanshang, Lu Gongzan was taken away by Ming Jinzi. Later, in the Battle of Changji Town, he was taken away by Jin Guangzi before Ming Jinzi died. Jin Guangzi was seriously injured and returned to Yanshan, so he brought Lu Gongzan here as well. Originally, he thought he was a prisoner, but news came out. Li Yunxin was very surprised. But at that time, he was in a dangerous situation and didn't think too much. When he received the news, it was in Manwan Mountain before he met Ding Min and the others. At that time, it was a hunter in the mountain who called himself Moon Nanju who passed the message to him. Earlier, when Li Yunxin met Lu Gongzan, he asked him about the situation when they walked to the place where the pheasant was kept. Lu Gongzan told Li Yunxin how he received the news and how he passed it on. He mentioned a detail in the conversation. At that time, he didn't care. Now that he saw Sanhua, he realized that the detail was unusual. Lu Gongzan said that he was indeed on Yunshan Mountain at the time, in the Yunshan station of the Wuji Sword sect. No one paid special attention to him anymore, so he had some freedom of movement. One night, he suddenly heard someone talking on the other side of the wall. The tone and voice were similar to Sanhua's. Lu Gongzan knew that it was impossible for Sanhua to appear on Yunshan Mountain, so he realized that perhaps it was someone from Mu Nanju. The people there knew a lot of things. If they imitated Sanhua's appearance, he would know what they meant. He tried to sound him out with a few casual questions. The Mu Nanju man, whom he had never met before, only pretended to be one of the three flowers. He also casually told him some small details about their interactions with Li Yunxin. At this point, how could he not believe that it was indeed someone from Mu Nanju who pretended to be in contact with him? Therefore, in this situation where both sides knew, Lu Gongzan told the person that Golden Light had obtained a Taoist instrument. He did not expect that the news would really spread. When Lu Gongzan mentioned this, Li Yunxin thought, "This is wonderful." He did not need to reveal his identity. He only pretended to be a Sanhua that Lu Gongzan was familiar with, and his disguise was flawless. On the one hand, he showed his strong ability to obtain information. On the other hand, he used the most barbaric and direct way to dispel Lu Laodao's doubts. If he knew all this, why would he need to test him if he was from Xianmen? But now that he saw the beautiful tricolor cat that was possessed by the tricolor flower, he realized maybe that night was not someone from Mu Nanju pretending to be Sanhua. Moreover, it was indeed hers. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Were you the one who talked to Lu Gongzan before?" The three flowers were still cute, eccentric, and mischievous at the same time. But if she did all these things, or someone instructed her to do it, including saving Li Yunxin from danger for the first time, then he could no longer see her as just a little demon. Sanhua rolled over and stared at him without blinking. "Ah, that's right." Li Yunxin was silent for a while. "Who told you to do it?" The cat monster blinked and tilted her head to look at him. Her pupils narrowed into two thin black lines. Hee, it's the second shopkeeper." The second shopkeeper." Of course, Li Yunxin did not know who the second shopkeeper was, but he knew which kind of people liked to use this kind of name, Mu Nanju. What Sanhua meant was, back then, it was the people from Mu Nanju who asked her to ask Lu Gongzan. Then, she got the news and spread the news. In fact, there were still many things that needed to be asked if she wanted to ask. But now, Li Yunxin seemed to be sure of one thing. It should not be a coincidence that Sanhua met him. At this time, he seemed to have successfully hidden from the eyes of most people in the world. But there were still some people who were not fooled by him. These people might be allies, or they might be allies for the time being. But this feeling still made Li Yunxin frown. From the beginning to the end, he had always hated the feeling that someone thought they could be superior to him, manipulating him. The two wandering souls of Cloud Mountain used to think so Li Yunxin spent a lot of effort to escape from their sight and try to create some trouble for them. But now, no matter who knew he was still alive, they did not seem to have learned anything from what he did to Su Yusong and Zhuomuja. Li Yunxin was silent. Then he laughed. If Lu Gongzan saw him laughing, he would know that it meant that he was very angry. So much so that he laughed. Okay. Li Yunxin smiled kindly and said, "Good cat. So, how did you find me now?" "Well, forget it. There is no point in asking this. What are you going to do now that you have found me?" Sanhua seemed to be unable to understand the meaning in Li Yunxin's smile. She stood up on the rock, arched her body, and stretched. "Ah, my king is lost." "Well, where are you going, my king?" "I want to go to Cloud Mountain," said Li Yunxin. He stopped asking questions and seemed to have accepted everything. "Do you know where it is?" Sanhua happily jumped off the rock and stepped on the water to get to the shore. She stretched her feet to shake off the white sand on the soles of her feet, ran to Li Yunxin's feet, and rubbed against him. "I know, my king. I will take you." "Well, go. You are very familiar with Cloud Mountain." Sanhua began to run. She ran along the stream at a fast speed, leaving shallow, plum-shaped paw prints on the white sand. Li Yunxin followed closely behind, silently observing her and everything around him. He suddenly felt like he was still in the net. He had escaped from Su Yusong and Zhuomuja's net, but then he realized that they were actually in another, bigger net. He really hoped that it was an illusion, because even a crazy person like him didn't really like the life and death struggle part of the plot. Chapter 498. About half an hour later, Li Yunxin and Sanhua passed another fork in the road. The road ahead had its ups and downs, but it looked like gentle slopes and hills on the plain. However, when they looked at the fork in the road ahead, they saw a passage going up. It was as wide as the canyon that Li Yunxin was in. There was a long stone staircase in the middle, about 6 or 7 people walking side by side. It was paved with white marble and went up along the slope-like passage. Li Yunxin couldn't see where it went. After all, the top was not the sky, but the stone roof of the canyon. However, the top of this road was nothing but clouds. The clouds rolled slightly, emitting a golden light that illuminated the passageway brilliantly. It looked like an immortal's home. This was the first man-made trace that Li Yunxin saw after walking around for so long. In fact, it was the mountain gate of a Daotong cultivation sect. This majestic passageway should be the path to the sect. It was just that the mountain road in the secular world was a staircase on the mountain, and there were always plants on both sides. However, the two sides of the white marble staircase on this road were still flat, long slopes on which all kinds of strange flowers and plants were embossed. When Sanhua walked here, her footsteps gradually slowed down. Then, she stopped at the entrance of the mountain gate, lowered her body, suddenly pressing down her ears, revealing 2 canine teeth, and fiercely hissed. Li Yunxin knew that this was the appearance of a cat when it was angry. After all, Sanhua was not a simple cat, but she also used this way to express her emotions. If she didn't do it on purpose, it seemed to mean that after Mrs. Sanhua possessed this cat, her temperament also merged with the animal nature in the cat's body. This was very interesting. However, he still didn't know what she was angry about, until she squinted her eyes again, turned her head to look at Li Yunxin, and said in a soft voice, "My king, Shanqing Danding sect." Li Yunxin's expression froze, and he also stopped walking. The corner of his mouth was slightly pressed down. There were many people who had offended him. Some of them he could afford to offend, so they all ended badly. There were some people that he could not afford to offend, but he was a narrow-minded person who would never forget his hatred. He had always kept it in mind, waiting for the right moment to use it. However, there was one guy who was lucky. It was the sect master of Daodong's high-clarity pill cauldron sect, Gui Yuanzi. When he and old Lu were having a heart-to-heart talk on Mount Jun, there were three main culprits. One was Chung Kongzi, the head disciple of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder sect, who was torn to pieces by him in the wild forest. Ming Jinzi, who had taken away Lu Gongzan, was also killed by him in the Battle of Changji Town. There was also the sect master of the Pill Cauldron sect, Gui Yuanzi. After failing to kill Li Yunxin, this guy and Ming Jinzi went far away and never showed up again. But it was already marked in Li Yunxin's heart. He didn't know if he would be able to sleep peacefully during this period of time. The last time Li Yunxin heard of the name Gui Yuanzi was only recently. After Su Yusong imprisoned him in Mount Chuyun, he stayed in the profound sect's camp for a day, so he heard that this Gui Yuanzi was injured. Gui Yuanzi's lungs were injured when he fought with a great demon on the formation. This injury wasn't serious, but it wasn't light either. So Su Yusong told him to return to Cloud Mountain to recuperate. In reality, he wanted him to stay on Cloud Mountain to prevent any disasters. There were a total of 4 high-level cultivators who stayed on Cloud Mountain. 3 true realm and 1 profound realm. Apart from Gui Yuanzi, the other 2 true realm cultivators were seriously injured. It was said that they might not even be able to keep their corporeal bodies. The other profound realm cultivator, Li Yunxin, had never heard of him, but it was said that he was also seriously injured, so he didn't take it to heart at that time. But now it was such a coincidence. On the way to Cloud Mountain, he actually walked to the door of his enemy's house. Li Yunxin stood there and looked up the stairs for a while, then turned to look at Sanhua and asked heavily, "This is the Pill Cauldron Sect's mountain gate. Are you familiar with it?" Sanhua's ears perked up. His long beard also perked forward. He seemed to be interested and excited. Familiar. Great king. You want to exterminate the entire sect? Exterminate the entire sect. This cat demon spoke in a soft voice, and as she spoke, she let out a maniacal laugh. But her words were talking about exterminating the entire sect and the like. Those who didn't know what was going on would feel a chill run down their spine when they heard this. But Li Yunxin thought for a while, then shook his head. I'm not a devil. Gui Yuanzi is detestable, but those disciples under him have no enmity with me. If they don't cause trouble and are willing to stand at the side and watch me kill Gui Yuanzi, there's no need to exterminate his entire sect. The cat demon squinted her eyes and laughed. That's right. But not now. Li Yunxin took a step forward. Let's go to Cloud Mountain first. After the matter there is settled, I'll find this Gui Yuanzi and have a good talk. The cat demon blinked her eyes. Reluctantly, she looked towards the Pill Cauldron Sect's mountain gate for a while before following Li Yunxin's footsteps. After another hour, Li Yunxin knew that they had arrived. The 2 demons passed by many different landforms along the way, but they didn't see any other sect's mountain gate. Now, they were in a snowy mountain canyon, surrounded by pure white snow. The stone walls on both sides that extended towards the sky were sealed by a layer of ice. There were no traces of life on the ground, only black rocks and snow. In front of them was the end. There was no more path. They faced a stone wall that was hundreds of meters tall, and they couldn't see the top. This was also the height of the canyon. Sanhua stopped in front of the stone wall, pressed her ears down, and used her front claws to dig the snow. After digging for a while, she shook off the snow that had fallen on her ears, then shook her head. Great king, we've arrived. Li Yunxin walked over and looked into the shallow hole that she had dug. He originally thought that it would be an entrance or something else, but in the end, there was nothing but broken rocks. He frowned suspiciously. Sanhua squatted beside the hole, tilted her head, and used her front claws to dig the stones. Finally, she pulled out a thumb-sized, ordinary-looking stone. She raised her head and looked at Li Yunxin. We've arrived. Li Yunxin suddenly realized something. He stooped down and picked up the stone. Then, he thought of Lord Donting's Red Flower City. When that mysterious realm demon took Li Yunxin to Red Flower City for the first time, he found a very inconspicuous red flower on many flood dragon skeletons at the bottom of Dongting Lake. Inside the red flower was the vast dragon palace of Lord Dongting, a mysterious realm demon. Now, as soon as he held the stone in his hand, he immediately felt an indescribable emptiness. Although the stone was in his hand, the boundless space was unfolded in his mind. This sudden contrast made Li Yunxin's hand tremble slightly, and he almost dropped the stone on the ground. But only with the demon's permission could others enter Lord Dongting's Red Flower City. But the space inside the stone in his hand was open. It was not difficult to get in. The difficult part was to find it. Sanhua found it effortlessly, as if she was very familiar with everything on Cloud Mountain. She never explained anything, but she also never hid anything. Li Yunxin also wanted to find out about her, but he knew that now was not the time. He took a deep breath. Then, Sanhua raised her foot and scratched her ear. "Ah, your majesty, go. Ha, come back to the mountain. Ah, kill them all." Li Yunxin knew that the mountain, she said, referred to the Pill Cauldron sect of the enchanting sect. In fact, he could also see the greed in her eyes, like a cat that liked the smell of blood. But he didn't know what exactly this cat demon coveted in the Cloud Mountain of the enchanting sect. Although he still had some doubts about this cat demon, he was not a timid person. He didn't have much time to begin with, and at this juncture, there was no need to hesitate. So he smiled. "Okay, then wait for me here." After saying this, his consciousness suddenly sank. The howling of the snow and the bone-piercing chill in his ears immediately disappeared. He appeared in a familiar place, the stone path. When Exine Shilio brought him here on the Star Shuttle for the first time, they also came out of the Star Shuttle through this stone path. At that time, he thought that it was one of the countless paths leading to Little Cloud Mountain. But now he knew that it had always been this one path. He calmed his mind and walked at a moderate pace, sensing all the movements in this stone path. When he first entered Little Cloud Mountain, he walked to a certain place and suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. He walked into Little Cloud Mountain. Looking back, he could only see the stone wall, but not the path he came from. This way of entering should be some kind of restriction or formation. Now, Li Yunxin was faced with two possibilities. One was to walk in effortlessly, just like the last time. The other was, after walking for half an hour, he realized one thing. This stone path had no end. He walked on the stone path at a moderate speed for almost an hour, but there was still endless darkness in front of him, and there was no change in his surroundings. He knew that if he continued walking, he would walk until the end of time, until someone who knew how to break this restriction released him. So he stopped and let out a light breath. The next moment, his consciousness moved, and his soul transformed into an avatar. He didn't know where this avatar would go. He just wanted to go as far as he could, hoping to appear in Little Cloud Mountain. But then with a grunt, he spat out a mouthful of golden dragon blood. The avatar was destroyed as soon as it appeared. He didn't know if it ran into this restriction. Like Tang Wakshu, not even a speck of dust was left, so this path wasn't the entrance either. This path seemed to be just a symbolic path. Its direction didn't mean the direction of the entrance. But Li Yunxin just spat out the remaining blood in his mouth. Without any hesitation, he created another avatar behind him. The next moment, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The avatar was destroyed again. Any cultivator or demon who used their avatar as a pawn to explore the path couldn't afford it. If the avatar was damaged, their cultivation would also be greatly damaged. High-level cultivators and great fiendish demons often cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years. How long would it take to cultivate if one or two avatars were destroyed? But Li Yunxin didn't care. When he spat out the second mouthful of blood, he created a third avatar. So before the second mouthful of blood could be spat out, a third mouthful rose up his throat. Just like that, when the ground had been corroded by his 10th mouthful of blood and was riddled with holes, Li Yunxin was also sitting against the stone wall, barely breathing. Chapter 499. At this time, looking at his face, he no longer looked handsome. It was as if his vitality had been sucked away by a beautiful female ghost. Not only did his cheeks collapse, but his skin sagged, and even dark brown spots climbed up to his forehead. He looked like an old man at the end of his life. There were countless people who sought death in the world. But those who sought death like Li Yunxin could be said to be unparalleled in the world. However, he found it. His 19th incarnation appeared in the little cloud mountain. The floating mountain where the two saints lived was in the middle of the vast space that was nearly 100 miles long and wide. Because of this distance, Li Yunxin's soul avatar not only appeared on Little Cloud Mountain, but also appeared on the floating mountain's group of palaces. Note 2. At this time, his incarnation also faithfully reflected the appearance of the original body, a lamp at the end of its life, like an evil ghost, as if it would fall apart if it took a few more steps. The place where he appeared was a square paved with white jade. Looking around, he could see the undulating mountains in the northwest. It was verdant and beautiful, with overhanging eaves. He knew that it was the place where he was once imprisoned, the palace complex where the art saint once lived. He was imprisoned there for a long time, and while looking at the scenery every day, he slowly figured out the layout of the floating mountain. Now, he wanted to go there, because there was one of his treasures. Before Su Yusong took him out of Shaoyi Mountain, he had already broken the restriction in the study of the art saint and slipped out while those little people were attacking Su Yusong. But when he was about to reach the tree wall, he seemed to be exhausted and finally fell to the ground, and was easily captured by the fake saint. In fact, it was fake that he was exhausted, and the real reason was to deceive people. It was just to distract the fake saint. At that time, at the place where he fell, he buried a scale deep in the soil. His incarnation swept over there like a gust of wind while his original body sat outside on the verge of death. He carefully sensed the chi activity between his original body and his incarnation, in case he accidentally went overboard and his incarnation would disperse again. About a quarter of an hour had passed. The haggard Li Yunxin's original body let out a long breath. Then he slowly raised his hand, closed his eyes, and chopped at his own head. Logically speaking, a palm strike from a perfected dragon great demon would be able to smash even metals and rocks into smithereens, let alone brains. But right now he was like a dried-up oil lamp. His arm was powerless. Unexpectedly, this palm strike did not kill him. It only caused his forehead to cave in, causing one of his eyeballs to burst out. This time, how painful it was. He had died neatly before. Even if they died outside the Cloud Mountains, they did not suffer for long. But now his palm didn't kill him. Instead, it hurt so much that his limbs went soft. When he raised his second palm strike, it was even more powerless. His mind became even more chaotic, but he was still not dead. On the other hand, demons had strong vitality. The weaker he was, the harder it was to kill him. He dragged on like this for almost an hour, as if he was torturing himself, until a large part of his head had sunk in, but he still had a breath of life left. This terrifying experience. In her heart, Li Yunxin cursed all the cultivators and demons in and out of Cloud Mountain, from her ancestors to the birds and beasts that she had nothing to do with. This dragged on for another quarter of an hour. Inside the Cloud Mountains, the soul that had been sitting powerlessly on the ground for a long time, holding a piece of scale armor, suddenly shook, turned into a demonic wind, and attached itself to it. In the next moment, the transparent figure quickly took shape, colored, and became clear. Li Yunxin had once again taken over the body and returned to his original appearance. After his resurrection in the formation, his skin was delicate, and when he resurrected in the prison cell where Lu Gongzan was imprisoned, his skin was truly fragile. Now, this was the third time. He was already extremely weak, and every movement he made felt weak. After appearing, he pushed himself on the ground to stand up. Who knew that when he pushed himself up, his palm was poked by a grass stalk, immediately poking a hole. But this hole was like an illusion. As soon as it appeared, it healed immediately. But even so, Li Yunxin knew that it was not good. When he smashed the sword cultivator's head and sword with his palm, it was the metal pieces that cut his palm. But now he was cut by a grass stalk. The continuous possession and loss of his avatars had caused the demonic power in his body to be completely exhausted, and it also made his physical body look extremely fragile. It was even worse than a mortal with coarse skin and thick flesh. Although he had expected this and thought of a way to deal with it before he sought death for the third time. But now he still felt that the world suddenly became dangerous. He had been cultivating since he was young. Although his realm was not as high as it was now, he was still a young genius, and his physical body was far stronger than ordinary people. He did not care about any bumps and bumps. But now it was the first time in his life that he experienced the feeling of his physical body being fragile. Although it did not affect his physique, it was still unpleasant. This kind of unhappiness appeared when he resurrected this time, and it was also because of the various tortures that his original body had suffered before. Li Yunxin stood up and cursed. He cursed as he walked. When he walked to the shallow bay in front of the art saint's study, he rolled his eyes. Then he bent down and put his mouth to the water, drinking like a whale. When he drank his stomach full of water, he let out a long sigh of relief. In fact, he was not thirsty, but he drank it for other purposes. Now, he was in Mount Shaoyan. For a long time, this space had only been inhabited by 2 false saints. It was the enemy's hinterland lair, but it was also the safest place now. It was like a bank vault. He had gone through a lot of hardships to get here. How could he return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? So he narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand to block the blazing sunlight from the dome, and walked southeast. According to Xian Shilyo, that was the dome hall. It was the place where Su Yusong and Zhuo Muzha carried out their daily activities, and there were other things that the two of them regarded as treasures. Now he was going there. The Art Saints group of halls was on a small hill to the west of the floating mountain. He slowly walked down the road on the hill. There were exotic flowers and plants on the side of the road, their fragrance assailing his nostrils. Tall trees rustled in the wind, and there were bushes growing under the trees. Among the flowers and plants, there were occasionally fruits, but they were not ordinary flowers and fruits of the mortal world. In the past, Li Yunxin did not understand many cultivation classics, but he understood natural history. It must be known that Li Chunfeng and Shang Guanyu had conflicting thoughts. They wanted this child to stay away from disputes, but they could not bear to see him become a short-lived mortal. Thus, he had only taught him a few scattered spells, but had never been taught systematically. However, there were some things that he did not mind knowing. It was these natural history and miscellaneous knowledge. But a considerable part of these natural history and miscellaneous knowledge were dragon-slaying skills for the former Li Yunxin. He did not have a paradise, and naturally did not have the opportunity to see many rare treasures. But now, there was a place for them to use. Finally, for the first time, he saw with his own eyes the appearance of many treasures whose names, habits, and effects he already knew. Therefore, he knew that the thumb-sized strings of bright red fruits here were called the 11 silk immortal treasures. They contained extremely dense spiritual energy, but they were also highly poisonous. He could either plant them for fun, or use them to dilute the medicinal properties of pills. As Li Yunxin walked, he grabbed these bright red poisonous fruits in his hands, slapped them into his mouth, chewed until his mouth was full of red juice, and swallowed them all. Ordinary fiendish demons might be afraid of the overbearing poisonous fruits. But dragons did not have bodies. They were all formed from dragon soul and demon power. No matter how poisonous they were, they could not poison Dragon's son. After eating these poisonous fruits, he saw a few tall and thin trees in front of him. They swayed in the warm wind, like a few thin and tall people lazily basking in the sun. This tree was called the Drunken Cloud Immortal Tree, and the fruit it bore was called the Drunken Cloud Fruit. Needless to say, the spiritual energy was also very dense, and it could be used to make bejeweled nectar wine or eaten as a celestial quality fruit. But it was said that the drunken cloud fruit had one drawback. It was the most sour in the world. To make celestial quality fruit to eat, it had to go through a complicated process of seasoning. Li Yunxin did not believe it. Seeing some light green, chicken-sized fruits on the trees that were ripe, he plucked one and fiercely took a bite as he walked. As a result, he immediately grimaced, and his saliva overflowed. This terrifying sourness caused his eyebrows to scrunch up. He threw the fruit away and then spat it all out. After spitting it out, he still felt sour, so sour that he was about to get angry. So he turned around and walked back. Previously, when he and Exanchilio tested each other at the foot of the mountain, that demoness already had deep feelings for him. She told Li Yunxin many interesting things about Su Yusong and Zhuamuja. For example, Su Yusong's favorite bejeweled nectar wine was made from the drunken cloud fruit. Moreover, only these 4 drunken cloud immortal trees here were the best. Every 10 years of wine brewing depended on them. Now, that Li Yunxin thought of this, he walked in front of the 4 trees that were as thick as the mouth of a bowl. As far as he knew, such thick drunken cloud immortal trees should have been growing for thousands of years, and lifted his foot. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, all of them broke on the ground. Breaking them was not enough to vent his anger. Then he jumped up and trampled on the ripe and unripe fruits. As he trampled, he scolded, "You shameless bastard! Who asked you to be sour? Who asked you to be sour? Who asked you to be sour? Who asked you to be sour?" After venting his anger here, he continued on his way. Then he saw things like corrosive grass, green lotus fruit, jade skin, red sand seed, flying cloud, apricot delicate, and so on and so forth. It must be known that many of the fruits that contained spiritual power were not meant to be eaten, so the taste was bound to be terrible. At this moment, the spiritual power in Li Yunxin's snow mountain and ocean of qi, or rather, demonic power, was almost exhausted. Whatever could replenish spiritual power, he stuffed it into his mouth, regardless of what it was originally used for. However, not only did he eat it, but he also threw a tantrum. If he felt that the taste was not bad, he just passed by. If he felt that the taste was terrible, he would become fierce, scold, jump, beat, and trample. How many of these poor immortal herbs, immortal trees, and immortal flowers tasted good? Therefore, everywhere he passed was a mess. How many precious treasures were ruined by him? If Su Yusong and Zhuamuja really saw this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. When this devil finally walked down the gentle slope and turned ahead, he saw an even larger garden. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Note 1. The scale of Little Cloud Mountain is detailed in Chapter 340. They are afraid. It is a space of nearly 100 miles in length and width, and the floating mountain is in the middle of the space. Note 2. There's a problem here. I thought of it, but everyone may not think of it. It is fine not to add notes, but I am afraid that careful readers will think it is not rigorous. The problem is that Li Yunxin is in the stone path, and he may not be close to the physical wall outside Little Cloud Mountain. In fact, he may be hundreds of miles away from the real Little Cloud Mountain. How can he be sure that his incarnation can appear in Little Cloud Mountain? The explanation for this problem is that the distance in the inhibition is not the actual distance. The reason why he knows this is that when he captured Snatch Fortune Quantum alive in Daunting Lake. At that time, Li Yunxin's incarnation was in Evil King's Pitfall Mountain, but his real body was in Daunting. The distance between the real body and the incarnation is far more than 30 miles. But the incarnation can still exist because of the magic weapon Xianguang Mirror. Xianguang Mirror has the ability to cross space, so hundreds of miles in between are regarded as nothing. It is a bit abstract, but if the reader considers this problem, he should be able to understand. This sentence can be explained in the way of narration in the text, but too many such explanations will break the structure of the text, so I will not mention it in the text. Chapter 500. In order to know what this garden was for, one must first know what the palaces that once belonged to the art saint were for in the past. It was actually a livestock farm. Things like Xianmin treasures were like the painstaking work of mortal craftsmen. They couldn't be mass-produced, they were precious in quality. Thus, the materials used were all of the highest quality and couldn't be satisfied by the things in the mortal world. Many of the spiritual items used to craft treasures could only be found in Xianmen. And in Xianmen, the rarest of the rarest could only be found on Little Cloud Mountain. In the past, there weren't any palaces in the northwest of the floating mountain. It was just a forest. There were many treasures and many treasures. But after Chen Hua established his sect and was recognized as the third saint, he came to Little Cloud Mountain and built his own residence in the only empty northwest area. Some of the less precious ones that were kept here, the ones that Li Yunxin destroyed as he walked, were left there and treated as a strange sight. And some of the truly precious ones that were crucial for Xianmen to craft treasures were kept in a garden. That was the garden that Li Yunxin saw at the bottom of the slope. The first thing he saw was a huge archway with 5 rooms and 6 pillars. It was an extremely gorgeous and exquisite thing, incomparably glorious and magnificent. Behind the archway was a wide path paved with spotless jade stones. On both sides were walls made of lush flowers and trees. Colorful butterflies danced in between. At the end of the path was a palace. Li Yunxin looked at the palace and frowned slightly. Although the palace was huge, it didn't seem to be big enough to contain many large beasts. On the battlefield, he saw a huge golden-horned Ho under Guqinjun. It was one of the rare beasts in the world, and its body was full of treasures. That golden-horned giant centipede was almost the size of this palace, not to mention the others. But he knew that this was indeed a garden that hid many rare birds and beasts, because he saw that on the horizontal board of this huge memorial arch, there were 3 big words written in a neat and orderly manner: Zoo. At this moment, his craziness hadn't passed yet. For the past few months, he had been struggling on the edge of life and death almost every day. It was already an unimaginable depression. Furthermore, in order to resurrect himself and enter this Little Cloud Mountain, he had suffered a great deal of pain. That kind of pain could drive a normal person crazy, let alone him who wasn't a normal person to begin with. Therefore, now that he was suddenly out of danger, all the pent-up frustrations in his heart burst out. He had been able to endure more than an ordinary person before, but now he was even more crazy than an ordinary person. Now that he saw these 3 words, he suddenly felt excited. He casually threw away the half-eaten fruit in his hand and walked to the huge memorial arch. He stretched out a finger and tested it on the stone pillar. On his way down from the arch saint's study, he had destroyed more than a few hundred natural treasures and eaten countless more. Regardless of whether those things tasted good or not, or whether they were poisonous or not, they all contained an astonishing amount of spiritual power. Although he was a perfected master and the amount of spiritual energy and demonic energy he needed was unimaginable, it was enough to build a foundation for his stomach. Now that he exerted his strength, his fingernails grew sharp. It was pale gold like a small knife. He left a mark on the stone pillar with a slash. He smiled, raised his hand, and carved 7 big words in a flamboyant manner. Li Yunxin was here. Then, he thought for a moment and walked a few steps away. On the other side of the pillar, he carved another 8 small words. It's not right to write words everywhere. Then, he laughed wildly, lifted the hem of his clothes, and strode along the path paved with white jade. He did not encounter any obstacles along the way, because if he was Su Yusong or Zhuomuja, there was no need to set up anything here. The entire space of the Cloud Mountain was filled with invisible restrictions. When cultivators and demons came here, they became ordinary people with strong bodies. But even with their powerful physical bodies, there was no way for them to leap thousands of meters from the ground and jump to this Little Cloud Mountain. Such a natural obstacle almost eliminated all possibilities. Only the descendants of the painting Tao could sneak up from the path at the bottom of the mountain. However, the problem was that Li Yunxin, who had the highest cultivation of the painting Tao in the world and was the most troublesome, was already dead. Needless to say, it was difficult to enter Little Cloud Mountain, and even more difficult to enter Cloud Mountain. Moreover, they had also set up other methods here. However, Li Yunshin could not meet them now. He walked all the way to the front of the hall, up the 33 steps, and into the front corridor. He raised his leg and kicked the door open. Then, he saw an empty hall. It looked like it was sealed and not used. It was indeed built magnificently, with tables and chairs, carpets, flowers, and trees. However, no matter how he looked, it was just a main hall for receiving guests. It was not a zoo or a place to raise rare birds and beasts. However, Li Yunshin was not in a hurry. Since he saw the words zoo on the signboard, he knew who had set up this place in the past. If there was really a garden behind the signboard, he would be surprised. So he chuckled a few times and jumped in, starting to search anxiously. Naturally, it was like a bandit entering the house. Wherever he saw could be hidden, he kicked it over. If he couldn't find it, he would be treated like the flowers and trees before. All of them would be trampled into pieces. Since he couldn't take it away, he wouldn't leave it behind. The decorations and vases in the hall were all rare treasures. Even gold, silver, and jade would be considered vulgar and dirty here. They were only worthy of being used to pave the floor like the outside. However, all of these things were picked up by Li Yunshin to look at. If he couldn't see it, he would fall to the ground and die a horrible death. So, he first destroyed the decorations in the hall, then flipped the tables and chairs. All the carpets were torn into pieces. In the end, only the paintings and sculptures on the wall were spared. So, he started to look at them one by one with his hands behind his back. They were all good stuff, but he had destroyed them all. So, until the 11th painting on the west side of the hall. Only then did Li Yunshin let out a huh. At first, he thought it was a painting of words from afar. Of course, it looked like words. It was framed and had a white background. There were some black characters on it. They seemed to be written in tadpole characters. But now that he looked closer, he realized, it was clearly a painting. The painting was a banner. The title on the right had a few words written vertically. The words written at the front of the painting were called Title. Remember to visit the zoo on a sunny morning. After this line of words was the painting. With one look, Li Yunshin knew that it must be Chun Zhao's work. There was an oval with 4 small sticks at the bottom. There was also a small stick at the top with a small circle on the stick. 2 more eyes, 2 ears, a triangular horn, and a tail were added to the small round head. There were 4 words written on it: golden horn, giant centipede. The other rare birds and beasts had similar techniques. The round body and stick legs were not very different. As if to distinguish them from each other, they were all marked. Flipping feather, flying feather, Philian, riverside, Huido, all kinds of ferocious beasts, strange beasts, and auspicious beasts that Li Yunshin had heard of were all marked on the scroll. A rare beast was only the size of half a palm. This painting was more than 2 meters long. There were at least a few hundred of them, lined up from the beginning to the end of the line. But even so, there was still a long line. So, there were many wavy patterns that went from thick to thin on the painting. It meant, there are many more in the distance, but I can't see them clearly. They're all illusions. But this wasn't what Li Yunshin understood. It was indeed a note, written in the gaps of the wavy patterns. After this comment, there were even smaller, densely packed words that looked like smoke. They were all the names of rare birds and beasts. At a rough glance, there were at least a few thousand. Actually, it looked like it. He had thought that he could draw on such a large piece of paper. But the more he drew, the worse he felt. He could only use this method to make up for the number. Finally, there was a line of words at the end of the painting. It was a postscript. What a meaningful day. Li Yunshin stared at it for a while and frowned. Actually, this painting was slightly different from Chun Zhao's previous paintings. In her previous paintings, no matter how childish her strokes were, it was obvious that she had put her heart into them. For example, a child who had just learned how to draw would draw a chicken pecking rice. Even if it wasn't good, she wouldn't forget to point out the rice grains on the ground one by one. Some were serious and meticulous, but they didn't use dots. Instead, he was seriously drawing small circles one after another. But this painting, looking at the row of beasts at the front, It was obvious that she was also serious. But after reaching it, she seemed to realize that there wasn't enough space, so she scribbled. Then she saw the wavy lines, which meant that she was too lazy to draw anymore. Instead, she was thinking of a way to finish it. This meant that Chuning wasn't drawing this because she was interested. Instead, it was something that she had to finish. It was meant to be used. Thinking of this, Li Yunxin understood in her heart. He slowly put his hand on it and tried to feel the flow of spiritual power. Then he realized it was exactly as he thought. This painting was similar to the other octave treasure scrolls. There was an astonishingly vast world inside. If he used enough spiritual power and found the right method, he could enter the painting. He had no doubt that every rare bird and beast whose name was written on the painting was in that world. There was indeed a zoo in the palace. It was this painting. But right now, he didn't want to try. After all, his demonic power hadn't recovered yet. Plus, Chuning was weird. He didn't know what tricks she had set up in the world in the painting that were interesting to her but dangerous to others. Finally, he didn't have any headaches. He didn't want to be stupid and put himself in danger again. But no matter what, he had to take this thing away. Many of the beasts in the painting should be grateful to Chuning. If they weren't in the painting and Li Yunxin hadn't recovered his demonic power, he could take this thing for himself. He had planned to kill them all. The spiritual power in the immortal herbs and fruits was indeed dense. But no matter how dense those dead things were, they couldn't compare to these living things. If this really was a garden and he had barged in, those that looked annoying would definitely be the first to be killed and eaten. Those that looked pleasant might also be eaten into his stomach happily, never to be separated. Those that didn't look annoying or pleasant. If that was the case, what was the point of living? Just kill and eat them too. But now, they had escaped the calamity. Li Yunxin reached out and took the painting off the wall, rolling it into a scroll. He tore a piece of cloth from somewhere and tied it to his back. Then, he went straight to the dome hall. Xi and Shiliu had said that many of Su Yusong and Zhuo Muzhi's treasures were in that hall. The dome hall wasn't far from here. On the way, he passed by a few small halls, but Li Yunxin didn't pay attention to them. He only moved up and down on the top of the hall like a martial arts expert in the mortal world. He was extremely happy. After a little more than a minute, he saw the square in front of the dome hall. However, this place was no longer as empty as the other places. There was a guard on the square. This meant that Xi and Shiliu was right. There was indeed something extremely precious to the two fake saints here. As a result, they called the reincarnation of the former master of calligraphy to guard it. On the incomparably wide square was Su Sheng. Li Yunxin stood on the top of the hall, nearly 100 steps away from him, and saw him standing alone in the square. The ground of the square was white, and Su Sheng's clothes were blue. He wore tight clothes and short clothes. He stood as straight as a javelin, and there was no expression on his face. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs kept looking left and right, observing the surrounding situation. This scene looked strange and terrifying. Li Yunxin knew at a glance that this reincarnation was now being controlled by Su Yusong and Zhuo Muzhi. Previously, at the foot of the mountain, when Su Sheng was still hiding in his sleeve, he had mentioned this matter. For example, he knew that the first step to refining a person into a wandering soul was to completely destroy their clear consciousness. Then, the person's head would be empty, and he would become a puppet. He would do whatever his master said. But after all, it was only his clear consciousness being erased, and his brain wasn't damaged. Therefore, not only was this puppet obedient, but it could also adapt to the situation. It was much more brilliant than the ordinary strong men and gods created by magic. If this puppet was refined with a secret method and injected with spiritual intelligence, it could become a wandering soul. However, in that way, it wouldn't be as useful as the previous stage of the puppet. The fake saint wanted to refine this reincarnation of the master of calligrapher into a wandering soul. But the battle at the foot of the mountain took a turn for the worse, and he only had time to completely erase his consciousness. Now, he asked this puppet to guard in front of the hall, just in case. Finally, he could guard against Li Yunxin's what if. This reincarnation of the master of calligrapher had a strong physical body. Although he didn't have supernatural powers, he could use the supernatural powers of others. He might not be able to fully use them here, but there were many restrictions on Shaoyan Mountain that were still slightly effective. If this reincarnation of the calligrapher used those restrictions and formations, with Li Yunxin's current cultivation, if they really fought, it would be a tough battle where both sides would suffer and even a crushing defeat. Therefore, he thought about it and sat down on the roof of another hall in front of the square. He narrowed his eyes and observed Su Shang from afar with a pensive look on his face. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.